Oh, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by the First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Carter, you know what to do. Play my intro music. Let's go. Thank you, Boston Celtics. As I look through the glass, I got Sam Lubman dancing. I got Matt Nahigian dancing in his flannel like he just came from a 40 party at the Stern Grove. I got Carter bouncing. Yes, the Stewart Hall boy is bouncing. The Celtics beat the Memphis Grizzlies last night. And for those that are just waking up, your Golden State Warriors, 43-31, a half game out of the 5 spot, with a matchup against the Memphis We Hate You Too Grizzlies. Are you ready? 888-957-9570. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 1, 2, and 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. It's Joe Shasky. Spadone's out for today. We got Lubman. I've already lost my voice, but I'm ready for the Grizzlies and the Dubs tonight.
Hello there, Shasky. I am just as fired up as you are. It feels like 2022 again. Warriors-Grizzlies, meaningful basketball. The 5 seed is within reach. We are putting ourselves some distance between this team and the box. This is the week for Warriors basketball. The last few weeks, it's been, a ho-hum schedule. They've got some great wins, but tonight, the Warriors have a chance to get a truly signature win of the Jimmy Butler era. This is how you get hyped today, man. I'm fired up, man.
Matching my intensity. 888-957-9570. Shasky and Lubman in today. I'm telling you, this is a great sports day in the Bay Area. I don't know if you watched last night, but the Celtics, Kristaps Porzingis had almost 30. Jason Tatum had 26. The Grizzlies fall short. Thank you, Boston Celtics. You know I hate Boston, so anytime that I can appreciate them doing us a favor.
Enemy of my enemy.
Much. Yes, definitely. And then if you're a big-time Giants fan like I am, big-time win in the H-Town. I don't know if you're paying attention. John Lynch spoke yesterday. You weren't allowed to record the audio if you were one of the beat reporters. So there's some things that he said. We'll get into it a little bit. But today it's Warriors. We got a little bit of Giants sprinkled in, a little bit of 49ers sprinkled in. And also, it's the first of the month. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Yes, Bone Thugs and Harmony. We've got something, April Fools for you. And no, we're not doing the biggest fools of the year or any of that. I just have a simple question. And you can marinate on it for a little while. Times you were fooled in sports. Okay? Something you thought was either awesome or awful. And I know everyone is kind of going, Joe, Trey Lance. I mean, you're line one. I mean, he's literally texting you right now. But I'll give you an example, and you can marinate on it. 1992, the Giants had 1 foot out the door. They were going to go to St. Petersburg. My favorite player was Kevin Mitchell. And I said, oh my God, they traded Kevin Mitchell for Dave Burba, Mike Jackson, and Billy Swift. It ended up being one of the greatest trades in Giants history.
That's a good one.
Kevin Mitchell never replicated what he did with the Giants. Billy Swift went on to win 20 games, him and John Burkett, multiple 20-game winners. Last time the Giants have done that.
Hasn't been done since.
1993. And then you got Mike Jackson, the setup man, and Dave Burba, a swing starter. And I was just way wrong. So anytime you were fooled in sports, but let's get right back into it. Warriors are going to be playing tonight. What time does the pregame show start? 4:30? 5? 4 o'clock, Willard and Dibbs, pregame show starting. We've got it all for you all day. John Morant, about, 4 or 5 years ago? If that. John Morant.
Where is John?
One of the brightest stars in sports. The entire sport of basketball.
He was on the rise.
Was ready to crown him as the face of the game. I would coach, and I'd see kids rocking his jersey. I'd see kids wearing the Josh shoes, the 2 different colored shoes at times. John Morant was as big of a superstar on the rise as any player in any sport. And it all came crashing down. And this week they fired their coach. And so I want to know what the heck is going on with the Memphis Grizzlies. I'm fired up for tonight. Lubman, I can't sleep. I couldn't sleep last night with the rain and everything. The Giants win. Are you ready for tonight's game?
Dude, it's going to be a big one tonight, Shask. And you hit the nail on the head there with Jaw. It seemed like just a couple years ago, again, I mentioned that series at the start of the show here. It looked like coming off that series, the Grizzlies were primed to be the next big team in the Western Conference. Like when the Warriors beat them back in 22, and you know that incredible Game 6, the Warriors beat the Grizzlies here at Chase Center. Kevon Looney, 20 rebounds. One of the greatest performances I've seen from a Warrior outside of the Big Three in that game. An incredibly fun night. One of the most fun basketball games I've ever been to. But I remember coming out of that arena thinking, man, we got the Grizzlies at the right time, because the next year, that's going to be an even scarier team. And then it just off a cliff. Now, some of it, some bad luck there. Ja did suffer some injuries, but a lot of it was self-inflicted too with Ja.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a litany of incidents that he's had. There was his little gun incident on social media. There was an incident with some mall security. There was he got into a fight.
Can we just go? You're glossing on the gun incident on social media.
We can tease. We'll come back into it later. He was on Instagram Live and he was like flashing the gun in the waistband or something like that.
It was like he was doing. I don't even know. He was. God, he just got caught up in the whole thing. He was Icarus. He flew too close to the sun there, and he ended up falling back down to earth. He got into a fight with a 17-year-old in a pickup game? Right.
You're an NBA player, a grown man, picking a fight with a high schooler? What the heck are you doing? And then, of course, how he got the nickname Red Dot Jaw. When you start shining that laser pointer on the Indiana Pacers bus.
Goodness.
Was it a laser pointer? No. Was it something else? That's not a great situation there. And then, of course, T. Morant v. Shannon Sharp, the guy who made cardigans look cool.
I want T. Morant to coach the Grizzlies.
Yeah, sure, why not? It's spiraling out of control enough as it is. Let's add that extra layer on top of that.
Oh, I love it. All right, so look, that's the headliner for tonight. Obviously, because of where the Warriors are in the season, there's only a handful of games left, and I'm gonna point the finger at Steph Curry. I'm going to tell everyone right now, I need a big Steph Curry performance. I'm kind of tired of pointing the finger at Kuminga and Moody and Pajemski.
Kuminga's just second nature at this.
And Draymond and Jimmy Butler. We need Steph Curry to show up tonight. And I know that's not like some grandiose statement, but it's the most obvious one, and we don't say it enough. All guests are going to be appearing on 95.7 The Game on our River Islands guest time. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Last night, the Giants, though, were playing, and we'll have the headliner of the Warriors, but I love talking about the games that are actually happening. And last night, the Giants show up in Houston, and look, the NL West is a gauntlet right now. If those that don't know, Dodgers are 6-0, Padres are 5-0. Giants go into Houston, and you're kind of like, all right, a nice little series win against Cincinnati, but is it real? Jordan Hicks returning home. He had pitched in 29 other stadiums in baseball. He had never pitched in Houston. He's a Houston native. Went to high school there. Had
Texans fan.
90 people at the game. Is it Daikin Park? How do you pronounce it?
Daikin Park? I don't know. I'm still going to call it Minute Maid Park, to be honest.
To me, it was Enron.
Enron Field. Honestly, that name flowed off the tongue really well.
It was really good.
And then, of course, Enron happened. But, it was Minute Maid Park. I think it's called Daikin or something. Did you even take a guess what Daikin does? It's pretty cool what they do, actually.
I don't know.
Oh, they're an air conditioning company. You get it?
Tip your waiters and waitresses wherever you're at.
Oh, my God.
Jordan Hicks was dynamic last night, though. And look, I've been very skeptical of him being able to sustain through the entire summer months, right? I mean, this guy has some serious health stuff, with the diabetes that he's been battling. And so there's always going to be a fatigue factor that's kind of a real element that's baked into his game that you can't gloss over. But last night, he had the sinker working. He had a 4-seam. He had a 2-seam. He had some sort of a sweeper thing going on. He, at one point, retired 14 in a row. I thought he was dynamic. And he threw 3 of the fastest pitches of the 5 fastest that any Giant starter has thrown since 2008.
I mean, this is the guy who holds, unofficially the fastest one, or shares the record for the fastest pitch ever thrown. A couple years ago in spring training, I think got up to like 105
Incredible.
At one point. Granted, spring training doesn't officially count, but yeah, I mean, Jordan Hicks, we know, the H in Hicks stands for hard because that's how hard he throws the ball, and he was absolutely dialed in last night, Shasky, and it was incredibly fun to watch. When that sinker is sinking, he is absolutely unhittable. I think it was the second inning. He strikes out the side looking, finishing off with Mauricio Dubon painting that outside corner. That is the Jordan Hicks that the Giants were expecting last year. Honestly, that was a Jordan Hicks we saw a lot of at the beginning of last year, Shasky, for the first couple months of the season. I mean, he was looking like an all-star to start the season last year. So I think he got about 90 innings into the season as a starter before he kind of hit that wall. That took him into mid-June. He had a 2.82 ERA in the middle of June. And, last year, the thing with the Giants, they were trying to ease him into it a little bit because, again, going from reliever to starter, that's a very, very difficult jump to do. And he hit the wall around August last year, which I think they kind of expected to happen. This year, I'm curious how much longer he can kind of push himself this year and get deeper into the season as a starting pitcher. Last night, though, another scoreless season to start off his season, much like he did last year, a scoreless start to start the season. Hicks looked about as dialed in as you could have expected him last night. He
did. And, I know it's 4 games, right? Like, Giants fans are going to say, it's 4 games. And that's a fair prerogative for the skeptic out there. I can feel the difference with this team. I really can. I'm almost in the same way, like, when you see it with Jimmy Butler and the Warriors and how, like, it fits and it works, and right away you start to see success.
Well, you saw it with Quentin Post right off the bat. You saw something, and it's been going ever since. I mean, it seems weird to compare Quentin Post to a whole team, but that feeling, though, that's the feeling. It's a small sample size, but, like, I'm seeing something in this little small sample size that makes me want to grow the sample size. I'm seeing a more athletic team. I'm seeing a more station-to-station team. Honestly, Shask, you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing the return of the famed Giants ground attack. Remember that run? During that run, that's what we called it because home runs weren't what this team did back then. We're just going to single you to death, and that's what the Giants are doing. You know what? It's really I'm enjoying a lot to start the season, Shasky? It's the speed of this team. 3 stolen bases last night for the Giants. It took them a week and a half into the season last year to have a 3 stolen base game. They had 5 games total of 3 or more stolen bases, but already this looks like a team that's feeling the stolen base. And their first 2 runs last night came in part because of the stolen base. Top second, Ramos beats out that fielder's choice. He's on first, immediately steals second base. Wilmer Flores, man. We'll get to him in a second.
I mean,
he singles him in.
RBIs.
Top of the 5th inning. Mike Yastrzemski singles, immediately steals second. And then Tyler Fitzgerald puts down one of the prettiest third base bunts you're going to see all season long, which is crazy to say in game 4 of the season. And that moves Yaz over in scoring position. And then Lamont Wade Jr. doing something finally, gets a sac fly. That's your second run there. The small ball is back, and it is looking so good right now with the Giants.
I think you're hitting on the nail on the head on so many things. For a long time, I would hear, and there were people in my replies, actually over the weekend, like, analytics has solved baseball. What are you talking about? Like, the game is very simple to me, all right? And it'll always be this way. Play catch. And this is a simple concept. Pitcher with catcher, throw strikes, play catch.
It's my coach used to always say in the middle.
Infield with the first baseman, play catch. Outfield, hitting the cutoff or hitting the guys on the infield, playing catch. When you're on offense, hit them where they ain't. Put the ball in play. And so you've seen the Giants team now. No errors through the first 4 games. Huge. They played great defense.
I think they had like 3 or 4 stretches of 4 games without errors last year, and they're starting off the year this year. Like
their pitchers are throwing strikes. Last night, 51 of 72 pitches, strikes for Jordan Hicks. Camilo Duvall came into the game. He's throwing strikes to start off. Then he can waste a couple pitches after he's up 0-2. They're putting the ball in play and forcing teams with speed to pressure throws, whether it's across the diamond, whether it's on a stolen base. The speed is killing. And then in situational at-bats with runners on, late in the game, hey, you give up a couple of runs. Bivens, that's going to happen. Chapman delivers a 2-out knock to drive in runs. Put the ball in play. You referenced the bunt earlier. How many sack flies have we had? We have had a sack bunt earlier this year. Force teams to execute and play the small ball. The fundamentals will always be tried and true. It's a very simple league. You hear this in football. It's blocking and tackling. Basketball, it's a make or miss league. Well, in baseball, play catch. Play catch.
Simpler is better.
And right now, this Giants team is playing a brand of baseball that I love. They're not trying to reinvent the wheel. They're getting back to the fundamentals, and I think that the results have shown through the first 4 games.
Absolutely. Again, analytics, whatever its place in the game is, we can go all the live long day on what that looks like. The fact of the matter is, if there's anything the last few years that have taught us, that the Giants have shown us, is that analytics, if you go way too deep into it, which is what the Giants absolutely did, your head's gonna be spinning in circles, because you got almost too much data. Though the teams that are the most successful in baseball are the teams that know how to use analytical data, but they also know when to just use baseball mind. And the Giants, they zigged way too hard in one direction under Farhan Zaidi, and now they're getting back towards more of that equilibrium. It seems like they found that happy middle ground, because again, it's, the rosters for the most part very similar this year to last year. The coaching staff very similar this year to last year. But the philosophy and how they're approaching the game has completely shifted. I said last week that, Buster Posey, he's kind of operating things very similar to how things were during the Brian Sabian era. I'm sure he's probably made some changes too to kind of update what went wrong during that time versus what can work right now. But now you're also seeing it on the field too. And this is why I was excited when the Giants brought in Bob Melvin last year, because he is a guy who knows how to kind of split that middle ground of knowing what the data can do, but also knowing that there's a time you just got to let your baseball people do your baseball people things. And that's why I'm really excited for this team, because it looks like the training wheels are off, so to speak, in terms of just let the baseball people do the baseball things. And you're seeing it right off the bat. Well,
yesterday, he goes to Doval in the 7th inning, which I understand why. But then, Bivens right after that, and you had to go to Eric Miller. Like right now, Bivens is the weak link. He's a great story. He's a great story, but he hasn't been a great pitcher for this team. You know who has been great? 3 home runs, 8 RBIs. Wilmer Flores. Are you kidding me? And then let me give you another little stat that I read, and I couldn't believe it. Elliot Ramos has an extra base hit in all 4 games. He's the first Giant to do this since Barry Bonds in 2002. Have an extra hit in his first 4 games. He's been dynamic to start the season.
Great guy to have your name mentioned with, too.
No doubt about it. All right, we are going to get into much more. We got the Warriors. I've got more Giants thoughts. I brought in some bats today to give a quick visualization on these torpedo bats. And then jersey sales. We were talking about Ja Morant jersey sales. I've got a list for you on the other side. It's going to kind of blow you away. Or maybe not. I don't know. And that's what's coming up on The Game, and it's brought to you by Safeway.
It's a high drive to left. It is out of here. That's his third of the year, folks.
All right, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Andy Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
Man, all eyes are on us, aren't they? All eyes are on the Bay Area. Warriors-Grizzlies tonight, but that's the Giants highlight from NBC Bay Area. Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni today. And tune in for Warriors Live. Huge game. Huge game. I don't know if I can say this again. Huge game. Like season on the line if you want to make the playoffs and be one of the top 6. That's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. You heard the Wilmer Flores home run there. We're going to get back into the Warriors in a little bit. Wilmer Flores, I dogged being your everyday DH or first baseman. Now, I don't know how sustainable this is. We've seen many guys like Luis Matos have a great 2 weeks and then fall back down on their face. But Wilmer was one of their best players just a couple years ago for an entire season.
Willie Mack Award in 2023.
He really was. I'm really happy for him. And, nothing is better in sports than when someone proves you wrong. I was fooled into thinking that Wilmer Flores couldn't do anything for this team positive. Now, that being said, great start. I still feel like the Giants are like a big power right or left-handed bat away from doing legitimate damage. But I just love where they're at. And you wanted to dissect kind of the Wilmer Flores dynamic right now.
No, the start he's having is like you, Shasky. I've been very, not bullish, bearish, I guess is the term, on Wilmer Flores the last few years. Even when he had that great year in 2023, he had 23 home runs. He was the Willie Mack Award winner for that team. You look at the lineup, though, that was hitting around him. It's like, great, you're the best hitter on the 2023 Giants. That's like saying that Kenyon Martin was the best player in the 2000 NBA draft. Like, that's not a high bar. You like that, pull?
That is that's a deep one.
Yeah. But no, this year he's off to a great start again. I'm like you. I don't know how long it will last, but he's looking healthier. He's looking just a lot more confident and relaxed at the plate. And, when Gerard Encarnacion went down to the end of spring training, I was a little bit nervous because I was really hoping that Encarnacion, who's just got incredible power, if he could just get the contact going, his power is incredible. One of the highest hard hit rates in baseball, up there with Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, and the likes, and that's without the torpedo bat. I was a little nervous what that DH spot was going to look like, because I don't know what we were going to get from Wilmer last year. He battled knee issues a lot, and I thought, is that the end of Wilmer Flores, who's a solid role player but not an everyday guy? And I keep doubting Wilmer Flores, and I'm going to keep doubting Wilmer Flores because he's going to keep proving me wrong. So you know what? Yeah, I'm still out on him. Keep making me look foolish for being out on you, Wilmer, because I'm loving every bit of it right now.
It's so interesting, like how Giants fans, I can feel the tide turning, right? I really can. I can feel the tide turning on Giants fans. And look, I don't think that anyone thinks that there's some World Series contender.
No.
We don't even want that. Just be fun.
Just be a good team.
Play a good brand of baseball that we like. You're 3-1. You got 0 hits from Lamont Wade to start the season. You got 2 hits in 15 at-bats from Willie Adames. All right? Patrick Bailey is 1 for 10. So I'll take it. I'll take it. Ramos is delivering. Chapman's delivering. Fitzgerald's delivering. You're seeing shades of what Jung-Hoo Lee could be. You're seeing great pitching. They're playing great defense. They're playing a brand of baseball that is fun and intoxicating, and I think Giants fans really relate to it, and I can feel the tide turning. Now, that being said, there's always going to be what I call the fringe fan who needs to be lured in by winning on the biggest stage and superstars. I mean, it's a reality of it. Why are the Warriors so popular?
They got players that you love.
No, it's Steph Curry it starts. Oh. Then you got championships, okay? And then you've got the Draymonds and the Jimmys and all those guys, right? Yes, Steph and the championships, chicken and the egg. What comes first? You could win all those championships with a bunch of interchangeable players. I don't know if it hits the same without Steph Curry. Steph Curry is an icon.
He's the pillar of the organization, the foundation, yeah.
Absolutely. And as you look up in the division, you're looking up at the Padres, you're looking up at the Dodgers, they've got something that you don't have, which is that superstar power. And there's an allure to that. And so, look, this is a slow build for the Giants, and I love it. I'm really encouraged with where they're at. But when I look around the league right now, top 20 jersey sales. Shohei's number 1. Freddie Freeman's number 2. Mookie Betts is number 4. Yamamoto is 10. Kershaw's 11. Kiki Hernandez is 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Dodgers in the top 20.
I mean, that's what happens when you have, you talk about how it starts with Steph Curry. It starts with Shohei. And with Shohei Ohtani, you have tapped in, along with Yamamoto, along with Roki Sasaki, but mainly Shohei, you have tapped into a massive market on the other side of the Pacific Ocean over there in Japan.
So where I'm going at with this, though, is that I don't think the Giants are going to turn things around overnight.
No.
You have to chip away at this bad boy. It's like whittling some wood here, and it's a giant redwood that they need to try to keep up with these teams. No. They need to run their own race and just continue to chip away. By the way, the Padres have 2 guys in the top 20 on the jersey sales, Machado and Fernando Tatis. So we've got a long way to go.
Yeah.
But I'm really encouraged with what I'm seeing.
No, I think Dave Fleming was on this show 2 weeks ago. He said this was a foundational year for the Giants.
Yes.
This is a building it up year for the Giants. And for me, I've always been of the belief that the face of your franchise, now there are exceptions, the Dodgers being one of them, but the face of your franchise is always homegrown to some extent.
Yeah, I would agree.
And for the Giants' entire 143-year history, the centerpiece of this team has always been a homegrown guy. The only exception to that is Barry Bonds, who grew up in the Giants clubhouse as a kid. So a different kind of homegrown there. That is what the Giants are going to continue to keep searching for. Buster Posey was that last great homegrown face, the franchise guy. Bryce Eldridge, are you that guy? We'll find out in due time. We were talking about, this team and how great the great start that we're seeing here. Matt Chapman, did you see that play he had in the 4th inning last night? My goodness, he bobbled the ball and still got the guy out. Goes to his right, deep in foul territory, not super deep, but pretty deep in foul territory, bobbles the ball with his right hand, and then fires a strike to first base to get the runner. That guy is such a tone setter that they did not have in 2022 and 2023. No, Jock Peterson was not that guy. He was too busy getting larger and larger to be that guy. Matt Chapman is a tone setter that the Giants have not had since Buster Posey. Even on the nights when Chapman isn't hitting, which was not last night, just having him there, having that tone that he sets.
I would agree.
He is the closest thing the Giants have right now to that face of the franchise guy, among your hitters right now.
And if you're, a young ball player that's out there, his athleticism, his feet are awesome. His hands, his hand-eye coordination, next level. His ability to throw from different arm slots on the run, in the hole, off the back foot, off the front foot. I just think we underrate his arm. We talk about in football, like a quarterback's arm and the ability to throw from different slots. When I watch Matt Chapman on the move, on the spin, pivot, step into his throw, not step into his throw coming in, throw coming from the side. He's got every arm angle possible. He's the best defensive third baseman I've ever seen.
It's a shame that I think he usually does his warm-ups before most fans arrive, but I don't know, Chess, you've gotten there early to Warrior games, right? And you see Steph warm up.
It's intoxicating.
It's so much fun, but it's what's really fun. And I remember I was at a game with Baldy a few years ago, and he pointed this out to me. He's like, "Look, Steph, he practices every single shot that he might take in a game." And I'm watching Baldy, you're right. And shocker, Baldy was right about something. Matt Chapman, it's the same thing. When you watch him take infield before games, he literally takes every single angle, anything he might have to do in a game. He does all of it during the warm-ups there. And that's the other one. And Brandon Crawford was the same thing. It is intoxicating to watch the truly great ones go through their routine and see what they do to get into that mind space, to get into that physical space that they need to be in to be able to perform like they do at that level. And you saw with Chapman last night, that's what that hard work pays off. That's a guy, Shasta, you're a coach. That's a guy that you want your kids to emulate on the field in every single sense of the word, personality-wise, work ethic-wise, athleticism-wise, but more importantly, just the performance.
His acquisition, and now with a little bit of time removed from it and seeing his impact, it reminds me a lot of David Lee for the Warriors. The Giants were basically a dumpster fire. And I'm talking about how players viewed them. Your ballpark is not a great ballpark to hit in, period. It's just not. It's not a great ballpark to hit in. You're not a fun team to play for. That's how people viewed them. You're not going to pay top dollar.
Yeah.
Let's call it what it is. They're not going to overspend.
They were the Chris Cohen Warriors, basically.
Exactly. And they needed someone to legitimize them and jumpstart the feel goods. And I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, Matt Chapman. No,
he's really good. maybe.
Look, I don't know. I don't know. Look, let's let his career play out. Yeah. I guess where I'm going with this is that he legitimized how others view them around the league. You don't get a Willie Adames without Matt Chapman. I just don't think you do. And I look at the guy and I say to myself, like, he is a complete franchise tone setter, to your point. And yeah, I do think he's a game changer. And the first move Buster made, signing him to the extension, might end up being the equivalent David Lee acquisition for what the Warriors did. And maybe Bryce is some version of what we would hope the Steph Curry would be for this organization. That's asking a lot. Steph's a comet. You know, he's once in a lifetime, not even a generation, lifetime.
But it has to come from somewhere, though. Like I said, like
it does.
Your guy has to be a homegrown guy. I truly, especially for the Giants. I remember Gabe Kapler was on with us a couple years ago, and he said when it's your guy, when it's a homegrown guy, fans just love that more. Like, you look at the Dodgers lineup, okay, there's a lot of talent there. Otani, Freeman, Yamamoto, great players there. But you also know Clayton Kershaw is also on that list. He's been the face of that franchise forever, it seems like. You know, that's the guys that you build around. When the Giants finally get that foundational guy, hopefully it'll be Bryce Eldridge. That's what the next level for the Giants going to be. So I think, a very good Giants team. Very excited to see what they do this year. I think that if they were in any other division, I'd feel so much better about their playoff chances.
But they can still be a wild card.
No, again, the wild card will be there. I think they'll very much be in the mix for the wild card. There's going to be a lot of competition for it. We'll see if the Padres regress a little bit. Diamondbacks, I think the Diamondbacks should be very, very good this year with the pitching they have. It's going to be a battle, but this team, unlike past years, they have the tools in the weaponry, so to speak, I think, to battle with the best of them, not just in the National League West, but in the National League as a whole.
All right, we got SF Bay Drummer, who's at the game last night. SF Bay Drummer, step right up, no waiting, man. How was that last night watching those Giants in the Astro City Connects?
C5-4 fum. Boy, those Giants can score some runs.
Let's go.
But,
love it.
Man, but it was great. I was there with my two daughters, and they had a great time. I liked how Jordan Hicks. I can see the difference from last year opposed to like the start of this year. It was kind of rocky in the beginning, I guess, because he had the jitters, but he settled down and like he wasn't just firing everything, like just heating them up. He was actually like pacing himself, and if he does that, I think he can last longer throughout the year. And I love like how the small ball and the steals, like which we didn't see last year, we were able to see it this year. They're generating runs. I still don't agree with the lineups. I would love to see Lamont Wade either at number 3 or either number 9 to move Tyler Fitzgerald up. I don't like Pat Bailey like at number 5 either. I'd rather have Wilmer's hot right now. I'd rather move him up too. Because I mean we're getting the runs, but you know I mean it's a long season. I'm pretty sure the lineup would change. I wish we could have shut out the game, but I didn't like the move for Spencer Bivens. It kind of like just derailed everything, and they put Camilo in too early. But I really think the Giants could really have a good competitive season, and we could maybe even make a wild card.
I agree with you.
We're winning.
We're up against it, SF Bay Drummer. Really appreciate it. We'll talk lineups. We'll get into all that. I have a simple question for you because we're going to pivot here to the Warriors. It's a huge game tonight. A huge game. Biggest game of the season by far. This is going to set the tone for the rest of the year. Would you want John Morant to be the face of your team? That's what's coming up. And it's On the Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni's out today. Sam Lubman's in. We're brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Huge Warrior game. Biggest one of the season by far. They're the 5 seed. Half game up on you. You're the 6 seed. Let's go, Dub Nation. Where you at? Who wants to set the tone? I'm ready to set the tone. The Warriors have to set the tone tonight for the rest of the year. And I'm looking at Steph Curry. And I'm looking over at John Morant. John Morant represents, Sam Lubman, everything on the surface that you would look for in a great underdog story. This is a guy who's 5'9", his freshman year in high school. All right? And went on to grow a little and become the leading scorer in his high school, in the history of the school. South Carolina, small area. He didn't have major Division I offers. He's playing in a 3-on-3 game in a gym where the Murray State coach is going to watch someone else, looks over and sees John Morant and is like, oh, well, that's interesting. And then he grows a little, obviously. He's up to 6'2", but he's not big. He's only like 170 pounds. And he goes on to Murray State and basically a mid-major program. He didn't go to any of the big ones. I mean, in the modern day, if you don't go to Ohio State or Kentucky.
Well, in the modern day, he probably would have transferred to another school or something like that. Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, we're seeing the kid Genty. He stayed with Boise State. You know, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, but you're to your point. Yeah, you're right.
You know, everybody wants to play at the big-time programs, but you just never know.
He did play 2 years in college, so, I mean, maybe that freshman year he would have done at Murray, and then year 2, goes somewhere else for the NIL money, but that wasn't the case back then. So, yeah.
But he's a first-round pick after basically dominating that sophomore year, and he's the second pick overall. And I think most people, were like, oh, this is a good player. He's dynamic. Oh, we'll see. Well, he ends up being Rookie of the Year. NBA All-First rookie team, obviously, and has just been amazing ever since. 2-time All-Star. But it's all the stuff he represents off the field, off the court, away from the game, that I think makes people uncomfortable. Being in the strip club, the guns, some of the shenanigans.
Yeah.
His dad along the sidelines. His dad's kind of everything we thought LeVar Ball was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, he's in his life. There's something to be said there. I don't know the inner workings of their relationship, but I can spot over-exuberant father from a mile away because I've been in sports my whole life, and there's some good and some bad with that, right? The good is you're a part of your son's life. The bad is like, are you living vicariously through him, right? And I think that there's a lot there. But when I look at Ja, I say to myself, would I want him as the face of my favorite team? Boy, he's great.
Yeah. There's a little bit of like almost a what could have been with Ja right now. Like,
what do you mean?
Well, obviously you tell his background there, and it's an incredible story. I mean, it's a true kind of rags to riches story, so to speak. It's one of the great underdog stories. I mean, who's ever heard of this guy? You say he gets noticed kind of on accident, so to speak. Goes to a mid-major his sophomore year, part of a 12-5 upset in that first round over Marquette. They lost to Florida State in the second round. But yeah, it was a truly just out of nowhere kind of rags to riches story. And that kind of story always resonates here with sports fans in America because there's a commonality to it. We all feel like that. Steph Curry is a similar thing. No one knew who Steph was. He did not have any Division I offers. He went to a little small school. He got put on the map because of what he did in the NCAA tournament.
Yep.
And much like John Morant, not big, looks kind of like the rest of us. There's like, he kind of has that element of we see ourselves in players like that. These coming up from nothing to achieve greatness kind of players, because it's a great story and just it's relatable because we all have struggles in our own lives that we overcome here. And the reason I say what could have been is because just a couple years ago, as we've mentioned, like he looked primed to take over as the dude in this league. And after that 2023 season, he was an all-star. He was an MVP candidate. Played 61 games that year. He averaged 26 points a game. He looked
26 points a game. You know how hard that is?
And he was
at 6'2"?
He was 23 years old. And then part of it was injury, but part of it was just stupidity. You do all these dumb things off the court. And listen, if it's injuries, you can come back from injuries.
Yeah.
You can always heal up, get better, and get back onto the court. But when it's stupidity, that's a lot harder to come back from, because that commonality, that kind of like sympathetic feeling we have for you, that's gone. You're just another knucklehead, and I'm done with you. So when I say what could have been, you could have been an incredibly beloved, or in some circles of NBA fandom, hated because of how good you are, in the same way that, we hate, Shohei Ohtani. Like, you lost all of that. And now you're just another, talented, knuckleheaded player that we've all just kind of moved on from.
Well, so what are the things that he's like being accused of, and what did he get in trouble for? He had a gun incident on social media where he's suspended twice, not once, twice in 2023 for brandishing a gun on Instagram Live. The first incident occurred in March at a nightclub, and the second happened in May while he was just sitting in a car with a friend.
I mean, that's fool me once. I mean, that's one of those things like fool me once or do something stupid like that once, learn your lesson. But the fact you get suspended, then you do it again, it's just, there's a level of again, I get it, he's young.
But he was on the precipice of being the face of the league.
You gotta just be smarter there.
I cannot explain to you how much the 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old kids love him. The hair, the braids, the colored braids.
He's got a great smile.
The way the hair flows when he's jumping up and down. The way he plays in terms of the energy and finishing in the lane the way that he does. And he's skinny and he's small and he jumps really high. And there's an Iverson-like quality. Even though Iverson is so unique, I don't say that lightly. There is an Iverson-like quality about him. The tattoos and the flair and the moxie and the fingers, quieting the crowd.
He just seems like he'd be especially if you're a kid, he seems like a cool guy to hang out. AI was that same thing. I remember when I was a kid, AI was the coolest player in the NBA.
Absolutely.
When I was 9, 10 years old. He was a guy just I want to hang out with that guy. He's cool, he's small, he's fast. His style of play was so cool and fun to watch. Ja, exact same thing. And yeah, he had an infectious, fun personality that I think made it very easy. If you loved him, you absolutely loved him. But if he was a guy going against your team, I'll be honest, coming out of that 2022 series, I was not a Ja Morant fan because he was just that much of a threat.
Well, he was awesome. And he had the gun incidents on social media. He had the mall security altercation, which is just, he allegedly threatened a security guard after a dispute. There was the pickup basketball incident where he was accused of assaulting a 17-year-old. And then they had the Indiana Pacers laser incident where members of the Indiana Pacers alleged that somebody in a vehicle that was associated with Ja pointed a red laser at him, which they believed was attached to a gun. It's just,
and that's where the nickname Red Dot Ja then came from. Of course, we missed one in that pickup basketball incident with a 17-year-old. Apparently, he also had a gun tucked in his waistband during that time. So you show up to a pickup game with kids, get in fights with them. You got a gun on your person. You're talking about how that's a guy that kids look up to. That's a great way to flush all that away.
Well, I also I'm born and raised in San Francisco, in the city. So I also understand that if I was born in the country somewhere, and let's just say, a rural part of America, my prerogatives on guns and, how much I brandish them, or if I brandish them, because I don't own a gun.
It might be a little bit different in Sumter, South Carolina.
That's what I'm saying. So I also acknowledge that my algorithms on what I deem to be kind of oddball behavior is going to be different than someone who was born and raised somewhere else in the country.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I totally get that. But that doesn't mean that he makes me super comfortable with representing my organization as the best player, right? When you're the face of the team, and these are corporations. Celtics just sold for $7 billion. $7 billion.
That's a lot of money.
Billions.
Billions with a B.
When you're the highest priced employee and the face of that corporation, I do believe there is a responsibility factor.
Well,
now,
there's more of a microscope that's on you, because it's not just kind of what you're representing that organization. I mean, think with Steph Curry. This is another $5-6 billion organization here with the Golden State Warriors. It's Steph. When you think Warriors, you don't think Joe Lacob. You don't think Steve Kerr.
Steph.
You think Stephen Curry.
But he's a unicorn, Sam.
Yeah.
So he's married with a family,
he's the perfect example.
He's the choir boy.
Yeah.
He's the choir boy. And I'm not naive enough to think that people aren't allowed to have differences or be themselves. I understand all that, but there is a responsibility factor. I'm also understanding that at 22 years old, with the world as my oyster, I would have been...
And a lot of money in your pocket?
Okay, look, I did some horrible things when I was in my early 20s that I tremendously regret, and I had to learn through. I know about mistakes and living mistakes better than anyone, all right? I did some things that still I'm ashamed of to this day, and I'll probably forever be ashamed of, and I've had to make amends with myself and with others. That being said, I wasn't making hundreds of millions of dollars. I was broke, right? And so I would have been even worse. Had I had hundreds of millions of dollars.
Being broke kind of limits what you can do.
Am I tripping?
No, you're
I'm
like,
being
honestly,
real.
I mean, dude, I went to college.
I would have been way worse with social media all over me being able to flip this thing in my hand, the phone open, and actually like just live broadcast to my millions of followers.
Document your nuttiness.
So I'm trying to be empathetic here, but I'm also recognizing like he's a layered individual, like when it comes to how we root for him. And I just want to know, Warrior fans or anyone out there, would you want Ja Morant to be the face of your organization? Yeah. Would you want your kids and the people in your family looking up to him? I remember when I was sitting in the living room one time, Sam, and Ray McDonald was going through some things off the field, and he was accused of some really heinous things. And some of the things I believe he was convicted for, they might have been overturned down the line. Doesn't matter. But the things that he was accused of were very serious. And I remember specifically thinking to myself, when I watched him make a tackle in a game, because he was allowed to play, because he had not been convicted, and I watched my two nieces jump up in the living room. And they're like, yes, 94, great play. And they were little girls. And I was thinking, damn, like, I don't know how comfortable that makes me feel, considering the things that he was accused of.
And they're celebrating him despite the fact that he had these awful things
hanging
on his
over
ledger.
him.
Yes.
Now,
yeah, I also that'd be uncomfortable.
I also take a step back and I realize, like, all right, he's accused. That doesn't mean he's been convicted, but it also doesn't mean that he's innocent, right? And so it's very conflicting. And Ja has not been accused of what Ray McDonald was accused of, but the gun stuff makes people uncomfortable in this country. Do I believe we have some gun issues as a country? Yeah, I do. You know, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but it is an amendment, and you have a right to bear arms.
And it makes people feel a certain way, one way or another, and that's just the reality of where we're at.
But when you are Ja Morant, I understand you're also a target, but you're also probably an extra target with a weapon on you that you're brandishing on social media. So it goes both ways. He's very complicated. I'm not all out on him, but I'm also not all in on him. And I want to know where people stand because I'm getting a lot of texts from the 707. Hell no. And that's why I thank God for Steph Curry. 408. Heck no on Ja Morant. You know, 925. Ja wasn't even born into a lifestyle like that. He was a normal middle-class kid. And so, like, true. I think people are all over the place. This is a huge game for the Warriors tonight. Huge game. They're facing the Grizzlies. And this is the guy that's trying to drive the stake through the heart of your team to end your season and put you in the box.
Yeah. I mean, he had a chance to do it a couple of years ago, but I think the kind of the pattern that develops here with Ja, would give me skepticism about seeing him be the face of a team that I root for is there's a dependability factor.
What do you mean?
You know, so like with Steph Curry, like, you know he's going to show up. You know he's going to ball out. You know he's going to put in that work ethic to be the best. But most importantly,
do you get the sense that Ja doesn't try hard on the floor?
No, I'm not saying like that. But like with Steph, you know what you're getting in terms of just what he's brought to the table. He has established his brand, so to speak, is he has an image.
He's wholesome.
He's wholesome. That's a good one there. That's a good word to use there. But with Ja, though, there is a lack of dependability in terms of, the off-court knuckleheadedness, becoming a distraction.
Self-inflicted?
So, self-inflicted wounds is a good way to put it, but it's like, you know, when we talk about Steph Curry, we want to talk about the greatness he does on the court. But with Ja Morant, it's a situation where, you know, we're spending too much time talking about things that he's not doing on the court. And that's, you always say, Shasky, I like to talk about the games. I like to talk about what's going on the court. Can you imagine, like, how many times have we been exasperated with Draymond Green because of something he said in the podcast or something he might have done off the court or certain incidents that took place in practice? You know, like, those are all things that distract from what Draymond does on the court, which is play really freaking good defense and direct the Warriors offense when they need him to. That should be the focus. You take away the nonsense from Draymond Green off the court, you got a great basketball player, but that all gets overshadowed because there's, you know, nuttiness going on off the court. Ja Morant, it's a similar situation. You could have all the talent in the world, but when you're doing dumb stuff off the court, That's what we end up talking about. And we're talking about the face of the
what about your
franchise.
Giants? What about your San Francisco? Had a player with the exact same stuff, and I'll let you think about this for a second, on and off the floor, plus the injury concerns. He was as good in baseball as Ja was. Wouldn't you sign up for that if you were a Giants fan?
See, I think there's too much of a risk there. I don't know if you really want.
I think you would, Sam. I think you're talking yourself out of it. I think you would for how boring.
Well, who's the most problematic Giant? I mean, Jock Peterson was probably not the same level of Ja in any sense of the word, but Jock Peterson, when he came to the Giants, I was excited because he was a legitimate bat, so to speak, who I thought could be a
pales in comparison.
I know, I did
to Ja Morant.
This is the closest example I have for the Giant that's recent, though. But as you saw more and more from Jock, it's just like, dude, I don't care how many home runs you hit. I don't care if you're an all-star. You're just kind of a pud to have in the clubhouse, and I don't think you bring a lot of positivity to this team, and I'm cool with you going elsewhere. I don't care how good you are at hitting.
What about the ability to grow? So, like, and I want to hear from you.
Well, if you
guys.
don't show that ability, there's always room for redemption. I don't mean to cut you off there, but there is room for redemption, and we'll see if it seems like he's kind of getting on that path. We'll see if that actually pans out. But no, there comes a point where it's just like, this is who you are. You know, back to the Draymond Green example, I've always said when the nuttiness off the court overshadows the production on the court, that's when we start to have a problem.
Okay.
And for years, Draymond Green was good enough to where, you know what, he got ejected at the end of a game. You know what, that's Draymond, because we know he's going to come back and ball the next game.
Tolerance.
So when he punched Jordan Poole, that's a moment like, you know what, you've gone too far. The stuff that you're doing off the court is now overshadowing your great performance on it, and it makes me not as big in your corner as I used to be. Ja Morant, it's kind of a similar situation where right now his off-court ledger is a little bit greater than his on-court ledger.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right. 888-957-9570. I'm seeing people text in, but I want you to call in. I want you to chime in. It's the biggest Warrior game of the year, okay? Warriors-Grizzlies, where are you? I mean, my God. Are you kidding me? I can't get a call. Warriors going for the 5 seed? They have a chance to maybe even jump up into the 4 seed? And I'm asking you a simple question. We all know Ja's so talented. Would you be comfortable with him being the face of your franchise? Like, I think it's really easy to sit here after what we've seen with Steph Curry, and he's the ultimate, almost too good to be true superstar. If I would have asked the same question in 2009 to Warrior fans, we would have signed up for Ja Morant in a heartbeat.
Well, I think that's a good point there.
In a heartbeat.
Think of the standard that we have here as Bay Area sports fans in terms of face of the franchise. Go back to the 1980s, Joe Cool, Joe Montana. I've never heard anyone say anything negative about Joe Montana. Now, granted, there was no social media back then.
There's some off-the-field stuff with Joe when it comes to partying.
Okay, I mean, everyone partied back. It was the 80s. If you weren't partying, what are you doing? But again, that was during a time where there was no. I'm sure if there was Twitter fingers going around and taking
it's harder now than ever.
It's a totally different story.
Which is why LeBron and Steph, you have to give them tremendous credit because
they elevate their.
They have not one negative thing off the floor.
But Joe Montana, for the most part, he comported himself in a way that made you proud that he was the face of your franchise.
Buster Posey.
That was the one I was getting to next time. Buster Posey come around at the same time as Stephen Curry. If you want to look at, I'm wearing my Sharks stuff today. Look at the Sharks. They've had some great representatives in Joe Thornton, Patrick Marleau, and Joe Pavelski who have represented that franchise. Here in the Bay Area, we have been very, very fortunate to have a collection of face of the franchise type players that just make you feel proud to get behind and root for those guys. Because, if I bring us like, I'm a big fan of Buster Posey. What's the knock on Buster Posey? There really isn't. When you have a player that you root for, that you love, where the knocks on them are, he doesn't have a hit in this game or something like that. Like, that's the best thing you could come up with.
Sam, you're completely, like, Barry Bonds is one of the most hated individuals.
And that's why I kind of skipped over him, because that is the other side of the story.
And Giants fans I know what I signed up for.
We backed it. We kind of dug our heels in on that one.
Because he was our guy.
He was our guy, and there was a little bit of like, we're going to circle the wagons around our guy. He was our local guy, and really up until the end, that was when the steroid thing exploded. Even Bonds was still a guy you felt proud to root for until the end, but by then,
the media hated him. He was considered a jerk. He had teammates that didn't like him. He yelled at Jim Leland. There's a famous video.
I remember that. Well, he was with the Pirates for that one.
But that follows you everywhere you go. So I think it's easy for us to thumb our nose down at Ja Morant. I think it's a lot harder to actually, when you are one of these teams, I think it's a lot harder. Like, let's say you were the Charlotte Hornets. They would sign up for Ja in a heartbeat.
Well, I think that goes like again. In 2009, a lot of fans in the Bay Area probably would sign up for a Ja Morant type of the face of the franchise. I think here in the Bay Area, we have elevated our standards for what we want our face of the franchise type player to be, and that is because of Stephen Curry. That is because of Buster Posey.
Okay,
and now I think. Yeah, nowadays the standard is going to be higher. Give it a couple years when Steph has since retired and there's going to be a new search for a face of the franchise for the Warriors. That's going to be a high bar to clear. Macklin Celebrini with the Sharks, he's going to have a huge microscope on him his entire career. Now, of course, the Sharks, they're not as grand of a franchise as the Warriors, but that's an organization that's going to be moving forward.
You can give me as many Macklin Celebrinis as you want. Ja Morant is a cultural phenomenon. He supersedes the NBA. He crossed over. Very few guys do this. Shohei is trying to cross over.
Yeah.
Paul Skeens right now is trying to cross over. This is baseball examples. Yeah. Steph's crossed over.
Skeens has a chance to absolutely be that next guy. And there's going to be a microscope on him too now.
Yeah. Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. Jimmy, step right up, no waiting. What do you got on the Warriors side? Huge game. And Ja Morant. Do you want Ja Morant to be the face of your team? Would you take him?
Of course I would.
I agree.
I think the organization has had time to surround him with veterans. So, it's not like the organization didn't see what was going on. But this game tonight is probably the biggest game of the year. You've got three big dogs coming in after this. You've got the Minnesota Timberwolves possibly losing two major players for that brawl. They're going to probably be gone for the rest of the season. And I mean, we just need another person to hit threes besides Curry. I mean, you got Buddy, you got Post, you got a great game from Pods. We need some outside shooting, and this dog is limping. We gotta.
I agree.
We can't lose this game. I mean, we're going to lose at least one of the three games coming up, most likely. So, I mean, we've got one of the harder schedules. You got the Clippers surging. We cannot drop this game.
I'm totally with you, Jimmy, and great call. This is a huge game for the Warriors. Absolutely huge game. This feels, to me, like the litmus test for, are you going to actually do something in the playoffs or not? Are you going to show up and do something?
Stakes are very high on this one.
There's no doubt. We've got something fun. We're going to continue this conversation. I'm also, when you're 23, I'm more able to give you second, third, and fourth chances because I got them. When you're 35, 36, 37, 47, I'm probably less inclined to be as empathetic and graceful when it comes to multiple chances. I would take Ja. Would you take Ja as the face of your franchise? That's what's coming up on The Game, and it's brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
redemption left in him. Do you think he can, redeem his image, that face of the franchise, that face of the league
Is
identity
he good
enough? Is he good? Well, that's the thing. Is he good enough to redeem himself in that sense? Or is I've always, as I said the last
think he's good enough? Has he been lapped by other players?
I do think he has. I think you brought up Anthony Edwards. I think Anthony Edwards is right now holding the keys to the league that were once going to be. Like, the keys were in the palm of Ja's hand, and then they yanked them right out of his hand, and they put those keys into Anthony Edwards, who, even in the 7th seed right now, looks like the next dude here in the NBA once this current crop of stars
But here's the thing about Anthony Edwards that I think is very important in this conversation. Whether we're talking about Steph Curry, LeBron, whomever, authenticity is extremely important to America right now. Look at who's really popular in any platform. Once we find out something's not as authentic as we think it is, everyone jumps ship.
We want a golden child.
No, I don't know about golden. We just want you to be you and be authentically you. Okay, Sam, I love you. You're quirky.
Yeah.
You're a little different, all right? But it's authentically you. And that's why I love you. It's authentically who you are. I think a lot of people think that Ja acts hood and he's not from the hood.
That's a good point.
And I'm using air quotes on these things. And I think that knocks him because he's not authentically who he should be. And I think for a lot of people, he's not authentic. Whereas Anthony Edwards is kind of like in his own stratosphere of being authentically himself. Where like Steve Kerr's talking to him in this documentary about the Olympics, and you could just tell no, he really thinks he is the greatest at everything he does. He's authentically himself. I think that there's something about Ja that people think is inauthentic, whereas someone like Allen Iverson is authentically himself. And that rawness is almost endearing and lovable, whereas Ja's feels a little manufactured.
Well, when you try to act like you're some tough guy from one space, but everybody knows you actually grew up in a completely different space with, I'm hard because I didn't have this and I had to grow up dealing with this, but you actually grew up in a little cushy house with, a nice soft room to be in, and things were kind of made easy for you. Like, that's kind of where I talk about, the rags to riches thing, but there's nothing worse when someone who had those kind of comforts acting like they didn't. Because, there are people who actually did have those struggles, and when you do not come from that life, but act like you do come from that life, that's going to rub people the wrong way, especially because, what do you mean you try to act this certain way? I'm using generic terms here, but, you're trying to act like you're so tough, like you're so this, like you're so that. We all know that's not who you are. And if there is, we say fraud. Don't be a fraud. And that is a turnoff there.
What was the movie with Justin Timberlake, Alpha Dog Boys?
Alpha Dog. Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Like everybody, nobody wants to be labeled that, right?
Yeah.
And I get that. Brock Purdy. Why is Brock Purdy? If you bring up the name Brock Purdy, we argue about how good he is.
We know what he is,
but we know what he stands for.
He's a good, happy wholesome Christian boy, wholesome guy. Takes the wholesome ads with Toyota. There's just there. When I see Brock talk, it's just this is who you are. There's that video of him a couple years ago singing Friends in Low Places at a bar. That's as loose as Brock gets.
Exactly.
Picking up a guitar, hat backwards, singing at a bar with all of his friends. I'm sure he's probably never even had a sip of alcohol,
But it's authentically who he is.
It's real, exactly.
Okay, now Russell Wilson, why is he being rejected by 1,000 teams?
It looks like he tries too hard.
And the play on the field hasn't been as good, but he's not authentic.
He tries way too hard to put on some certain element, what the story about a couple years ago, he's trying to do calisthenics on the plane. Look at me, I'm the hard-working guy. Look how committed I am. It's dude, no, we're on a plane. Sit down and shut up. That's
those people in America. Drake is a great example. People don't think that he's authentically who he presents himself to be. And I think a lot of people were waiting for his downfall. So John Morant, there's so many questions on this. Yeah. Do you want him, 888-957-9570, would you want him as the face of your franchise?
Yeah.
And more importantly, heat index. And what I mean by heat index, I mean intensity index for this Warrior-Grizzly game tonight. I'm not feeling it. I'm feeling some nervous energy from the Bay. What is going on?
Yeah, where are the Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. What's the intensity index for this game? If it's a 1, that's a game you're not getting up from. I don't think this game is a 1. If you look at this game as a 10, like Joe Shasky does, that means this game has all the stakes. And I kind of have to agree with you, Shasky. And my intensity index for tonight, I'd probably put it about at a 9.5 right now, because it's not quite a playoff game. You're basically on life support to get out of the box if you do lose tonight, but you're not dead in the water. But tonight is also, there's a statement that you can make tonight in that whatever's been going on these last week or so, this team's been kind of struggling or whatever, the shooting woes, they are in a bit of a shooting slump right now. You have a great game tonight. You come out and you ball out and you show out. I believe it's a nationally televised game tonight too, so you're going to be doing it on the big stage with everyone to see. Let the country know the Warriors are coming. They are going to be a massive force, and it's not the Jimmy Butler boost. It's been great. This would be the signature win of the Jimmy Butler era for the Warriors to hang their hat on.
I'm not even thinking about Jimmy today, even though yesterday I brought him up. To me, it's Steph Curry. Where is Steph? I need a Steph performance tonight. This is one of the faces of what was going to be the league against you, and this is your season on the line, and you're the superstar. Everything revolves around you. You're the sun, and we're all rotating around it.
You're the straw that stirs the drink.
I need Steph Curry tonight. My index in terms of how much intensity is wrapped into this game, when I know it's a back-to-back for Memphis, and I know they lost last night, and you're a half game out, and you have a chance to lock in a playoff spot, it's out of 10. All right. I'm looking at this as a straight-up playoff game. That's the way I'm viewing it.
Playoffs basically start today. You got 8 games left in the season. You got 4 games this week that are basically going to make or break where you're at in the playoffs. Now, I don't want to get too ahead of the schedule, but yeah, playoff intensity, that's got to be there because your playoff run basically starts right now. You start making these statements tonight. Steph Curry, you ball out. Jimmy Butler, you ball out. Draymond Green, you shut these guys down. That's how you get these things rolling. When the Warriors are in the playoffs, it's fun, but when they're dominating the playoffs, it's even better. I want to see that domination start tonight. Set that tone that's going to carry this team into a playoff run that will hopefully go multiple rounds deep.
Right. Carter, I want to play some of the music and get teed up, but I am so exhausted by talking about the role players. Look, I understand teams win championships. Pajewski, Buddy Hield, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga. I'm exhausted talking about them. Tonight's about a Steph statement game for me. Steph statement game for me. You want to make 60 large? It's got to start with Steph Curry tonight. Give me the sound. I want to hear from the people. 888-957-9570. They're starting to call in. They're starting to wake up. I know it rained this morning. I know it rained last night. But where are you at? I am scalding hot on this game. Grizzlies, Warriors, chance to be the 5 seed, chance to lock in a playoff spot, not worry about the play-in,
get further away from it.
Week off. I want to hear from the people. Give me the sound, Carter, when we're ready, and I'm going to tell you where I'm at on the scale of 1 to 10 in terms of intensity for this game. I'm just so pumped. I'm thinking about all the different machinations. They fired their coach, the Memphis Grizzlies, with 10 games to go in the season. The Warriors acquired Jimmy Butler at the deadline. These are 2 teams going in opposite directions as we head toward the playoffs. The Grizzlies at one point were all the way up to the 3 seed, and they've just fallen and fallen and fallen and fallen. And last night, Kristaps Porzingis and Jason Tatum took them down, had a 40-point quarter in the second quarter, and thank you, Boston Celtics. We are feeling good. Let's go to Will and Marin. Will, step right up, no waiting. How are you feeling about this game tonight? Where is your intensity index at? 1 through 10. This is a 10 for me.
For me, it's a 12, and this is why. I'm going to piggyback off one of the questions that you asked yesterday, and I know you're going to kill me. I know you think it's a Steph game, but what really needs to happen is these young guys need to get into the mindset that they belong there, that they didn't make the Warriors team because someone felt bad for them. They have to believe in the process. They have to believe in the veterans around them, and they all have to play together because that's how the Warriors win basketball games. They play together. And no, I would not want John Morant for my franchise because I already have Steph Curry, baby. Look how he traveled.
Will, what if you didn't have Steph? What if you didn't have Steph? Would you take, like hypothetically, where the Giants are at right now, would you take a John Morant type to lead the San Francisco Giants, hypothetically?
Sure, why not? I just don't want him to go down to, Fillmore Street and wave any guns at the club because that's not who he is. He's a really good athlete, and he just needs to stick to that. Like, do I want John Morant as a player? Of course, I'd be lying to you, but I don't want his fake aura or his fake attitude. That's the only thing that kind of isn't about it for me. But anyways, back to the Warriors. I just think that they have to come together. They have to play. And yes, this is a very high-intensity game. The playoffs should already be starting in their mind because whatever carries over after tonight is what I believe they will be in the playoffs.
I'm with you. All right, so he's with me.
I like what he said at the end there. Yeah.
He's got it at 12. All right, 888-957-9570. That is the text line. That is the phone number to call in. It's pretty straightforward to me. Where you at on 1 to 10 intensity index? I'm at a 10. Will and Marin's at a 12. He's at a 12. Lemon, where are you at?
I put it at a 9.5 right now. It's getting close to a 10 because it's just like we've said it ad nauseum at this point. The stakes are so high for this game. You win, you're in that 5 seed.
Huge.
You're breathing down the Lakers, who look who's coming to town right after that. Well, the Warriors are going to LA right after that, so you have a chance to keep moving up. Like, this is the run up to the playoffs. Like, this is it. The playoffs are starting today. Let's set that tone. So, yeah, this is about as intense as it gets. You're looking at Steph Curry tonight. I want to see a little bit more from Jimmy. Like, I want to see a Steph and Jimmy game. Like, remember back in the day when it was Steph and KD and those guys are just trading buckets and just running up the score and just having a great time doing it? Let's see these two in tandem together, locked in together, doing what we brought Jimmy Butler to do, which was make sweet music with the chef. That's who I'm kind of looking at tonight. Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Butler said, I can elevate my game when I need to. I can be that guy when I need to. You know what, Jimmy? Playoffs are starting tonight. I need to see playoff Jimmy right now, tonight. That's where I'm at. So I know you're getting intense on Steph. I love that. I'm going to get intense on Jimmy because you were brought here. You were given $60 million per year to be that dude in these moments. I like what I'm seeing from Jimmy Butler so far, but I want to start loving what I see from Jimmy Butler so far. Tonight is the night where Jimmy Butler starts giving us that kind of brand of basketball that we love seeing. We've been seeing Jimmy Butler, but I want Jimmy freaking Butler starting out tonight.
Wow. Play the music. Crank this. You'll get to know this about me, Sam, even though you've been producing me forever. There's just certain songs that hit harder. So you're at what? You're at a 9?
9.5.
9.5. What's the half? I mean, you might as well go all the way. I mean, Jesus, just the tip. All right, Carter, where are you at? Because I'm going to tell you right now, the 408 Heat Index. It's time for Steph to put night on the franchise. Their downfall started back when the Warriors crushed the Grizz in the playoffs in 22. Tonight, they lower the casket. I've got it at a 10. That's from the 408. From the 415, I've got it at a 7. You could still lose this game and still make the playoffs. Carter, where are you at? I'm at a 10.
I'm at a 15. Absolutely. This is the most important game by far. You have to win this. You cannot afford to get in the box. This team has been awful in the box. And this year, they have real momentum to go far. So, got to get in.
I mean, this one is going to tell me everything about the mindset of this team. I feel like we're going to know in the first quarter. If they show up in the first quarter, this team is going to be ready to go. And look, you're on the road. I think it's going to galvanize the team. The role players have been playing good, but I'm tired of hearing about the role players. It's about the big dogs. It's about Steph and Jimmy and Dre. And I need to see it from them. 888-957-9570. Keep the music going. Greg in Canada, where are you at on the intensity index, 1 through 10? And would you want Ja Morant to be the face of your team?
I don't think Greg in Canada is yet ready yet, but Dublin Marge in the YouTube chat.
What does she say?
She's giving this a 9. This is a big one
9.
here. Fly Golf FG, he's making this a 10. I kind of agree. Going in the other direction here, Raymond M, he wants the Rockets and wants to be in the 7th seed, so he's putting a 4.
Wow. They want to be in the play-in.
You see, I don't want to take a chance with a one-off game right now. I want the Warriors to have the week off to get ready because, again, this is an older team. They're going to need the time off, Shasky. The playoffs have a lot of time off, so let's get as much time off as possible. Rossi in the chat, 8.5. That's where he's at. This stretch of games, these 4, that's a 10 for him.
But this one tonight knocks them down and brings you up, and you get the tiebreaker. So it's like a 2-game swing. Let's go to Greg in Canada. Greg, intensity meter, 1 through 10. Where you at?
Tonight we got to be at an 11. We're going into the FedEx issue with the Grizzlies. Honestly, we already got a lot of problems with these guys. And I think it's all on Steph tonight.
I completely agree. It all flows downhill from Steph Curry, number 30.
That's your face.
I mean, we've been talking so much about the faces and Ja Morant and this and that. And look, Jason Tatum, he wants to be the face of the league.
He tries so hard. We talk about inauthenticity. Jason Tatum, I don't know who you are because you're too busy trying to be Steph, Kanye, Kobe, like KG. Like you're just a goober is what you are.
And he doesn't have the aura of a Ja. You're going to see it tonight. Ja's going to do something that will drop your jaw. He will. You just know he will. Let's go out to Oreo Cookie. Oreo Cookie, 888-957-9570. Would you want Ja to be the face of your team? And where are you at? Intensity index, 1 through 10. Oreo Cookie, what do you got?
What up? What up? First of all, yeah, I would take John Morant. There is no reason not to, man. We've got a trouble guy on our team right now. So John Morant, for sure.
That's a good point.
Now, for these next 4 games, I'm at a 10, baby. This is the reason why we made this team. This is why Dunleavy brought Butler out here. I'm at a 10, baby. I hope we do this 4-0, baby. You heard it here. Let's do it. Woo!
4-0. 4-0. Now, they're going to have no Jonathan Kuminga, no GP2. Who's guarding Ja tonight?
Well, JK is currently a game time decision, but it's.
I got the feeling he's not going to play.
I know. I got that feeling too.
Who's guarding Ja?
Carlos Guido in the chat giving this a 20. He hates Memphis. Even threw a little fire emoji in there too. So you know he's running hot right now.
Do we still hate Memphis?
Not as. I don't think they're like at the top of the hate list. They just. I was so ready for them to be the next team that I hate, too. But they didn't really live up to the challenge. Here's a baseball example. Remember Giants-Phillies back at the beginning of the 2010s? Like, that looked like it was going to be a decade-long cross-country battle between the Giants and the Phillies. And then the Phillies just fizzled out. And we never really got to hate Philadelphia until these last few years. That's what it kind of felt like for the Grizzlies. They were primed to be that big bugaboo for the Warriors that they would have to go through. And they're just kind of there now at this point.
You brought up something kind of interesting because I think it's a Steph game tonight. I think you absolutely need a spectacular Steph tonight.
Yeah, and I'm not
you keep bringing up Jimmy Butler. You're not alone. We've been seeing Jimmy Butler from the 510. I want Jimmy buckets. Really? I mean, I'm seeing other people. Hey, we really haven't had a Jimmy Butler on a 10 tonight. I need a big Jimmy Butler. This is from the 510 to show up and ball out. Barista Jimmy, playoff Jimmy, and Jimmy buckets all in one need to show up in the playoffs. All right, I guess I'll ask people, Steph or Butler? Who is this a bigger game for?
Who's it more intense for? I mean, I think it's one of those questions that is kind of a cop-out answer. I think it's kind of intense for both of them.
No,
that's why I say, like,
I'm not letting you do that.
Okay, fine.
I'm
You
not letting you do that.
You can shoot me off of that one because I want to see it. But yeah, it's Jimmy Butler was the guy who was brought in here to be that boost of life. And, you know, it's been good so far, but this is where I want to see that next level of Jimmy Butler. Like, I want to see that next level of
when he's guard Ja. Does he guard Ja?
Ooh. I think that might be a good
I think they're going to try Moody on him to start because he's big. I don't know. I don't like the lateral quickness. I don't know if I like that matchup for him.
Probably see some Draymond on too.
Pods on Ja? He did that on Trae Young and he got destroyed.
I'd rather see Jimmy or Draymond on Ja.
I mean, look, we all acknowledge it's going to be a variety of guys, but I feel like it's going to be
who you
Moody.
feel best with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Moody to start. I mean, that'd be a tough test for him. If he can handle it, that'll be incredibly encouraging for the rest of this playoff
From the 2-5-3, I'm on a 9 for tonight. But my question for you guys is, what kind of playoff numbers do you guys need to see out of Jimmy for you guys to say this is playoff Jimmy that we're asking for? So if I asked you, playoff Jimmy showed up tonight, what would the stat line look like?
I mean, I think at minimum there's got to be 30 points on the board.
30?
Yeah.
I think it's like 25, 10, and 9. Like,
I'll take that too.
I think he needs like close to a triple-double with 25 points.
And I need if it's a close game in the fourth, like I want to see a bit of a Jimmy Butler takeover there.
A closeout?
Yeah, I want to see him because not that long ago, we were asking if Steph could be the one on this team and that maybe Jimmy Butler might need to be the one. I could see this being games like, you know what? If Jimmy ever wants to be the one on this team, showcase tonight why you are capable of doing that.
You know what cannot happen? Is a Jimmy no-show like against the Miami Heat. Even if the Warriors win this game, if Jimmy no-shows, I am going to come in tomorrow.
That's going to be massively concerning.
It's going to be a really negative on what would be an otherwise awesome night.
The anger scale will be off the
he's just, I need him to play well in these important games. That's why we got him. Like, we had Wiggins, and there would be games where he would fade and the team would still win. Like, you got Jimmy to put his thumb on the scale on big games like tonight. Let's go out to Dave in San Francisco. Dave, step right up. What do you got, man? What do you got on that intensity index for tonight?
I am on 100. We need this game bad. We need to start this 4-game stretch, and we need to put our foot on necks. We need to get in the top 4 seed. Tonight, this is where it starts. Playoff Jimmy comes alive, triple-double, 30 points, whatever it takes, and we going to lock them down on defense. Draymond's going to have a masterclass. Steph's going to go off. Jimmy's going to go off. Big 3. Here we go. Let's get it. Dub Nation, baby.
I mean, this team is big. This is a team with Jaren Jackson Jr., who I am
such a bear.
I'm actually more scared of him tonight than Ja. But the combination of Ja's speed in the half court and their inability to have a perimeter point of attack of defender, combined with the big glass-eating, dynamic player of JJJ, this is a recipe for a bad matchup, quite frankly.
Hit JJJ and Zach Edey down low, gobbling up rebounds. Like, they're going to be a force down Edey. Low. He's to be good. It's going to be a tough one there. Another reason, I think another layer I want to add on to this here in terms of what I think this adds to the intensity of tonight. If you're the Warriors, a win tonight, you have a chance to really kind of elevate yourselves with the win, but you kind of have a chance to really kind of knock the Grizzlies deeper into this spiral that they're in right now. They're on a 3-game losing streak. They've lost 3 of their last 10. They have struggled against above 500 competition. They've lost their last 13 games against teams above 500. After this game, though, Shasky, they got to go on the road for 3 games. Miami, Detroit, Charlotte. Miami, Detroit, good team. Charlotte, they stink. And they finish out with Minnesota, Denver, and then home against Dallas. Like, you could really send this Grizzlies spiraling even deeper into the box here. Like, that is just another, like, you could not only elevate your season, you kind of kick the Grizzlies season into its own little tailspin.
Last night, they played the Celtics. Last night, Jalen Wells, 26 minutes. Last night, Jaren Jackson Jr., 33 minutes. Last night, Zach Edey, only 13. Desmond Bane, 32. John Morant, 35.
Oh, they're tired.
Aldama, 35. There are no excuses for the Warriors to not come out and punish this team when they're on the back end of a back-to-back.
And they're reeling. They're going through a crazy coaching change right now. I don't know if you read The Athletic, Sam Amick and some other people teamed up to write a story about kind of what kind of went down there. Basically, they fired up, the TLDR of it is they fired a bunch of assistants over the offseason, brought in some new guys, brought in a new different offense. Ja, who's always
what
been...
What is the TLDR? What?
Too long didn't read.
I never heard that.
You never heard that one?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
too long didn't read.
You learned something new today.
Coach Hall and Vallejo. Coach Hall, step right up, no waiting. What do you got on this game tonight?
Hey, what's up, brothers? I'm in San Diego, not Vallejo.
Oh, my bad.
There's a lot of coaches that call into the show.
My bad, dude.
It's all good. I think Moody's gonna be the primary defender tonight, and the way that he played Brunson and guarded Trae Young, I think his lateral quickness is gotten a lot better.
Okay,
and I think he got Andre Iguodala hands potential. So I look forward to seeing him get better.
That's a big comp, though, Coach. That's a big comp. Come on.
Well, but if you look over the last few games, like he's stripping the ball, he's diving on the floor, he's poking it loose. So I think the potential is there. He's not Iggy yet, but I think it can get there. But as far as the playoffs, I'm rolling with Steph. I still think we're missing that void of like a Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole, what they did in that 2022 run. So I don't know if Jimmy could be that. I think he can, but I just don't know if we're going to get that. But we still got to get somebody to feel like that Jordan Poole boy, the 17, 20 points, burst off the bench. It could be JK, but I don't know, man. We just have to wait and see. But that's my take on it.
Yeah, tonight is a huge one. I mean, I could feel the intensity now.
Especially if JK plays. Which, I mean, I
have no idea what I'm going to get for that guy.
Well, that whole thing was weird. So he goes down on Saturday night, leaves at the end of the first half. Initially, they called it an ankle injury, which was weird. Like, you go back and watch the play, and I'm pretty sure he fell down on his hip. Not sure how that's an ankle issue, but they call ankle. Maybe he came down weird on the ankle beforehand. And then they switched to another pelvic contusion, the last one being Steph's, which pelvic contusions, they're going around right now. So a very weird situation there. He seemed very confident after that Sunday night game that he's going to be playing tonight. Is that just a player feeling overconfident? He says he knows his body because he was a little, he kind of knew at that last ankle injury that this could be a little bit of a recovery time here. So the JK conundrum, it's a whole new, it's not just what's he going to do on the court. Is he going to make it onto the court? I mean, is this one of those games where you really want to see him on the court, or are you okay kind of giving him an extra night to make sure he's right for this stretch run? I don't know if we want to answer any of those questions right now because it's such a cloud, but.
All right, JK, I get it.
I'm not trying to harp on JK.
No, it's a part of it. Like they need him to at least be active and available tonight. Because I'm referencing, if Moody gets 2 quick fouls, you're in some trouble.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're going to need JK's defense. But let me ask you this one. The last time Steph Curry scored 30 was 7 games ago. 7.
That's been.
I think it's time for a Steph 40 burger. I really do. If I ask you, Steph 40, playoff Jimmy, which one are you taking?
I mean, I've just been on the Jimmy train so much this morning.
You're all on Jimmy.
I kind of want to see it. And again, I'm not saying that like come down too hard on Jimmy. It's just like when he came here, like I was excited. This is a dude who's bringing an attitude that I really want to see on this team. And I just want to see Jimmy freaking Butler. Like I want to see the awakening of playoff Jimmy, because I think playoff Jimmy plus what you see from Steph, like that is sweet music that very other teams can really kind of keep tune with. And so I want to see that start tonight. It's been very good with Jimmy so far.
Yeah.
I need to see very great now. So that's why I keep harping on Jimmy.
What kind of floor game are you looking for him? Are you looking for him to play? I think defensively, I have yet to see him take on the assignment that Wiggins does. And I'm not saying you got to do it for all 30 minutes of the game, but I think there are seminal points early and late in games where I would like to see him crank it up on Ja. I want to see that matchup.
I want him to get aggressive in there with Ja. I want to see him get aggressive up there with Ja, kind of throw Ja out of his game a little bit there. Because, Jimmy, he's a guy that, again, when he wants to make someone's life miserable on the court, we know he's capable of doing it. Going all the way back to that, infamous practice in Minnesota where he took all the third stringer and said, hey, let's go make Wiggins and Cat miserable. Like, that is a guy that when he wants to elevate his game and be that guy and just look at you in the eye and just be like, oh, you're going to have a miserable night tonight. Like, I want miserable Ja tonight because of what Jimmy Butler does to him on the defensive end.
If you lose, you're in the box. The Clippers are winning and winning and winning.
Like, that alone should motivate Jimmy to elevate his game.
Like, this team has 3 of their best players that are closer in age to me than they are to you, okay? And I'm old, all right? So let's just call it what it is. They need a week off.
They do.
They desperately need a week off.
We have Anthony Slater on every week a couple times. Now we've always asked, like, what's the concern? What's the concern? He has said on multiple occasions, and we can ask him again tomorrow. He'll probably say it again. The age of this team is the one thing that gives him pause.
Which is why I think tonight, the more and more I think about it, yes, Steph needs to be the catalyst. But like, if Jimmy coasts through this game and kind of like is passive, I'm telling you, man, I'm going to be really ticked off.
So the style points will kind of matter tonight. That's what I'm like.
You got to win first.
Well, yeah. Well, let's say if it's an ugly game, they gut it out.
You're in trouble.
Let's say they gut out an ugly win. Steph goes, 9 for 23 shooting. Jimmy Butler puts up a 19 points, but is solid on defense. Like, it's just seeming like, yeah, you got the win, but it's not one of those let's put it on the refrigerator wins. Is that do anything for you? Like, does the way they win tonight matter, or if they just come out with an ugly, gutted out win? Well,
obviously the win's going to supersede anything.
Well, obviously, but I guess it's
you got
the quality.
Jimmy Butler.
Does the quality of the win, I guess, matter tonight?
Sam, you got Jimmy Butler for these types of games to show up. All right, like you brought him in to win the playoff games. Yeah. This is a playoff game.
So if they win and Jimmy, even with a big win, but Jimmy doesn't do anything, that's going to kind of that's going to be a problem tomorrow morning.
Well, not a problem. Not a problem, but he better show up in the other games.
So that's why I think the style points kind of come into play tonight. Like, with a win tonight, it needs to be a Steph showing out game. It needs to be a Jimmy Butler showing out game. It needs to be a Draymond Green, please don't get in any sort of trouble on the court kind of game. I didn't even think about
that. This is the place of where he got kicked out of game 1.
He was going all WWE in that first. That was one of the most bizarre Draymond Green ejections I can remember. And there is a laundry list
of bizarre about it.
Well, first of all, the way he was jumping up, like, I was at the time, like, they're reviewing something, they're reviewing the play, whatever, and he starts jumping up and down. At first, I thought it's like, oh, whatever the ruling is clearly in his favor. He's looking really excited right now. And then he walks off the court. I'm like, wait a minute. Did he just get ejected out of nowhere?
He ran around the arena, cupping his ear like he was Macho Man in the early 90s.
Like, it was insane. I'm watching like, what is our guy doing right now?
It was unreal.
And then they still, I think, won that game, which blew me away. Like, wow, they won an intense playoff game without Draymond Green. But yeah, no, can you just I know he really likes Zach Edey. He's got a really good relationship with him. And so that, we'll see how that goes. I say that facetiously, of course. I don't think Draymond likes him at all. Draymond just does not respect what Zach Edey is in the NBA. He's like, oh yeah, he plays in the NBA, but I don't think he really respects Zach Edey. So it'll be interesting to see those two tangle at it tonight. And, the book is out on Draymond. It's been out for a while. If you can get under his skin, get him into foul trouble, get him angry, you might be able to kind of run him off the court there. My guess is Zach Edey's going to try and do that. JJJ and him, they've battled a lot over the years, a couple Michigan State Spartans there. So the Draymond element is like, I need super locked in. I am going to go podcast about this afterwards because I'm going to be that happy about my performance tonight, Draymond Green, in this game tonight.
Here's what I got going. I got Steph starting, Butler starting, Dre starting. And I'm rolling with Moody and Quentin Post. I want to start the game with Quentin Post.
A little bit big. I like it.
Because I want to draw Edey out if he's going to start. I want to draw Edey out of the paint. And I got Dre guarding JJJ, which is a tough matchup for him, period. It's a really bad
That is a slugfest.
QB on Edie. I got Butler on Desmond Bane. I got Moody on Ja. That's what I'm rolling with today.
I like that. Yeah. No, I'll go along with that.
This is a big one. And then Jalen Wells is the other guy. And I'm sure Jalen Wells is the one who's probably going to, is he the guy that they throw on Steph, you think? I don't know.
Then maybe a little Jaren Jackson too, or is that? Jaren Jackson, he is their best defender.
He might stay on Butler.
That's actually
just sag
that might be a better one
and
for
be
him,
able to play like free safety. They'll probably put Edie on Draymond and just say, we dare you.
How much time is Marcus Smart? Is Marcus Smart playing? Marcus Smart would be playing tonight. I wonder how much.
I don't think he played last night. I think he's hurt.
I didn't see him on the injury report though for the Grizzlies, but I don't know. We'll find out when the game starts.
There you go. He's on the Wizards. There you go. He got traded.
Oh, okay, they still have him on the roster here, but there you go.
Yeah.
Well, that shows how impactful he is.
Shows how much all of us were paying attention to some of these dumps late in the season.
Well, in fairness, I
forgot Brandon Ingram was on the Wizards.
Well, in fairness, I don't have League Pass, so I'm lagging in that situation.
Is JK going to suit up today? Oh, my God. There's so many questions. This is such a big game for the Golden State Warriors. Grizzlies, Warriors, opportunity for the Warriors to jump up into the 5 seed. They legitimately have a chance to get into the 4 hole. Legitimately, this week, if they take care of business. I'm going to start with one game at a time. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
It's very easy to look ahead, but yeah, it starts tonight. That journey starts tonight.
And this is another chance to say night-night to Ja and the Grizzlies in the FedEx Forum. All right, let's go to the injury report. Let's see who's injured, who's not, what's going on here. All eyes are on Jonathan Kuminga. He's listed as questionable for tonight's contest between the Warriors and the Grizzlies due to a right pelvic contusion, not the ankle. It is the pelvic contusion. Kuminga suffered the injury near the end of the first half Sunday's game against the Spurs and was ruled out shortly after. He told the Chronicle's Sam Gordon after the game he was straight, quote unquote, and hopeful to not miss time. We'll find out later today if that'll be true. And the injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's a very simple question that I'm asking people today. We got Grizz, we got Dubs, we got it out here. 95.7 The Game, 4 o'clock, Willard and Dibbs. I'm giving you the choice between one of these two options. Playoff Jimmy or 40 from Steph? Playoff Jimmy or 40 from Steph? Who you got? Hit us up. Text line's 888-9570, 888-957-9570, and that's the call line as well, 888-957-9570. Playoff Jimmy or 40 from Steph? Your choice. And that's all coming up on the game.
rebound with time for Green. You got to push here. You got a good shot. Green weaving, trying to get the shot up. No call that way. Curry flings it the other way. And he got it! What a turnaround! Curry the three!
I mean, Steph Curry, 2015, what a shot. I mean, the grindhouse, beating that version of that team, taking Tony Allen basically out of the game and off the floor and changing that series en route to their first ever NBA championship as a core. Oh, crank it. Crank it. Warriors, Grizzlies, chance for the 5 seed. I got Matt dancing. I got Carter bopping. I got Lubman doing the white guy dance. I don't know what he's doing.
I'm feeling the vibe.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low auto rate and an auto loan, apply online or just ask First NorCal. Financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed, here in San Francisco. And we're talking to you on 95.7 The Game. Lubman's in. Spadoni's out. Spadoni, we'll see you tomorrow. I got a simple question. Playoff Jimmy? Steph 40 burger. What do you need tonight? Boy, burgers sound delicious. I saw all this In-N-Out stuff online yesterday because they shut the Oakland location and they made it very clear. We did not close this because of profitability.
Stop it.
I don't care. I just want an In-N-Out burger.
Just want more In-N-Out burger.
Right,
I don't need the reason. Just
Just
give me the restaurant.
888-957-9570 is the
hungry.
texting and the call-in line. I want to hear from you. Where you at? How you feeling? Memphis, Warriors. He played the cut from 2015. I went back to 2022. Klay Thompson hit a huge three-pointer in the final minute, missed a free throw, giving the Warriors the lead, okay, 117-116. Ja Morant had the ball at the end of game one. At the game that Draymond got ejected from, and we're going to play that cut in a second, Jordan Poole had 31 off the bench. 31 off the bench. All you people that want to disrespect Jordan Poole, 31 off the bench.
Money time!
Very important, 31 too.
And Ja missed a layup that he had made against them in the playoff game, in the play-in game a couple of years prior. He missed a layup, and the Warriors win that game. Otherwise, I don't know if they win that series. And the Draymond Green foul on Brandon Clark in the second quarter with the fans chanting, "Kick him out. Kick him out." This was a rivalry upon rivalries. We hated the Grizzlies. They hated us. Let's go later on in that series. Ja averaged 38 in that series before he got hurt. Let's not forget, Jordan Poole kind of swiped at the knee. It was a weird play. And the coach, Taylor Jenkins, who got fired like a week ago, said they broke the code. The Warriors broke the code. This was a team we despised. With a player we couldn't guard. With a fan base that was obnoxious. And a media contingent that felt very junior varsity. And the Warriors found a way to beat them. And Dylan Brooks not being there, it does take away a little bit of
Dylan the villain.
It takes a little bit of the fire.
I mean, he was the one who took out GP2. What was it in the first game as well, right? Or was that the second game?
No, it was later on in the series. He hammered him from behind.
And that's when Steve Kerr said
that fell down and broke his arm.
And that's when Steve Kerr said that Brooks had broken the code. And Brooks forever
a lot of code breaking.
Yeah, it was like an 80s movie.
Stanford was jealous.
Like an 80s movie, all this hacking. Oh, I'm in. But yeah, no, Dylan the villain definitely added that. Actually, that's when you have a rivalry like that, you need guys like that who you just like, they're not good enough to like you just hate, and they're not good enough to kind of respect, even though you like Ja. I didn't like him, but he was good enough that like, I don't like you, but I respect you.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks, like you're just a doofus.
Yeah. Bill in San Francisco, we're gonna get to you. James in New York, we got you there. Jay in Oakland, we got you there. Trust me, we're gonna get to all of you. Do you remember the Draymond Green foul on Brandon Clark? And everyone was thinking the same thing. What are you doing, Draymond? We need you. How could you do this? He hammers him. Carter, let's the sound play. If you've got it.
And Draymond Green, I think, has been thrown out.
Oh, my gosh.
Or maybe not. No, what he did was Draymond Green just jogged over to the tunnel to get everybody fired up and then went back over to the bench. Oh.
What was he? They could call it technical on this.
Maybe he's going back. Oh, no, now he's going to the tunnel again. Maybe he did get thrown out. Steve Kerr is talking with James Williams.
Wow.
Here we go.
Well, that changes everything.
I mean, Jim Barnett saying Draymond walks in the tunnel, came back out, and he's talking.
They didn't even know at the time if he was like. That's why I said earlier. I was like, why it was so bizarre. It's like, is he in? Is he out? What's going on here? Like, there's so much going on here.
It was insane. And then this happened.
Foul penalty 2. Draymond Green has been ejected for the windup to the face, impact to the face, the follow through for the jersey, and the throw down to the ground.
All right, so there you heard the response there for Kane Fitzgerald. I kind of disagree with it because I don't think it was a flagrant 2.
Wow.
If that's a windup, then every shot blocker in the league can get a flagrant call.
I don't agree for this reason. Tim, he got his hand caught on the jersey, and I thought he used that to try to break the fall to help him out a little bit.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like when I punched my little brother when he was little, and then I tried to catch him in midair before he fell. That was unbelievable. I mean, I disagree with both of those legends, Jim Barnett and Tim Roy. I did think he deserved to probably be ejected. I mean, it's the body of work. It's the resume. I mean, my guy. All right, let's go out to James in New York. Does this rivalry still hit? Because I'm fired up. It's a huge game tonight. Are we going to get playoff Jimmy or a 40 burger from Steph? What do you got?
Man, I'm gassed, bro. This is what the season's about right here. Games are finally mattering. We could shut some people up. Everybody talking about, we're not playing anybody, blah, blah, blah. I believe in this team, man. I believe. In terms of Steph or Jimmy, I think we might see a nice, clean 25, like you were saying, 25, 9, and 10 game from Jimmy. I don't know if we're going to see a 40 ball from Steph because these teams are shamelessly selling out on him. They don't want to see him succeed. They'd rather get blown out by 30 than have him score 30. So, I mean, I think we're going to see point Steph like we saw in the beginning of that New Orleans game and then the San Antonio game. And I think if Moody pods post, they're not really knocking down shots. I think Steph's gonna take over.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Who is going to guard Ja tonight? That's the guy I fear the most in this game. I know Desmond Bane has crushed the Warriors at times, so I don't want to sleep on him. JJJ gets a little 3-ball happy, and I'm okay with that. In a matchup like tonight, it's Ja that I fear because I think he can get multiple guys in foul trouble getting down into the lane. Who's guarding him tonight?
I mean, we've thought about could be Moody. I'm sure Draymond will see some time on him. I'm sure it'll be a lot of Jimmy Butler. I mean, you're going to probably have to cycle guys through on him too, just to keep guys out of foul trouble. I mean, I guess it depends. Who's the Warriors' most trusted defender to be on him without getting into that foul trouble. That's why
Moody and Jimmy Butler.
It's Moody and Jimmy. I think it's just going to be a steady dose. Now, the question is, if those two are off the floor and Ja is on the floor, then who kind of gets those leftover minutes to kind of contain him when those guys are out?
What if
if they stagger it in a way that it's always one of those two on the floor with Ja?
Are they sending double teams? Are they, because if you send the double team, Desmond Bane will shoot. He's a really good shooter. And if you're sending double teams, that means you're in scramble mode. Do we want JJJ and Zach Edey living in the paint? There's so many questions here. I think the Warriors have got to attack the paint in this game. I think you have to put Ja into the action all day, every day, and wear him down by making him play defense. And then is Kuminga going to play? You're talking about how many guys can guard. Are you putting Buddy Hield on Ja?
Not at all.
Are you putting Pods on Ja?
Not really, no.
Probably not.
Moody, Butler, Draymond, and then JK is probably fourth on those power rankings.
I mean, boy, it's interesting how all of a sudden we went from, is this team better without Jonathan Kuminga to, man, we really need him.
Sorry, say it again.
We went from, boy, JK, this team plays better with him off the floor to, oh my God, we've got a dynamic perimeter player. Whew, we really need him.
Yeah. No, I mean, getting him back, the layers of the game that Jonathan Kuminga could add on both sides of the floor, probably more offensively than defensively. Having him back tight would be huge. Can the Warriors win without him? It would be tougher, probably. But the question I have for you, Shasky, is you got these next 3 games. They're huge. Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets.
Grizzlies, Lakers, Nuggets.
At Grizzlies, at Lakers, and then home against the Nuggets on Friday night on the back-to-back.
Okay.
If they go 1-2 in this stretch, but that one win comes tonight, are you taking that?
So they go 1-2. They beat the Grizzlies.
So they beat the Grizzlies to get into that 5 seed, but then fall the Lakers and then fall again to the Nuggets.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You would take that.
I would. I would.
See, I would come away disappointed with that, only because I kind of want to go 2-1 in this stretch.
Well, no, of course I want to go 2-1.
But if there's only
tonight's the big one because
of the 3, yes.
The reason why tonight's so big is you're a half game out and you own the tiebreaker if you beat them. Okay, so if you beat them, it's like going up 2 games. Like that's why tonight is so big, and you avoid that 6th slot. You lose to the Lakers or the Nuggets. And you lose to the Grizzlies, you're screwed. I mean, you're just screwed. If you lose to the Grizzlies now, they're probably going to stay in that 5 spot, right?
And you're going to be, if they do lose that, you're basically be battling all the way up to the end.
Just for the 6th.
Just to get it. Because we were saying during the break, like, the one thing I want to see for the Warriors at the end of this year is I want that April 13th game against the Clippers at the end of the year to mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah, we all want that.
I do not want, a win tonight absolutely goes a long way to... I think tonight is all about putting distance between yourself and the box. So that's why I would agree.
What do you want? So what do you want? If I
honestly, if I had to say 1-2, I would probably take this game too, just because
you haven't beaten the Lakers with Luka and LeBron. Does that win matter for
absolutely.
Proving it that you could do it?
I think that's more of prove it. That's more like
about Nuggets?
I feel like
they've had your number for years.
See, that's the thing. I really want to see this team full strength beat the Nuggets just to get that monkey off the back. Like I need 9 times in a row. Like I'll be honest, the Nuggets are in my head as a fan.
Yeah, but all you need to do is beat them 1 game in the first 2, and you've stolen home court advantage.
And I think the Warriors are, I always call it the Warriors 6-game plan. Just split one of those first 2 games and then take care of business at home. And I absolutely trust the Warriors in the playoffs to be able to stand by that Warriors 6-game plan. Preferably you want to take game 1. I mean, that's what they did against Memphis. Mm-hmm. They won that huge game 1. That's why when Draymond got ejected in that game, I was so nervous because it's like, if you drop game 1, the amount of pressure that goes up and taking that second game is massive.
The Grizzlies are tonight, 3-7 over their last 10,
and they've lost 13 straight against teams above 500.
They're vulnerable. They're coming off the back-to-back.
That's what I said. Let's keep their spiral going. So, you know what? Yeah, this is probably the most important of these 3 games because this is all about putting distance between you and the bad place. The bad place being the box. I don't want to be in the box. I want to stay as far away from the box as you possibly can. The Clippers schedule, it does not get any easier. They beat the Magic last night. It would have been great if Orlando could have helped them out. But the Clippers, they really don't have any speed bumps the rest of the way. They got a game against the Rockets next week. That's at home. And then they finish off against the Warriors. Other than that, they're playing a bunch of below 500 teams that I don't expect to push them all that much. So the margin of error for error there is very slim. The more space you can put between them and you as the Warriors, that's the goal right there. And of course, the Timberwolves, half their teams they get suspended today, so God knows how that's going to cause them to drop in the standings, if at all. So the Timberwolves, there's some shakiness there. This is your chance, though, to do your job on your end. Put some space between you and the Clippers and give yourself a little bit more margin for error. So that way, if you do drop a game or 2 against the Lakers and Nuggets later this week, you kind of have a cushion to play with before an incredibly soft stretch of schedule after that. You got the Suns, the Spurs again, and then the Blazers, who, we'll see how hard they're playing for Chauncey that night. But you have an opportunity to give yourself a cushion and then build on that cushion following up from tonight. So a great question from Bossman there. Yeah, tonight is probably the most important of these 3 games. So I would take tonight's win of the 3.
Let's just say hypothetically that Kuminga doesn't go in this game and doesn't go in the Laker game. You know that you're going against Ja, Luka, and LeBron. You need these perimeter defenders. And we're kind of like, we're diagnosing right now. Who are you putting on Ja tonight? You getting a glimpse of what a fatal flaw could be for the Warriors. As much as I love big men, and I think that they need a big man, a rim-running big man, someone who could bang with the JJJs of the world, stopping Ja is paramount. Let me go back. Again, he averaged 38, 7, and 8 in the games that he played in the series in 2022. 38, 7, and 8. He is a megastar against you because he does the one thing that you can't do. You can't stop dribble drive penetration right now with no GP2 and no Kuminga. Can Moody step up? That's a big question for me tonight.
And that's going to be a massive microscope on Moody then in that situation. That's where I kind of look at Steph and Jimmy to kind of, I'm not Steph on defense, but Jimmy on defense to kind of be able to be like, because if Moody can't get it done on defense, we're going to find out very quickly in that first quarter. And by the way, let's have another good first quarter. I mean, I'm not expecting a 44-point first quarter like that against
movement and hit shots.
But how about you just show effort too?
Yeah.
Like if they come out and they're looking flat the first 3 minutes and Steve Kerr's got to call a timeout at the 9-minute mark and be like, hey guys, you want to wake up a little bit like he had to do the other night in New Orleans. Yeah, that's going to be a massive problem because you cannot keep playing catch-up on the road.
And this is why I want Quinn Post to start, because I think starting with some offense fuels their defense. I really do believe that. I want to see them start with Quinn Post, stretch it out, let the kid hit some shots. All right, the question is very simple to me. Playoff Jimmy or a 40-burger from Steph? Which one do you want? Jay in Oakland, step right up. What do you got? Who do you want? You want playoff Jimmy? You want a Steph 40-burger? What are you looking for tonight?
I'm looking for both, guys. I was looking at the stats from Jimmy in the playoffs, and I'm thinking Jimmy goes between 22 and 25 points, and then he's going to be the one, I have a feeling, to make a difference maker with Ja, because I feel like this is one of those games where Draymond gets too hyped if he's on Ja, and then he ends up getting in foul trouble. But Jimmy seems composed enough to where he can guard aggressively but not get into foul trouble. If he does that, I think it's going to be clutch. But I think Steph goes low dog on him tonight and goes 40 and 9, 40s and 9s, 40 points, 9 assists. Call it.
How come whenever it's good call, Jay. How come whenever we have these discussions about who needs to play well, we never bring up Draymond? Yet he is like an X factor.
It's because we just
offensively.
It's because we just look at everything too offensively. Like we think Steph, a 40-burger is just like there's a visual element there. You see the ball going in the hoop. Like we all just pay attention to the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, but when Dre's hitting, like they're almost unbeatable.
Well, that's how often is Dre hitting. I mean, he takes a couple threes in the first quarter. I know he's been great, but it's just with Steph, it's so constant with the scoring. With Jimmy, it's just the game is just. It's constant with the scoring, the ball movement, the rebounding. With Draymond, a good game from Draymond. Like, what do you consider a good game from Draymond Green? For me, a good game from Draymond Green is, can he shut down the other team's best offensive weapon, do his best work on defense, facilitate enough on offense, move the ball around, and don't get ejected.
Well, tonight, like you asked, shut down the most dynamic offensive weapon. He's not going to guard Ja tonight. He may on a switch. But he's not going to guard Ja, so I kind of need him to bring JJJ out of the paint, and he needs to hit some shots tonight because JJJ is going to do what Anthony Davis does. Pack the paint and dare Draymond to shoot. I think it's a big one for Draymond Green. I really do.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a big game for all of them, but it's a game because I feel like the Grizzlies, they're going to try and get under Draymond's skin, too.
Well, that's the other
they're going to go, and
the fans are going to have something.
That's where I think you need to see the big game from Draymond Green is, going in that it's going to be a lot of it. The stuff's going to be going on all around you. Mm-hmm. Everyone's going to be in that arena is doing everything they can to get under your skin and get you ejected from that game because everyone knows you get Draymond out of the game, the Warriors become that much more beatable.
No doubt. And they just have no margin of error, Sam.
They really don't. And so that ratchets up the pressure on Draymond Green in terms of best ability is availability. I need Draymond Green on the court at all times tonight when he's, not the full 48 minutes, but I need Draymond Green locked in the entire game and treating this like a finals game, basically.
Wasn't Memphis the team that he claimed offered him more money a couple years ago?
I believe, yeah. Whether that was true or not.
So funny. Just so funny.
Funny how it all works out.
This is and Zach Edey and him went at it last time, which made no sense to me. I don't know what Zach Edey did to Draymond Green. Draymond going at him. So, yeah, there's like the game within the game within the game.
It's always, there's layers to it, and Zach Edey's going to be the bad guy there. I'm looking at some of the past box scores, Shasky. So, he missed that game on January 4th between the Warriors and the Grizzlies that Jonathan Kuminga injured himself in. So, went back to the game they played in December where the Grizzlies just absolutely wiped the floor with the Warriors that night. It was
that the GGG game? What is it? GG Jackson or whatever?
Yeah, it was 144-93. So, not the best.
What did he score, GG Jackson? He killed us.
Jaren Jackson.
No, GG.
Oh, GG Jackson. Let me pull up.
I'd never heard of him.
Box score there. Hold I'll pull that part of the box score up a second. But basically, I was trying to look at who spent the most time on John Morant that night. And according to NBA.com's advanced stats, they do a great job breaking down the matchups. Dennis Schroeder was the primary defender on John Morant that night.
Oh, my God.
So Lord only knows what that's going to look like. Who fills in for Schroeder tonight in that sense?
G.G. Jackson had 35 in that game.
35. God. Couldn't even point that guy out.
He averages 20 against the Warriors. That can't be true. That cannot
it's
be
in like,
true.
what, 4 games against the Warriors?
3 games, 19.7.
And like Luke Kennard's one of those guys that only plays good against the Warriors. I swear to God, he'll hit a couple threes and only look good, and then kiss the crowd or something. Do something absurd. This one is a huge one. Does the Grizzlies, when I say the Grizzlies, Warriors, does it still hit for you?
Not as much as it used to.
Why? Why?
Because I just thought that was going to be like, they were going to be the ascending team going after the big dog Warriors after that 2022 title. Like, those teams seemed so primed to do battle for a couple of years, and the Grizzlies just didn't live up to their end of the bargain. I mean, honestly, I guess you can say the Warriors didn't really live up to their end of the bargain either. They've been puttering around the 6th seed in the play-in ever since that title, but it's just like, from what that playoff series was, it looked like it was going to be the beginning of an incredible back and forth between these two teams where they're really they did not like each other during that series. When the coaches are taking shots at each other or taking shots at the players, breaking codes and stuff like that, there was usually there's a level of mutual respect or something, because these are NBA players playing at the highest level.
No, I want them to all hate each other.
But no, yeah, they did hate each other. There was no love. It's not like the Warriors and Cavs were at the end, everyone was all friends with each other because they've been playing each other so much. This was I don't like you. I'm not shaking your hand after these games, and unfortunately, they haven't faced off in the playoffs.
No, it's dissipated.
Playoff clashes are what breed rivalries.
It started in the play-in game during the COVID year.
Oh, I actually totally forgot about. Well, no, actually, you know what it started? It started the last day of that season when the Warriors had to play the Grizzlies to secure their spot in that 7-8 game, and then it extended into. So I totally forgot about that playing game. Actually, it's good that you brought that up.
Draymond called game and hit foam on the side of the backboard, and they had a chance to win.
That one still blows my mind. I still can't believe that's how that game ended.
They threw everything.
I was just staring at my TV for a good 30 minutes afterwards, just being like, what?
I know.
No.
Matt, the big boss man is in today because we're kind of a skeleton crew, if you will. What do you got?
Somebody just texted in. This is actually really interesting. The Warriors are at their best when the role players are at their best. The first thing I think about is, wait, what? Don't you want Steph and Jimmy and Draymond to be at their best? But if you really think about it, aren't they at their best when the role players are hitting threes?
Are you saying strength in numbers?
Yeah, I really am.
No,
Is that crazy to say that you'd rather have the big three just play, really well, but you don't need a 40-burger, you don't need playoff Jimmy, but you need the other guys to play? On the other hand, don't you want to not count on the role players and really put it on the big guys?
Buddy Hield terrifies me. Relying on Buddy Hield to deliver. I like Buddy. He tries really hard, but it is terrifying. Can we acknowledge that? Relying on Podziemski to hit shots. He's been very inconsistent. He just has. I like Pods a lot. Moody has been very inconsistent shooting the ball as of late. There are a lot of questions, boy. The role players or the stars?
I mean, they obviously
that is such a tough one.
I don't want to rely on them per se, but it's more just they just need to do their jobs. Just
let's chew on this some more. I want to hear from the audience. 888-957-9570. Grizzlies Warriors, biggest game of the season to date. No doubt about it. Chance to get up to the 5 seed. That's what's coming up on the game, and it's brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Spadoni's out today. We got Sam Lubman in. And I was just thinking about something. On Sunday, the family was tired and we had a busy weekend and we were craving Chinese food. And there are certain dishes that I just crave from certain places, right? People always ask me, Joe, what's your favorite Mexican food place? It's like, all right, well, what are we getting? Like, am I getting carne asada burrito? Am I going quesadilla? Am I going pork? Like,
yeah.
What are we going with? I think Tam's in Pacifica has the best pot stickers ever.
Ooh, okay.
Their fried rice, their pork fried rice is to die for. Oh my God. It's just, I love that place. There are other great Chinese food places, but like for whatever reason, their pot stickers are all time.
Love a good pot sticker.
Like when I want lobster linguine, I go to Laughing Monk
Obviously.
Brewery. Obviously, right? That's what I like.
Yeah.
When I'm looking for a slice of lasagna, I'll go to Westlake Joe's.
Yeah. I got a great pad thai place right around the corner from my apartment, Champa Garden. Like that's my it's just if I need a quick meal,
exactly.
That's where I go to. But that's become my go-to pad thai spot in a part of Oakland. There's a lot of them popping, not popping up that are there. But.
Yeah, so Sunday comes around and Michelle puts in the order and I got to go drive and pick it up. So I'm down at Tam's and the guy's got the Warriors sweatshirt on at the door. And so I walk in, hey, what's up? Order for Joe. And I go, oh, big Warrior fan. He's like, yeah, God, we need to win tonight. This is before the game at 4:00. And I go, yep, you're right. And I could feel the nervous energy on the guy. I could feel it. I could feel it. And I'm thinking, God, are the Warriors are they getting the benefit of the doubt from the fans? They didn't win that game. And a lot of people are like, it's the Spurs. And I could feel the nervous energy the very next day. I could feel it walking around town, talking with people. Hey, the Warriors, hey, what's going on? You could feel it in the phone calls, the text messages, the YouTube chat. I'm talking about tonight's game, the Grizzly game. I could feel the nervous energy from Warrior fans. Carter's he's walking around back and forth. I could feel his nervous energy. Are you nervous about tonight?
I'm not 100% confident. No, there is nervousness because there's just so much at stake right now. This literally feels like an inflection point in the season for the Warriors right now.
So that's where I'm going with this. We've got all this nervous energy. I can feel it. I could just feel it on everyone. If they win tonight, does all that nervous energy go away? Is this the swing game for you that you win tonight and now I'm all in? Now I know that this team is real. I'm not saying you're winning a championship. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, do you feel like they've got what it takes to get it done, lock in a top 5 or 6 spot, and do some damage? Do some damage based on matchups.
I'll say that tonight, a win gives me the confidence that this team can elevate their game when they need to, but it will give me the confidence to think that they're going to avoid the play-in. Now, as far as what that means afterwards...
I don't care about afterwards.
Yeah, I know.
About what it means for the rest of the year.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So, as far as the playoffs go on afterwards, that's what I mean. But no, tonight gives me the confidence. A win tonight gives me the confidence this team can get out of the box, get that much-needed week of rest off, get that 3-6 spot, maybe even that 5-4 spot if we want to get greedy there. So, as far as... That's why I say after the fact, does a win tonight give me confidence? Oh, they could do serious damage in the playoffs.
Forget the playoffs. I'm talking about the finish of the regular season.
I know, but this gives me the confidence that they will get out of the box with the win tonight. That's the confidence that I have tonight. Let's keep it at that.
This is the biggest game of the Jimmy Butler era.
Yeah, that's why I need
The Heat game was a personal grudge. This is a regular season matchup that basically makes or breaks you being in or out of the box.
Yeah, it was probably the best team, at least in the Western Conference, that they've played with Jimmy Butler. That Nuggets team was playing all their backups that night, so I'll take that off the board. But this is the most high-stakes game of the Jimmy Butler era so far.
Why are we so nervous?
Is it just because, there was once a time where Warrior wins in these games just felt automatic. Is it just because, like, it's, as Steve Kerr said, we're in the real NBA? Like, the wins are not as guaranteed as they once were. I mean, we've seen this team lose to the Raptors. We've seen this team lose to the Nets.
Yeah,
this team lose.
Not with Butler.
I mean, this team lost to the Heat and the Hawks with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah,
now, of
but
course,
no Steph.
All right, so is it just? I feel like there's just been a lot of losses that this team has absorbed this year that just felt so uncharacteristic as to what we expect from the Warriors.
But this is what I don't understand. Why did the Patriots get 20 years of the benefit of the doubt with all those championships and every big game in December?
Because they were winning 12 games every year.
The Warriors have won 4 championships. They have one of the greatest players of all time. And yet we're always like, well, I don't know.
Because let's face it, as great as the Warriors are, this is a team for as great as they are.
I'm not saying to win the championship. I'm talking about getting the playoffs.
Because, I mean, the Jimmy Butler boost has risen them from, I think they were the 6th seed when he arrived, wasn't he? And they've been
one of the hottest teams in basketball.
They've been one of the hottest.
2 months.
And they've risen up to the 6th seed still. So
I didn't even think they could get to the 8th seed before Jimmy got here.
So okay, then what has you feeling super? It sounds like you're feeling a lot more confident then. So what?
Oh, I think they're going to come out and I think they're going to have a monster game. They're going to crush the Grizzlies. And I mean, they're going to win by 10 or more. I really do.
There you go. Yeah.
I think this team is going to play. They know that this is the one. This is the game that's been circled. This means everything. This is all the marbles. 888-957-9570. What is with the nervous energy? Why? Why are we displaying nervous energy tendencies?
I do think you get a win tonight. It dispels a lot of it. Because I said, like, every great win the Warriors have had in the Jimmy Butler era has kind of had, like, a yeah, but attached to it. Like, yeah, but they were missing their best player. Yeah, but, you know, I don't care. Like, there's back-to-backs happen. But, like, this is a fully healthy Grizzlies team going against a, for the most part, fully healthy Warriors team. You got all your big names on both sides here. And, you know, past Warrior wins, whether it was that Knicks win without Brunson or the Knicks win without Cat or the Bucks game when Steph was out, it's just we haven't seen the complete Jimmy Butler Warriors beat a legitimate top-tier Western Conference team. Now, if we want to...
This is it!
This is it! That's why we haven't seen it until then. So that's why tonight sets you up to
this
really...
This is a road game.
Like,
the
this
5
is the test.
Seed. This is for the 5 seed.
If you want to get rid of that...
This is the tiebreaker. This is jaw. This is everything.
Mm-hmm. And that's why if you get that win tonight, all of those doubts, any one of those nitpicks that I just mentioned before, and there's some pretty deep nitpicks there as well. But try to nitpick this one. If they win tonight, nitpick this one.
All right.
I dare you to. We'll see obviously where we're at tomorrow when we are talking about this win. But like, that's the thing. If you get that win tonight, like that is a playoff win. That is a tried and true in the flesh playoff win that we expect to see this team start doing in April. So yeah, the nervous energy, I kind of get it right now because I feel like we haven't gotten that full Jimmy Butler Warriors experience yet that we're waiting on. Granted, I don't think that's the Warriors' fault, but if you're one of those people who's kind of like me, where like, I want to see what you guys are doing before I truly start believing, tonight is the night where you start doing that, and we just haven't had that opportunity until then. And so if you're feeling nervous and you're waiting for a nervous moment to go away, like this is the moment.
All right, Bobby in Los Altos, 888-957-9570. What's up with the nervous energy? Like, come on. Tonight is the biggest game of the year. Grizzlies, Warriors, 5 seed on the line. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, there's no doubt this is the biggest game. I actually love the fact that we have these next two games with Memphis and the Lakers in front of us. We have to go 2-0 because it kind of tells us whether or not we're going to make any noise. And quite frankly, I'm not interested in seeing play in Jimmy. I need to see play off Jimmy. I don't want to know what play in Jimmy plays like. And we need to win against Memphis and the Lakers. And Denver and Houston probably are a little too far away. So if we win the first 2 and lose the next 2, I'm not too mad at that. But obviously the ones penciled in are Memphis, the Lakers, and then the Clippers at the end of the season. But Memphis, as you know, when things matter at the end of the season, they seem to have our number. I know the roster's all changed around, and who knows what this Jenkins thing is really doing.
True.
But
what about GP2?
Look, man,
Bobby, does no GP, because no GP2 for me is I think it's a big loss.
This team, look, man, I don't understand this team, right? First of all, the saddest I heard Tim Roy in my life was a month ago when we lost to Utah. Then we lose to the Tankadelphia 76ers, right? Then we lose to a Chicken McNuggets team that doesn't have his first
Chicken
four
McNuggets. I love that.
And the first four Nuggets aren't even there. But then the next day we beat, of course, and the next night, right? The next night we beat Giannis. So I can't figure this team out. It seems like the teams we're supposed to handily beat, we can't beat, and then maybe the ones we're not supposed to. So, look, Draymond, you guys talked about it before. Offensively, sure, you can visualize it, but Draymond is going to be the key to this game, his intensity. I don't know why he doesn't like Memphis Canadians for some reason, Dylan Brooks, and now he seems to be picking on Edie. I don't quite get
just
it.
International players in general.
He's not even the X factor to me. He is the most important factor for tonight's game because of what you said. The obvious defensive I can't even say the word. The fact that we don't have anyone to guard Ja, so he needs to just become 4 Draymonds and win this game for us.
I love it, Bobby. Great call, Bobby in Los Altos.
Bobby brought up an interesting point there that sometimes there's times we don't really know what this team was. They're on a roll. Feels like they're kind of getting their stride. And then, after Jimmy Butler, we're feeling really good about those 2 wins, Chicago and Milwaukee. And then they drop a clunker to Dallas after they had traded Luka. And then you're feeling good. A 5-game winning streak. And then they go into Tankadelphia and take the loss. Now, Jimmy didn't play that game. But again, it's just every time you feel like this team has turned that corner to be the team that now that's the Warrior. That's Warrior basketball right there. Every time they're on the precipice of taking that final step to reach that level, they kind of just trip on themselves. And that it's the fact they can't make that final step to that platform to where they are the Warriors again. They just haven't really done that so far this year. So the fact that it's this late in the year, they haven't hit that level yet. Yeah, I think that can kind of contribute to some of the nervous energy around this fan base. And again, it comes back to you take care of business today. Like, all those things that we've been waiting for, that signature win, that turn the corner moment, that see these guys elevate their game on the big stage where we need them to, like, check. Yeah. Now you're starting to feel very confident. So that's where, there you go.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to George in Los Altos. I'm feeling some kind of weird energy from Warrior fans tonight. George in Los Altos, step right up. What do you got on the energy? It's a big one.
I think you pretty much took all the words out of my mouth on what you just said, because that's exactly how I feel. So, but let me kind of go in a different direction here. I think winning against the Grizzlies tonight is gigantic because it means that this whole thing about Jimmy and the momentum we have about Jimmy is that we really haven't beaten anybody tough. And if we win tonight, that's tough. But to me, the most important game that's coming up is Denver. We just cannot handle those guys, and I would love to see us handle them when we play them. That's going to be gigantic for us because, to me, they're our biggest hurdle of going deep into the playoffs. Is if we can figure out how to beat the Nuggets, a fully loaded Nuggets team, then I know for a fact that we've got a real team on our hands.
What about tonight with JJJ? I mean, I know it's not Jokic. No one is. I'm not even trying to compare them, but I'm just saying in terms of the Aaron Gordon athleticism and size that's really given them fits. Is there a little, I don't know, metaphor, a microcosm of what's to come with Denver if they play him really well tonight? Would that be a step in the right direction for you?
Absolutely, because we haven't even seen everything that Jimmy can do defensively. We've just seen spurts of it. But can you imagine him and Draymond both simultaneously having their A game tonight against the Grizzlies? And that'll take care of what you just mentioned, Joe. So let's see if it happens. I hope it does. But if those two play up to their full defensive game, I think we're going to definitely win the game. And earlier someone said we're going to win by at least 10 points, and I have to agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
that was you who said they're going to win by 10.
Such a big one for Jimmy and Steph and Draymond. I know Matt keeps talking about the role players, and he makes a good point. Like, him and Willard were talking about it, and they're saying, hey, when the role players play really well and the guys, the big ones, are all underneath their averages. Yeah, but these guys got to set the tone. Like, you're talking about just like point totals. I'm talking about impact.
Like, that's what the first quarter is about. Like, can we not get that
box scores?
No, I'm not talking about the box scores. I'm talking about what I see on the court in that first quarter. Can we start off this game with a championship tone? Basically, you got
last game. You know what they started? They started with a Jimmy ball screen on Pods. He slips to the corner. Pods swings it to Draymond. Draymond rifles it down. Boom! Backdoor wide open layup. That's what I'm talking about. That tells me ball is hopping.
The flowing offense. That is what makes this Curse offense so great. Is when that ball is moving around, being kicked around like that, and you guys look at sides like, where's the ball? Where do we go? What do we do? And then the next thing you know, the ball's in the hoop, and the Warriors getting back on defense. That's the attitude we want to see starting off in this fourth quarter. Because again, I'm so sick and tired of watching this team try to come back on the road. Because then what ends up happening is
you don't have enough offensive firepower.
You spend 3 quarters clawing your way back just to get that 83-82 lead that you had against the Pelicans, and then luckily the Pelicans stink so you can finish them off.
Yeah.
But what happens against good teams is you expend all this energy just getting your head above water, and then they just rip off a 9-0 run, and they're just like, oh, God. And then you're playing catch-up again.
Yeah.
Stop playing the catch-up. So that is where I look at the big three in terms of setting that tone of let's not play catch. Let's have a wire-to-wire win. Let's have a statement that shows the rest of the NBA, don't mess with this team.
Well, that's where like Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, you can almost tell early in games if they're engaged or not. Like I've gotten that sense. Let's go out to Gene in Oakland. Gene. It's a big one. I mean, this feels like the biggest game of the season thus far. How you feeling, Gene?
I'm feeling pretty nervous. It is the biggest game of the season.
Hey, there is a palpable nervous energy.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, before I get to that, though, hey, Sam, thanks for shouting out Champa Gardens. I know you live close to my office.
Oh, nice.
And that's my favorite restaurant.
Oh, it's a great spot.
And I lived 5 years in Thailand, so I know a little something about Thai food.
Wait a minute.
Were you good to Thailand? Was Thailand was good to you?
Yeah,
Were you good to Thailand?
White Lotus?
I was in the Peace Corps many years ago, guys. So yeah, Thai's my second home. Thailand. Anyways, back to the Warriors. So listen, tonight, here's the thing. I really think that I think Curry's got to be 9 for 13 from 3 version of Curry tonight for sure, because we don't have the on-ball defender in GP2 that we desperately need tonight. I'm not sure that Moody can do it, and I'm not sure Jimmy Butler can play on-ball defense the way he used to years ago. So that means, specifically, especially for Jimmy to succeed, we have to hit those threes, and it all starts from the chef. So if he's on tonight, I think the others will follow suit. Jimmy can be Jimmy, and we'll win. But short of that, I'm very nervous. I'm not feeling real good.
I think a lot of people share your feelings this morning.
I think that's okay. You know what? If you're nervous because you care, that's why.
Well, okay, yeah, that's great. But also, like, the nervous
I just don't want to knock the nervousness. You know, it's okay to be nervous.
Of course, yeah. But, like, you are the Warriors. You are the team that has, 40% of every single fan base. When you go into their arena, you take up 40% of their season tickets.
And they have the ultimate cheat code in having Steph Curry there, who is always a threat to go off.
So whenever we talk about these games, Sam, Steph is not the guy that we go, he has to have a big game. Is he?
I think it's totally fair to put the big game expectations on Steph tonight because, as they say, big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games. Shout out Santana Moss, Kane's legend. But to my point, though, like, yeah, this is the night. That's why I keep harping on Jimmy Butler. These are the nights where the stars shine the brightest. You think John Morant's going into this game, you're like, we'll see what. No.
He's going to attack.
He wants to put up the best game of the year. He wants to lead SportsCenter tonight when SportsCenter starts. That's what John's thinking about.
Jared Jackson,
I think so. Yes.
For you?
No. Scott Van Pelt does it, but I don't.
Even then, I'm only there for like the interview, and then I check on out.
I honestly have not actually purposely watched SportsCenter in 10 years.
Yeah, it doesn't have the cultural significance it used to.
I'll always have a high regard for SportsCenter. Everyone got into sports because of SportsCenter. But
Gene in Oakland saying that he lived in Thailand because he was in the Peace Corps. I am now envisioning him as the character Greg for some reason in White Lotus currently.
See, I had him as Jim Hollinger, the guy at the house that.
Oh my goodness!
That's why I asked has he been good to Thailand? And that's why I want to. By the way, 9 seconds on White Lotus. That was the worst con ever.
What?
The con that Rick and Frank pulled on Cecil. They walk in, they don't even know any of the movies that she was in. It's one of the worst con jobs I've ever seen in a show.
Dude, that music, it hits.
Hits so hard. It's
not
even the season 2 one, not the season 3. The season 2 song.
White Lotus is such a great guilty pleasure. God, I love it.
Anyway.
Is the boss man watching White Lotus? You're not watching White Lotus, are you? No, you're opening packs of cards. I mean, I sent him a video. We were talking about coaches going at it, and we're going to go back into the lines. Nervous energy, because, boy, there's a lot of it. I send him a video, a black and white video. This guy, Mr. McCaffrey, sends me this video. He goes, hey, man, everyone talks about Jose Akendo in the fight with Will Clark and how he punched him and then Ozzie Smith and everybody. He goes, the fight in 86 was better. It's in black and white. And Whitey Herzog is the coach of St. Louis, the manager. And Roger Craig, obviously the manager of the Giants. They're going at it physically. And it's over Vince Coleman sliding into home. It is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I've definitely read it. I think I need to go back and watch that video, but I definitely remember reading about that one. Great Cardinal Giants skirmishes over the years.
I need Steve Kerr to act like Roger Craig hum baby. All right, let's go out to Brad and Daly
Break some
City.
codes.
I'm feeling some nervous energy from Warrior fans.
Where's the confident energy?
You have one of the GOATs.
Is there anyone with confident energy out there? That's what I want to know. 888-957-9570. I know the YouTube chat I saw.
Speaking of confident energy, there goes Steiny.
There's some people in the YouTube, Steiny, the most confident guy out there. But no, there's some people in the YouTube chat that are just like, nah, we got, Uncle Looney, flush that nervous energy. Jason Mishler, ain't no one nervous here. Like, the YouTube chat is feeling absolutely confident right now. By the way, we asked the question earlier, Steph 40 burger or playoff Jimmy, what would you rather see? 57% of respondents so far are picking playoff Jimmy. So we can tap back. But there's a lot of confidence in the YouTube chat. I'm curious, though, in the real world, where's that confidence at?
Let's go out to Brad and Daly City. I'm getting word that there's some Jed York quotes that we're going to get to here in a second.
Ooh.
Brad and Daly City, what's up, man? What you got on the Dubs?
I'm Rad. Brad without the B.
Oh, what's up, Rad?
Anyway.
It's pretty rad.
Yes. I'm the cousin of Johnny Abarientos from the Philippines, the best point guard of the Philippines, But anyway, I've been a Warriors fan ever since Jim Rick Barry's time, way back in the Philippines. Nice. Now I'm here now in Daly City, watching you and always on. Listening to you guys. I like to take this opportunity to tell you that you guys are awesome. I learned so much about basketball from you guys.
What do you got with the Warriors?
Now going back to the Warriors. Yeah, well, I'm not really that nervous because the next three games, Memphis, Lakers, and the Nuggets, this is your test. If you're a Warrior, this is your test now. You have to show up in these three games. So I'd like to see them 3-0 in these games because Draymond already pronounced that we will be on the championship. This is your championship team.
Ooh, good call.
Now, tell me, show it up. Show it up.
I love it. Great call, Rad. Great call.
A thought I was kind of having there as Rad was talking to us
Draymond does need to show up.
You do need Draymond to show up. We need the big three to play, but when I think about the nervous energy of the Warriors, and I'm going to throw this thought out here. Not saying I think, this is just a thought I have. How much of that has to do with Steve Kerr? Because a lot of Warrior fans have soured on Kerr. They've soured on their trust to Kerr. Do you think fans are just nervous because they just don't trust Steve Kerr? Is there any, or am I
champion?
Well, no. Let me give you the personal aspect for me. I don't buy into any of the Steve Kerr nonsense. I don't. But I'm asking, because I know there are people outside of me who think differently from me, who have different opinions of me. There is a contingent of Warrior fans that have some sort of issue with Steve Kerr for whatever reason. Just because I think it's silly doesn't mean that those feelings aren't there. They are there.
But I'm curious, how does he factor into being nervous for tonight?
I don't know. Do they trust Steve Kerr, I guess, to outcoach other teams?
I don't even know who the coach is for Memphis. Yeah. So I do trust Steve Kerr. To be able to outcoach.
It's like, we talk about where the confidence.
John Morant.
You talk. So this gets to
he's a four-time champion.
What has you feeling confident? You put that for you and the confidence. I'm just throwing the thought out there. I don't know if there's any there to it though, because I know there are fans who are doubting Steve Kerr.
If it comes down to Steve Kerr, then that tells me the big dogs, Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond, did not play well enough.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, they're the ones making 60 large, not Steve Kerr.
Okay, I just want to throw the thought out there. It's something I see popping up. Again, the whole Kerr stuff this year, in the last couple years, has been mind-boggling. You talk about people who have earned enough of a Q rating. Steve Kerr is the Qest of Q ratings.
Nobody's dismissing this place. Yeah. Those that are just looking for something to chip at. But the boss was in my ear saying that we got to hear some of these Jed York quotes.
Oh, boy.
So what?
Speaking of April Fools.
Matt, Jed is down in Florida for they now call it like the coaches meeting. It used to be the owners meetings.
Owners meetings, whatever you want to call them.
Okay, so
when was the last time Jed York talked, by the way?
The Super Bowl week.
Okay.
And I didn't
Has it really
love
been that long?
Yeah.
That was like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
All right, let me go rapid fire. I'd like you guys to comment on each one of these.
I love when you do rapid fire.
Jed York on Brock Purdy. I don't negotiate contracts, but any conversations I've had with Brock personally have been great. I feel good. And when he's ready, we'll sit down and finish it. It shouldn't be that hard to do. I don't think we're that far apart. I think we can sit down and get something done. Whenever he's ready, we're ready.
Okay, so I did a deep dive. The guy who was a part of the agency that represented Trevor Lawrence represents Brock Purdy. And he split off into his own agency. I don't know about this one, man. I think Jed and Parag and the Niners have a number. I think Brock's agent has probably got a different number, and he's going to try to jump things. I think the Josh Allen money has changed the equation for Brock Purdy, and I think they're actually farther apart. What's he gonna say?
Yeah. Well, that line at the end, when he's ready, we're ready. That's kind of like you say they have their number. I kind of interpret that as like we're gonna be sitting here at our number. When you're ready to come down to our number, then we can start, talking like adults and get this deal done. That's my interpretation of it. Maybe.
When people say we're close, they mean we're really actually far apart.
Yeah, I don't believe that we're close.
I've been talking to my contractor about this. We're a week away. For like the last 6 months.
Yeah, no, when you say we're close, that does nothing for me. The part of that quote that stuck out to me the most was when he's ready, we're ready. That tells me, I don't care what close you think you are. That tells me is you're just waiting on him to accept whatever offer that you're throwing out there, and then you don't want to budge off that.
I think Brock's making a huge mistake not jumping right off the gun and just getting this thing over. But keep going.
Well, it's not Brock. It's Brock's agent.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, Brock's camp, yeah.
His representation.
And that includes
I think
everybody.
He's giving bad advice.
I think Brock would do 40, but his agent's going to say, there's no way you're doing that.
We're not taking less than Trevor Lawrence.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's absurd. Keep going.
He was asked
Jed York
was asked if he thought Brock Purdy was a top 10 quarterback. I think he is. I think he's great, especially when you combine him with Kyle and what we have. He's a heck of a quarterback, and we want him here for a long, long time.
Yeah, it's a fair statement. I mean, he's not a top 5 quarterback.
Was he a top 10 quarterback last year?
No, last year probably not.
He went 6
the year before. The year before he was.
Are we kidding?
It's the key part with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah,
it's the fact that he's so attached to the coach, though. Alone, no, he's not. But that's the whole thing.
One season doesn't make you a top 10 quarterback. Just like Jaden Daniels is not a top 10 quarterback for having a great rookie year, okay? Like, you have to do it year in and year out, right? We throw these things around. Is so-and-so a top 10? On any given day, anyone can. For example, Kyler Murray. Is he a top 10 quarterback?
I don't think anyone's putting him in the top 10.
No, but on any given day, he can look like one of the most talented players on the planet.
Yeah.
He can also look like one of the bottom 3 quarterbacks in the league with some god-awful mistakes. I'm going off what you just did, and I think he's somewhere in the 11 to 15 range. With the ability on any given day to jump up into that top 5, 6.
I think he's 11 to 15 with the ability to jump into that 6 to 10 range. I think that top 5, I mean, that's like your elite quarterback. I don't think he's ever going to be one of the truly elite quarterbacks in the NFL in any given year. He'll have great years. Like he was MVP candidate a couple of years ago, obviously, but even that MVP season, I'm not looking at him as like, oh, you're one of the gold standard of quarterbacks. You're one of the quarterbacks who are just really, really good.
And we got more Jed York quotes, but let me chew on this for just a second. I also just don't like when my owner is assessing players. I don't build the team and I don't pay the players. Well, then I really kind of don't want to hear you talking about potential all-stars, potential top 10 players.
Resetting the market.
He was, in fairness, he was asked that if he thinks Brock's a top 10 quarterback.
And the way I would have answered it would have been like, guys, we love Brock Purdy. And I would have wiggled out of trying to be nailed down to top 10 or not. I'm just being real. When you assess as an owner, everything that you say is going to be critiqued. What did he say earlier? We've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and we're going to give him top of the market money, and he's been held to the fire on that.
No, I mean, you think about, and I've asked this numerous times, how much is the conversation around Brock Purdy different if Jed York does not say we want to reset the market with Brock?
When you only talk a couple of times a year, every word out of your mouth must be calculated, and you need to think about what you say. I listen to these earnings calls from different companies that have to report them that are, publicly traded companies. Every single word is meticulously thought about before it's set out, because all of the people investing, selling, buying your stock or whatever are going to be influenced by any little word. So that's why I make a big deal when you only talk a couple times a year. But what else did he say?
Yeah.
All right. He also said the 49ers committed to Purdy long-term during internal discussions last year and wish they could have done it sooner. And then he, in quotes, when guys with NIL are making more than a third-year NFL pro, there's something wrong with the system not being able to extend guys earlier in the NFL. Kind of interesting.
That's an interesting point. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, in Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. So can you reread that one again? And what was the exact question?
I don't know what the question was.
This is Jed York responding to the media.
Yeah, and he said they committed to Purdy long-term during internal discussions last year and wish they could have done it sooner. And then his quote is, when guys with NIL are making more than a third-year NFL pro, there's something wrong with the system not being able to extend guys earlier in the NFL.
Is that basically... Because this is the first offseason, obviously, where he's eligible to sign a contract extension. Mm-hmm. Is that a sense being that they wish they could have just extended that contract extension last offseason when he was...
Probably.
Like... And at that point, if they had given him $55 million after that Super Bowl run, I don't know how you would have felt about that. But that's kind of what I take from that is they wish they could have just inked this deal last February or March rather than having to wait till this point.
I'll play the other side of the fence. And like after seeing the body of work this year and him getting hurt again this year and him failing in fourth quarters 3 weeks in a row, like I'm actually okay with like waiting.
The fact that it played out.
This culture of give the bag to everyone. Kuminga's $30 million in 2 months. Brock Purdy's $60 million 2 years from now. We've lost our minds. Can we see a body of work? You know what makes the great players great? Year after year,
consistency
after year. Those are the guys that you want to pay. I only marry the truly elite. Here's a great example. Nick Bosa. Has Nick Bosa not been better at the beginning, before he got paid, at the beginning of his career to when he got paid than what Brock Purdy did at the beginning of his career to this point right now?
I would say yes, because Bosa put up more consistency in his seasons.
He's better league-wide in his craft than what Brock is, correct?
Yes.
And I still have buyer's remorse on Bosa.
Yeah. No,
okay.
Honestly, you make it, I marry the elite of the elite. That's a good line that you have there because, I mean, you look at some of the guys like Trevor Lawrence getting the bag that he got when he has not shown that kind of consistency that you want from that kind of a quarterback. I mean, that's why the Josh Allen deal makes it so interesting because Josh Allen is about as consistent and elite as you could want outside of Patrick Mahomes, and he got $55 million a year, and you're still talking about a $60 million deal for Brock. Like, I can't justify... Brock is nowhere near the league of Josh Allen. So I can't justify really paying him a contract that says he's in that same league.
Sam, I hear this all the time. We got one more quote from Jed York coming up. I hear this all the time from people like, oh, the market is the market. It's like, all right, if you've ever gone car shopping, just because the market price for whatever vehicle out there doesn't mean A, you have to buy it, B, you can afford it, and C, you think it's worth it to you with your life. For example, I could not buy a 2-seat car right now in my life. Where would I put the little guy? Like I have to shove all my equipment and everything. But the market price for a Miata is X. Oh, I would never look at a Miata.
Well, it's just not. Yeah.
So I don't care
it's not
what
on your
Jacksonville did with Trevor Lawrence. I don't care what Cleveland did with Deshaun Watson. If you buy a house, hypothetically, in Fresno for $1 million, I would never buy a house in Fresno. I don't care what the market price is out there. So this whole thing about market prices and what you would pay everyone, I just think it's an absolute absurd exercise and a waste of talking.
Considering how much they're letting it basically dictate all their actions, yeah, like set your own market at some point. You know, like you have the control here. So yeah, no, I agree with you on that one.
Is the Dak deal a good deal?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then why would I turn around and give Purdy anything close to that?
That's like, yeah, it's the two wrongs don't make a right.
Exactly. Matt, what's
just because someone else is being dumb doesn't mean you have to be dumb too.
Exactly. What's the last quote from Jed York?
Jed York on not spending money this offseason. Cost cutting just because we didn't spend money in the first 3 days of free agency doesn't mean that we're prohibited from making trades, signing players, extending our own players. And that's always something we're trying to do.
Say that again. That is very...
That was a weird one.
This is about cost cutting. Keep going.
Cost cutting, just because we didn't spend money in the first 3 days of free agency doesn't mean that we're prohibited from making trades, signing players, extending our own players. And that's always something we're trying to do.
So they can still make trades. They can still, I don't know who they're, outside of Brock, who still needs an extension.
Right. They already let most of them go.
Yeah.
They
I guess
lost
maybe
Aaron
Kittle.
Banks as a starter. They lost Charvarius Ward as a starter.
Greenlaw.
They lost Dre Greenlaw as a starter. They lost Tabor Pepper and technically
Hufanga.
Talanoa. Yep. Hufanga. Yep. I mean, they've lost 4 or 5 starters, maybe 6.
They lost Debo.
I didn't even think about Debo.
So, I mean, when he says we can still, you could still make trades, I guess. I mean, the draft's coming up. I don't see them make, you're going to trade draft picks for players? I don't see that happening.
This is also part of
So you're talking about we can still sign and extend guys? I don't know who's left there to sign.
Brock Purdy.
Well, no, I mean on the free agent market. So, we still sign players. I don't see that. But then, we still look to extend our guys and keep them here. Obviously, Brock's the big fish. Who else is there, though? Maybe Kittle, maybe Warner. Is there a huge urgency to get those?
This was the question we asked for like a year and a half. Once we found out that the owner said, we're going to reset the market with the quarterback, is this quarterback worth it to cost you 2 or 3 starters on offense and 2 or 3 starters on defense?
Especially when he's a quarterback who needs his starters on offense. Like, part of the thing about Brock Purdy is he needs the guys around him. Are you really going to reset the market around him to a level that takes away the things he needs to succeed?
Look, this is how I do these evaluations. And people can disagree, and that's fine. I think Brock is a lot better than Mac Jones. A lot better.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if he's $45 million a year better than Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how they should build their team, is when you're putting these things together. Josh Allen, I know if he's making $55 million, I don't really have too many worries.
You're getting $55 million worth of production.
100%. I could pay him $105 million, and he's worth every single penny.
No, he's that's why him, Lamar, Mahomes, they're in that rare category. The elite of the elite. You can give them a blank check. They'll most likely live up to it. Anyone else outside of that, though, you're going to be wringing your hands a lot over it if you screw up on this deal. So that's just a weird way of Jed to say that.
I'm sure these will go over so well on social media.
Well, especially when we find out how much money they're dumping into their soccer team.
That's a good point. Is social media going crazy over these, Matt? Over these
bonkers.
Quotes?
That's why I jumped in.
Oh, that's interesting.
So what are they saying? Everyone, he's cheap?
Whatever.
I mean, what's the response? Is negative?
Yeah, pretty much. Negativity.
That's social media for
But this is also, again, this is the reality of the Brock situation. When you have to pay your quarterback at some point. Look at Washington. Washington is loading up right now because they have a quarterback on a rookie deal. And they're like, we're going to bring in cornerback that we traded for during the middle of the season. We'll bring in Debo. We'll upgrade our offensive line. We'll pay for a lot of guys while the quarterback's making very little. And then when the quarterback is set to make a lot of money, they're going to have to go inexpensive everywhere else. This is that's
kind of in a sense what the Chiefs did. When Mahomes was on his rookie deal, you had all sorts of great players around him. Next thing you know, he signed a big deal and Tyreek Hill is in Miami right now. And the thing is in that situation, the dream situation for every NFL team is the super cheap quarterback with the expensive guys around him. That's what everybody wants. But that always runs out because eventually you still got to pay your quarterback, especially if he's successful. So that'll be a fun thing for the Commanders to have to do in a few years when they do pay Jaden Daniels and hope that he can elevate a roster around him. But they're not there right now, so they get to sit pretty right now. And the Niners, they're kind of on the negative end of that spectrum where the good times with the rookie contract have run out. And they gotta figure out and hope that Brock is good enough on his own to elevate the team around him.
I'll be the first to admit it. He gets over $50 million guaranteed for more than 2 years, and I'm telling you, that could be an anchor to the success of the Shanahan-Lynch era. That you won 6 games. You have 2 starters on the front 7 that are back. 2. Now, it was awful. You're telling me you're going to draft the entire front 7?
And it's the arrogance of them to say that we can just do it in the draft.
You're telling me CMC is going to be healthy for 17 games?
We are banking way too much on... But no, it's when John Lynch said, we have a plan. We have this thing called the draft. We got all these draft picks. I'm like, bro, if everyone just had a plan of hitting on the draft, everyone would do it.
Yeah, all right. On the other side, Matt is going to read off the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, and we're going to agree or disagree. I want to continue this discussion, and that's what's coming up. It's brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water on 95.7 The Game. Is he? How close is he to top 10? Because I'm about to list off Carter's top 10 quarterbacks, and we'll either agree or disagree, and then we'll see where Brock Purdy lands. So, Carter, Jed York was asked, is he a top 10 quarterback this morning at the owners' meeting, correct? Jed York was asked by the media, is Brock Purdy a top 10 quarterback? And he said that he thinks he is.
Saying that Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback?
I think he is. I think he's great. Yeah, especially when you combine him with Kyle and you combine him with what we have. He's a heck of a quarterback and want him to be here for a long, long time.
Now, I want my owner to be all in on the quarterback. I want them to be, synergized, if you will. But even he had to give the caveat of, with Kyle, with our team, in our roster. And it's like, man, we bake into a lot, like all the Purdy conversations, we bake in a lot of
There's
things.
a lot of things that have to go with it to make him a top 10 quarterback. Whereas I feel like, again, would we ever say Josh Allen's great with Sean McDermott too? Like no one, Patrick Mahomes, where do you add Andy Reid? Like the amount of contingencies we put on Brock Purdy to be great. Now, again, if it works, and it leads to winning football games, that makes everybody happy. But in terms of that's how it's going on right now, because they weren't winning football games last year with Brock and Shanahan, and that's the taste that we have in our mouth right now.
The way I do these quarterback rankings is obviously they evolve. They're not set in stone. They're just not. There was a time a couple years ago, Aaron Rodgers, top 5 quarterback, no doubt about it. Russell Wilson, top 10 quarterback, no doubt about it. That has changed, right? Dramatically. I do not consider those guys that anymore. There was a time where I was like, Baker Mayfield, are you kidding me? And now I'm like, no, Baker Mayfield's really good.
He's on the rise, yeah.
Things change. Year and a half ago, Brock was awesome, amazing. This last year was not a great year, right? And now there's more quarterbacks in the league. So give me Carter's top 10, and we'll agree or disagree, and then we'll see where Purdy stands. Because I want to make this very clear. For me, part of this exercise is that once you get to about 8, 9, 10, 11, those guys have the ability to play within the top 5 and also the ability to look closer to 20 on a given day. And a lot of guys are that way. So give me your top 10.
This is in no specific order, and it's based on last season. All right, Joe Burrow, we can all agree.
Burrow, yep.
Josh Allen.
Allen, yep.
Jordan Love.
God, I'm a sucker for him. I think he's on that, right on that edge, razor's edge.
10-11, yeah.
Without the injuries, I think he's better than Brock
Purdy. You've got Love. I'm going to put him on the side. Okay, continue.
Goff.
I'd take.
He had a better year last year, but again, like Love, there's a lot of caveats.
I would take.
I'll give it to you though. I do think he clearly had a top 10 season last year.
Are you taking Purdy over Brock? Over Goff?
I'm taking Brock over Goff.
You are?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they're really close.
That's bold, Sam, but I like it.
I think they're really close. I'm going to give the edge to Goff. I think it's fair. He's had some great years.
Go Bears.
I would put Justin Herbert over Brock Purdy.
I think 25 or more GMs agree with you.
Who would you rather have at the helm?
I think I'd rather have Herbert, even though he's done nothing.
I feel like Herbert would probably be a slight upgrade over Brock.
Keep
with
going.
Shanahan. He would get the with Shanahan caveat though.
Well, with Harbaugh, he had a really good year and no weapons. The playoff game was terrible, but the guy threw 35 touchdowns his rookie year with Brandon Staley as his coach.
Yep, exactly.
I don't think the Chargers, one of the most. They're the Detroit Pistons of football.
Yeah,
that's literally what they are. Keep
also
going.
surround him with what Brock has around him.
I'd probably give Herbert a slight edge.
All right, keep going.
Jalen Hurts.
Oh yeah. He's outstanding in multiple Super Bowls. Yeah, I give him his credit.
He balls out when you need him to most.
There was a point in time where I was like, absolutely not, and I'm wrong.
I agree.
Things change.
Matthew Stafford.
Stafford, yes. God, I thought they were going to win that playoff game.
God,
this one's easy. Mahomes,
obviously.
I think he's a little bit better than Brock.
Mayfield.
I am taking Baker Mayfield over Brock.
Me too.
Now,
honestly,
2 years ago, I would have laughed at myself.
Totally agree.
So there was a moment I had last year where I forget which Bucs game I was watching, but yeah, it's like a little light bulb just went off, and it's like, oh man,
I think he competes.
I like the way he's like a slightly better, He's a little bit better than Brock. It's like he could do what Brock could do, but like with better arm strength.
And he's just got this moxie about him when things are really like ugly. No offensive line, weapons are out. He just makes plays happen. I love his compete level.
Yeah.
Who's the 10th?
I was just gonna say he actually at least did what Brock really has shown he can't do is really show up when your weapons aren't there.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Down, chips against it. I didn't think he was that kind of guy, and I was wrong. What else you got?
Jaden Daniels?
Yes.
God, it's 1 year, but yeah, if we're going off just the 1 year, yeah, I mean, you have to. I mean, that was one of the his level of quarterback play at the line of scrimmage before the snap was unreal. I was blown away by his mind.
The command is insane.
His mind. Okay.
Command.
Jordan Love, I think that there's, God, like, again, the 9, 10, 11 guys, which we were talking about.
I think that's where Love is.
Well, but on any given day, he could be top 7 and also like 25th.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of variance there.
See, I would put Love, Brock. I put Kyler in that mix too, because Kyler on any given day.
No CJ Stroud? I mean, I know you had a
We're headed there, Sammy. We're headed there.
Okay, getting ahead of ourselves.
CJ Stroud was my next one.
That's 11.
One good year, I mean.
Well, he kind of, the year that Jaden Daniels kind of had this year is kind of the year that CJ Stroud had his rookie year, where he just burst on the scene and just looked so great as a rookie that a lot of people are looking at the Texans as being that next team on the rise. Granted, being in a lousy division certainly helped, but I mean, I came away.
I was contracts.
I know, I'm not thinking about I came away very impressed from CJ Stroud's first year, even though he had a sophomore slump. Like, I look at the Texans quarterback situation going forward as a very big positive, and that's a guy who, Brock or CJ, I'm probably leaning CJ.
I think, again, going the GM route, forget money. 25 GMs are taking CJ over Brock.
I agree.
Would you agree?
100%.
Okay.
Last one's a gimme. Lamar Jackson.
Oh, yeah, Lamar. So that's 10. I got 10 locks ahead of him.
Yeah, I got the same thing. I got Goff. I'm taking Brock over Goff, and I'm gonna put Brock over Jordan Love right now.
Brock over Jordan Love. Okay.
Yeah. So that's
fine.
So as of the 12 that we've mentioned so far, yeah, Love and Goff are the only ones.
What about Dak Prescott? Where we got Dak?
Yeah, so he's in my category of now we're getting to level playing field. I thought those 12 were above.
So I've got Love, Brock, Kyler, CJ, Dak, all kind of in the same
bubble
category.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who else?
How about Sam Darnold?
I'd taken Brock.
I mean, Sam had one great year. Brock had one great year. You're still going to take. I mean, they're closer than I want to admit. I'm probably taking Brock, but
yeah.
I'm taking Brock.
Sam had a hell of a year.
He had a good year. There's no mobility with Darnold. He had one of the best offensive lines in the league, and you still were one of the league leaders in sacks. Like,
he also threw 36 touchdowns, and he had a monster year, Sam.
I mean, if you put Brock if you swap Brock and Darnold this past year and put Brock on the Vikings, the
Niners played the Vikings, and Sam outplayed Brock by a mile.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying if you gave Brock what Darnold was working with, and gave Darnold what Brock was working with this year, I think the Vikings are a much better team with Brock, and the Niners are a slightly worse team with Darnold.
They won 15 games.
Imagine if they had Brock. I thought they won 14 games.
I think you're dissing Sam C. He had a great year. He played bad in the last 2 games.
I mean, a little bit, yeah. I like Brock more than Darnold. Like, that's
okay. That's fair. I do too. I do too.
I think the last 2 games are more of what Sam Darnold is than the first.
Look, that's why I'm very 15. Interested to see him in Seattle. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what to expect.
I mean, it's 2 wins for the Niners right there.
The only one I could really shoehorn in for this last one would be Geno Smith.
Taking Brock.
Geno outdueled Brock at Levi's this year.
Well, was that because Nick Bosa wasn't on the field for that last drive?
They had the ball with the lead, and he missed multiple throws. Why do we do this with Brock? Why are we afraid? No one, again,
no. Brock did not have a great year last year.
He had great moments. He didn't show up in 3
I've seen him show up though. When has Geno Smith ever shown up?
The game that ended the Niners season. Hello? In the 2-minute drive, he was
I've
amazing.
seen Brock show up in the playoffs. I've never seen Geno show up in the playoffs.
Sure. We're going off right now and moving into next year.
Yeah, I'm taking Brock.
Okay. Yeah. I am too, but let's not act like Geno didn't outduel him.
No, that's right. Geno got just because you beat him once doesn't mean you're automatically better.
Tua also beat Brock this year. What are we feeling about
I'm not taking Tua over Brock either. I am taking Brock over Tua. Again, I'm not saying those are garbage quarterbacks or anything. Sure, they could get the job done. I'm taking Brock over them.
I'm not mad at you at all. But look how uncomfortable we get with a little Brock pushback. As a fan base, we get very uncomfortable about a little Brock pushback. He's a good player, but like realistically, he's like I said originally, somewhere between 11 and 15. I think that's fair.
I'm taking Brock over Gino without a doubt. I don't think it's close. But to what Sam said about the playoffs, like they only played us, and we were an absolute juggernaut in the playoffs. Them. Yeah, I mean we should have.
That game was a lot closer at halftime than people want to admit.
100%.
They put on the afterburners in the second half.
I was there.
And we got on the jumbotron before the game. Remember that?
So, I guess the question is pretty simple to the audience. Like, is he a top 10 quarterback? Are we being too harsh?
I don't think it's too harsh to say he's not a top 10 quarterback.
So Burrow's a lock, 1. Allen's a lock, 2. Lamar, 3. Mahomes, 4. Hurts, 5. Stafford, 6. Then it starts to get tricky. Goff?
So hold on. So you said we got our big
remember,
five.
Detroit rolled into Levi Stadium, and Brock threw basically multiple interceptions to end that game. We should have won that game. Herbert, question mark. Baker, I'm taking Baker. Jaden, I think everyone's taking Jaden right now.
Jaden's easy top 10 right now. His stock is high.
I mean, look, like at minimum, he's 9th, and that's if you're being generous. We throw these things around. Top 10. He's top 10. I don't think he is, dude. And that's not me being a hater. That's just, we're just assessing the reality.
I mean, that doesn't mean you still can't win with him either. Like, I feel like when people say if he's not a top 10 quarterback, then you're saying you can't win with him. Like, the Niners have shown they are capable of winning football games with Brock Purdy. So, like, he's not top 10. If he's a guy who is getting the job done, though, yeah, I'm ready to roll with it. But then, of course, that's the contract discussion.
Getting the job done. Yeah, I mean, like, and then let's also not forget that, you know, Caleb's going to have a great offensive coordinator as his head coach. What's he going to look like this year? You know, there are other
There's
young
going to be
players.
a step forward here, with him.
You know the name we didn't bring up? Who had a great year? I mean, a great year. And a lot of people feel very optimistic about him. Bo Nix had a monster year.
I was going to add him to that list, actually. It's funny you say that. I can't put him after 1 year
either.
above him.
I can't. But would you agree with me? He has another great year and they make the playoffs. He's going to be inching up this list.
I agree. He has a phenomenal defense.
He had a great year.
Is Brock closer to inching up this list or falling down this list? Now, as we're saying this, I mean, it sounds like a rhetorical question because based on what we're saying right now, he's probably closer to trending in the opposite direction instead of getting closer to the top 10. Like, there's guys who could push him out of the way.
Wow, I'm looking at these Goff-Purdy comparisons. Was this from last year? I mean, they had a monster offense last year. I mean, just a monster. He threw for 37 and 12, Goff did, and 4,700 yards. 73 completion percentage. He threw the ball 540 times.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going off last year, you have to take Goff over.
Yeah, if you're going off just last year.
You're right. Wow.
That was what my list is based on, just last year.
The part that is like just, when we talk about Brock, the Jimmy G PTSD just keeps seeping back in.
Well, it's just Niner quarterback
I think
PTSD.
he's better than Jimmy. I spent so much time explaining why he's better than Jimmy, only to fall back into he's in the Jimmy zone from time to time. Let's go to Austin and San Mateo. 888-957-9570. Is Brock even a top 10 quarterback in the league for you? I'm just asking. We're not saying he stinks. We're saying, is he truly a top 10 quarterback when you write the list out? Austin, what's up, man? What you got on Brock?
Yeah. I think he top 10 quarterback. Just a simple fact. We on a run first team, and he led the team his rookie year and to the Super Bowl and all that great stuff. And my other question is, was Jimmy G a top 10 quarterback when he was on the Niners? Because he did, lead a couple categories when he was on the Niners, and then so for Brock Purdy too, leading in a lot of categories. So I'm thinking he top 10. Any quarterback that's in the league that's in the playoffs, that's the top 10 quarterback to me. Herbert ain't made the playoffs. How can you consider him top 10?
He made the playoffs this year. And he made the playoffs with Brandon Staley and had one of the greatest comebacks. It was one game, but one of the greatest comebacks in NFL playoff history.
Okay, you got me on that one, but I mean, is it better than what Brock Purdy did on a run first team?
No. Look, Brock Purdy had a great year, but they won 6 games this year. Again, kind of my algorithm. If you look at all the guys that we're listing, they've outside of Jaden, they've all had multiple great years. Brock had
and they all got better weapons, though.
What?
They all got better weapons. Better receivers.
mean, he was thrown to Ladd McConkey this year, Justin Herbert.
And that was also a run-first team.
Yeah, I dumped that. I'm sorry. You can't say that anyone has better weapons than the 49ers. It's just not true.
They've literally had a Hall of Fame tight end for the last how many years?
There's teams out there that have... I think there are teams that have a lot of good weapons, but not on the Niners level.
I don't know if you guys know this, by the way.
Even without
every team in the league has great weapons.
Yeah.
Like, that's the league right now.
We are a step above that, I would argue, honestly. Last year...
No, you got
oh my God.
You got all pros like all over your offense outside of Brock. I mean, you got, Juszczyk, high end fullback, Ayuk, when healthy, Debo is theoretically supposed to be really good, even though he wasn't last year. And yeah, you're all universe tight end and George Kittle. Like, yeah, that's.
But why do Niner fans? This is why we're talking about this. Jed York was at the owners' meetings today, and Jed York was asked by the media, Carter, if you're looking at me as you're shaking your head, asked by the media, is Brock Purdy a top 10 quarterback? And this is what he said.
You're saying that Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback?
I think he is. I think he's great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you combine him with Kyle and you combine him with what we have. He's a heck of a quarterback and want him to be here for a long, long time.
Combine him with Kyle and with what we have.
So when I do the top 10 algorithm, like Lamar, it don't matter who's out there. Mahomes, it don't matter who's out there or who he's with. Stafford, it don't matter. Hurts. Now, I'll listen on Hurts. I'll listen.
See, Stafford and Hurts is like, so like you got your elite four of
two different offense coordinators.
You got your elite four of Allen, Burrow, Lamar, and Mahomes. Doesn't matter. I do feel like the line though from 4 to 5, like that's where the line is. Then Stafford and Hurts, where like the top 4, it absolutely does not matter. It's the mattering starts once you get to Stafford and Hurts.
But when I look at Stafford, he did it in multiple situations with multiple offensive coordinators. When I look at Herbert, he's done it with multiple head coaches, multiple offenses. Goff, multiple locations, multiple offensive coordinators. Baker Mayfield had one of the greatest Cleveland Brown quarterback seasons of all time.
Yeah. Took him to the playoffs.
Before Herbert, he broke the rookie record. And then, took him to the playoffs.
He won a playoff game. He won a playoff game in Cleveland.
And then now is doing it in Tampa Bay. So, that is a differentiator, I think, as I'm breaking these down and I'm looking have you done it in a variety of places with a variety of people? We'll find out with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
He's a huge question mark for me. Jordan Love had a lost year. I see the Jordan Love one, just right now, I don't think
there's some make or break because there's a lot to like.
That.
There's a lot to like.
I like the player.
There's a lot to like a couple years ago.
It's probably taking Brock.
Yeah, I agree with you with
the
that.
The highs and lows are they kind of drive me nuts.
Have we said Kyler Murray yet?
I brought up Kyler.
Yeah.
Come on. If I put Kyler with CMC, Shanahan.
Yeah.
Come on.
Because
he's been playing for the Bidwells his entire career.
That's
arguably the worst ownership group in sports.
That's saying something.
I'm taking Kyler over Brock.
I would take Kyler over Brock.
But
too.
why, when we do these exercises, do people get uncomfortable? That's the thing that I'm finding out right now.
There's just a level of just Niner fans are just so exasperated from this wandering the desert looking for a quarterback that it's just we want Brock to be the guy so bad that we're almost trying to twist ourselves in knots, telling ourselves that we don't need to go back into the wilderness looking for a quarterback again. Because that's what when I say I feel like a lot of fans, it's when you don't like Brock, it's you want to move off of Brock and find it. Because I think I asked you that at times last year. Yeah. I'm out on Brock. And I was like, well, then who do you want instead? And that's, I don't know if it's a super fair question, but is there a level of just I'm tired of looking for this quarterback?
So do you like burritos? Do you like burritos?
I do like burritos.
I do too. I like Brock.
Pretty cool.
I like him a lot. Do you like paying $67 for a burrito to be delivered to you on Uber Eats?
Well, no, I'm not to play along now.
Right? And so that's how I do the math.
Brock is a $60 burrito.
Right?
Where you rather had the $40 burrito.
Well, again, if we're gonna go Uber Eats here and have it delivered, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. We've all done it. We've all been so lazy to where we've had the burrito delivered.
It's the comfort fee.
Exactly. That doesn't mean it was smart money. You almost immediately know you're just, what am I doing? Right? And
that's what eating the burritos for. You eat your feelings.
all like Brock. But in no world is Brock worth $55 million a year guaranteed. It's okay to say it out loud.
Well, that's okay. And the separation I think people are having trouble with is just because you don't want Brock at $55 million doesn't mean you don't want Brock, period.
No. You know who I would love? I would love, seriously, if Dak Prescott was a $35 million a year quarterback,
which is what
we would talk about him so different.
Yeah.
So different. But he takes $60 million a year
from the
or
Cowboys.
more. and he's on the hook for a $92 million cap hit, and that's why we talk about him the way that we do.
Yeah. And
Am
that's
I wrong?
No, and that's what the spiraling will be with Brock Purdy if he does sign that too. Because the money does change the conversation. The threat of the money changes the conversation. Like if
he's a good player,
that's why I always
deserves.
That's why I always view this conversation. My biggest what if through this whole conversation is if Jed just did not say the reset the market comment.
It's just a foolish statement.
It would have changed the entire conversation that we're having around Brock Purdy. Because if there's never this expectation that the Niners were going to give him the biggest deal in the entire league, then I don't think there's as much hand-wringing over what this contract's going to look like. But because the owner is on record saying, we want to give this guy a deal that resets the market, it creates this entire level of anxiety around this entire conversation. And it's just, it was such an unnecessary thing to say that has just kind of poisoned this conversation.
Whenever we have these conversations, right, it would be like me saying this, like, Cade Cunningham's better than Steph Curry. When we have these conversations, like Jaden Daniels has had one great year. One great year.
Best quarterback in the NFL.
It was spectacular. Don't get me wrong. I am like spectacular. But to then jump over all these other quarterbacks that have done it year after year.
I'll be honest.
After year.
I'll be honest. We talk about April Fool's Day and, we mentioned things that you were fooled on. Like after CJ Stroud's rookie year, I'm like, I think he might be already one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league. I might jump the gun on that one a little. Now, could he still be a great quarterback throughout his career? That's a very high chance. I'm very bullish on what he could do going forward. But I'd probably jump the gun a little bit on terms of crowning him because we do. We're very recency biased as sports fans, so it's natural. But we get hot on these guys.
Look, it's just the Niner fans in general. We lose. Alex threw for 17 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, and we talked about him like he was God. It was like, what are we talking about?
Well, is that just because, the thing, this is the third, that's why my initial point is just like the thirst to find the franchise quarterback. We're going into year 10 now.
No, he is the franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I'd pay you a ridiculous sum of money that you wouldn't do it at any other position. Like right now, why is Aaron Banks not on the Niners?
They don't want to pay for him.
We like the player.
Yeah.
We don't like him at the price point he's going to get. He got $20 million.
Well, that's the premium of the quarterback. It's the most important position in all of sports.
So then I think
the value of it is even greater. And what Brock's going to say is
scrutinize the position even more.
Oh, absolutely.
And you should be more discerning with how you spend your money. Let's go out to Todd and Vallejo. Todd, what do you got on the 49ers, Brock Purdy, the top 10 convo?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. First of all, it's raining like crazy, and I just needed somebody to talk to.
Let's go.
I liked what you said about the burrito comparison was great because I think what you were saying, or at least to me how it resonated, was a $60 burrito to be delivered. I think we're looking for, if we're paying $60 for a burrito to be delivered, it needs to be delivered. And I think paying Brock that much money, I think we're looking for the talent or the results to be delivered. And I'd rather go to the store and go grab something for a little less. But I think Brock's a great quarterback. I think he's solid.
Me too.
And I think that, I think he's a good quarterback for the Niners right now. And with the market how it is, I think it's really hard, and if you pay him a lot, like you said, it's hard to get those other guys that you could get. But I just like that analogy that you gave. That was really good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Look, I think all of us we all like Brock. How could you not like the guy? He's got one of the great stories and the great come-ups. Now the question
is
about
face of the franchises earlier. Like, he's a guy that you want to be a face of your franchise based on the kind of person that he is.
Jonathan Kuminga is being put through the ringer, not because Jonathan Kuminga is a good player, a bad player, whatever, because we think
he wants $40 million.
Kuminga wants $35-40 million a year. We think.
Yeah. And we're evaluating him this season in real time as if he already has that deal.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And yet with Brock, it's like, well, that's what you just pay. It's like, whoa.
See, and that's the thing. Like, we always say, like, just because, like, that's just the way it is. Like, I hate that excuse.
No.
Like, it's like history has shown that that's just the way it is the dumbest reason to stand on any sort of point or practice of any kind.
If that was the case, they would have gave a max contract to Klay Thompson. And how different would the Warriors season look this year? I'm asking.
It would be different. It would be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Alex in Atlanta. Alex, step right up and waiting. What do you got on the 49ers quarterback, Brock Purdy, and Jed York saying, I think he's top 10?
9 in numbers.
So I believe he's top 10. I would put him, though, towards the outside of the top 10. I took some time to list out, what quarterbacks I would take above him right now. I have 8 off the top of my head, in no particular order: Mahomes, Burrow, Jackson, Allen, Hurts, Daniels, Stafford, and Herbert.
Yep.
We agree on that. That being said, I think the thing we have to think about here is when it comes to what Brock is going to be paid, you have to look at how the market has been all sorts of in flux. I mean, Dak is getting paid more than Josh Allen, which I think we all would agree doesn't make a lick of sense.
Ridiculous.
Absolutely. But at the same time, I would argue that of all the guys I just listed, I mean, I think Mahomes is at his peak. Burrow is close to his peak. Jackson is at his peak. Allen's at his peak. Hurts, Daniels are approaching their peak. Stafford is past his peak, and Herbert is probably close to his peak. Do we really know what Brock's peak is yet? I think there's still room for him to improve. I think there's still room to get better. This is still a very young quarterback. So I think his ceiling is still really high. And because of that potential high ceiling, I still have him floating around, the bottom half of the top 10. I have him at 9 right now.
Okay. You're probably more optimistic than me, but that's okay. I don't know. I mean, look, I watched Kaepernick reach his ceiling in his first 20 games.
Yeah.
I watched Jimmy Garoppolo reach his ceiling in his first 20 games.
I mean, if Brock's ceiling was what we saw a couple years ago, he took them to the Super Bowl. I mean, you got to, if you can come close to that even, you're still going to have a really good quarterback. Is it enough to get you to that ultimate prize, though? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, here's the thing. That's what's so complicated, though, because, when we talk about that Super Bowl, we talk about the ceiling, what can he get you there? I mean, I thought Brock did about everything he could to win that game that day. There were a lot of other reasons why the Niners lost. I think about, the 4th and 1 in overtime, Bosa just misses getting to Mahomes. Mahomes gets that first down, and then everything falls apart. If Bosa got off the line just a smidge faster there, got Mahomes, took him down, Niners win the Super Bowl, Brock would have had the exact same line, and they would have won that Super Bowl. That's how different the margin of error is there. So we talk about what the ceiling could be. He's gotten him as close as you could possibly get. And it's just, is that
with a super squad, but with a super squad and him making $1 million.
Yeah. And I just
see, Sam, the way I viewed that whole Super Bowl was we needed him to make a play outside of structure, and he just couldn't do it in that game. And that happens.
Yeah.
That happens.
Well, I think that's
he was okay.
That's the ceiling. His ceiling is just slightly below the ceiling I think you want him to have.
Here's the question everyone's afraid to ask, but should be asking. If Shanahan has another 6-11 season this year, he might be gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would I want to lock up this quarterback to 3 or 4 years if it only works with Shanahan and he's perfect for Shanahan? If Shanahan's kind of on the hot seat.
Do the Niners view Shanahan?
You get where I'm going with this?
The only reason I would say that they would do that is they truly just have a belief, or you can call it an arrogance if you want, that their whole system works and they can just fix things in the draft and everything will be all hunky-dory after that.
Brock Purdy's making, let's just say hypothetically, $45 million a year. He's on the team for the next 2 years. There's an open vacancy. Does a Ben Johnson... is he dying to jump over other jobs?
How many? Yeah, because you look if the Buffalo Bills job opened up right now, everyone's going for that job because you get to work with Josh Allen.
Who's Jacksonville's coach?
Was it Maroney? Isn't No,
it's the guy from Tampa Bay. First time guy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the new guy.
Offensive coordinator. I think it looks closer to that than we want to admit.
Yeah, I don't know if you're asking the question would Brock Purdy be a draw for coaching candidates? I think it's. You walk into Buffalo in this hypothetical situation, you're taking over Sean McDermott. You're like, heck yeah, I get to work with Josh Allen. New coach walking into Levi Stadium. I think they're saying, well, let's see what we got here.
Let me take it a step further. Would the Tennessee Titans trade their first number 1 overall pick for Burrow? Of course. For Allen? Yes. How about for Goff?
No.
I don't know about that. I don't think so either. Herbert? Yes. Will we agree or no?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, I think they would.
Winner.
Stafford, even at his age, I think they would. You don't think so because of his age?
I think because of the age of that, but that's a different level.
Mahomes.
No.
Baker. No, you don't think so?
No.
Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
Lamar.
Yes.
How about Jordan Love?
I don't think so. I think they're taking Cam Ward over Jordan Love.
You think?
I think so.
I don't know. I'm just asking out loud.
No, that's my...
CJ Stroud?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to trade that number 1 pick?
So young.
Kyler? You don't think so? How about Brock?
No way.
I think the Niners...
Not a chance in hell,
I think
right?
the Niners would... If they could swap Cam Ward out for Brock, yeah.
No, I'm talking about Tennessee.
Okay, well, yeah, Tennessee or just a generic team at the number 1 pick. Yeah, it would... I think... If you have the choice between you have Brock Purdy on one hand or drafting Cam Ward on the other, you're probably going for Cam Ward.
Yeah, but I guess the exercise I'm trying to display here is that things are cyclical. Just because you had a monster season a year and a half ago, like, I don't just look over the bad year you had this year. 2 years ago, I was like, Russell Wilson's going to the Hall of Fame. God, he's a winner. What a great player. Look how great he is. Right now, I wouldn't touch that guy with a 10-foot pole.
No.
Aaron Rodgers.
You said he's got to play himself out of the Hall of Fame, Russell Wilson.
Aaron Rodgers, if I said 2 off seasons ago, Niners could get Aaron Rodgers, all Niner fans would be like, sign me up. Now, I don't even, no way.
He's toxic asset.
Things move quickly. Think about how you felt about Jimmy G after losing the Super Bowl. Think about how you felt after 2020. Think about Kaepernick, how you felt after losing to the Seattle Seahawks in the NFC Championship game. Now think about how you felt after 8-8. Things change quickly in the NFL. I'm not saying he can't bounce back. Baker bounced back. Baker's career was dead in the water, and he bounced back. I want to see it from Brock. I think this is a monster.
Well, if we talk common, I know we're up against Fast Five, but just finishing off things here, like, do you have a confidence that Brock can bounce back? Forget the money, just on the field. Do you feel confident that there's a bounce back season coming, or are you on edge thinking that, oh man, last year that could be the start of what he is? I'm asking you as a fan. Like,
I didn't think he played good football last year. I thought at times he was all right. But I thought when push came to shove, this team needed somebody to grab this steering wheel of this team. And he threw a lot of oh-no balls. And he's got to bounce back. I think this is a big bounce back year.
Yeah.
Let's go to the Final Five. Fast Five, whatever the hell it's called. April Fool's today. The most fooled I've ever been. Ever. Jimmy G and Colin Kaepernick. I didn't think they were good. I thought they were great. And then both of them, look, they played great football, and I thought they were sustainable stars. And things change.
Life, man.
Quickly.
Yeah.
And I was fooled. And I'll never forget, for Jimmy G specifically, the day it happened, Minnesota Vikings, playoff game, divisional round, he couldn't see the field. And I felt like he was never the same after that.
For me, I was also fooled on Jimmy. The way he took a 1-9 Niner team and had that completely incredible finish in 2017. It's like, wow, if he can do that with this, like, imagine what could happen next. For me, it was that bomb cyclone game against the Colts. I remember I had to fill in on this show the next morning. Oh, man, you were irate that next morning. You want to talk about getting fooled, though. Oh, you know where this is going.
Carson Wentz?
It was, yeah, sure. No,
but isn't that another example of a guy who was MVP of the league?
Mm-hmm.
And
oh my God,
can't even get on the field.
Yeah, but no, Farhan Zaidi absolutely fooled me. I was convinced that he was going to bring the Dodger way of baseball construction to the Giants and turn the Giants into a. I always say the Dodgers are a Death Star. If you want your own Death Star, you get someone who's built a Death Star. I thought he was Tarkin. We got stuck with Orson Krennic, and you know that really.
Krennic's a great character.
I love Krennic actually, but honestly, it would have been nice for him. But you talk about the moment. You remember the moment that you lost it with Jimmy. For me, with Farhan, I mean, my faith was already kind of getting shaky, but it was the Friday before the 2023 All-Star game. We all crowd into this little office at the back of the press box, and Farhan's sitting at this little round table.
Like the
no, it wasn't that. So we all sit at this little table, and I sit right across from Farhan because I want to look him dead in the eye when we're doing this whole thing. The entire media contingent's in there.
In the eyes.
Exactly. And he was asked about the pitching depth going into the deadline. The Giants had Logan Webb and a bunch of who's-its, what's-its at the time. And he said, yeah, I really like our pitching depth right now. And I had to prevent myself from letting out an audible gasp in front of everybody. And it was in that moment, it's like, oh no, this guy absolutely hoodwinked me. I thought we had a gem here. We have a turd. And
Shasky was right all along.
Bonte did have a point.
My final thought of the day is the real fool is the MLB by not having Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. I'm going to read you guys 3 stats that a friend sent to me that are just unbelievable. Barry Bonds.
Nothing with Bonds will surprise me.
In 2004, it would have taken Barry Bonds 186 consecutive outs to drop his on-base percentage from .609 below second place Todd Helton at .469.
So 2004, he had 46 home runs, batted .345, and I believe drove in 128.
They get better. Hold on.
And then had 202 walks.
All right, you ready?
232.
If you stripped all of Bond's stats from his 7 MVP seasons, he would still have 440 home runs and 359 stolen bases, which no other player has ever done.
I love that.
It's insane.
Last, from 2001 to 2004, Barry Bonds reached base in 500 of 39 out of 573 games he played. 94%.
It's incredible.
That's my final thought.
Torpedo bats.
Yeah, we got a
real
couple
quick
minutes here.
before we on that. So this is a regular baseball bat. As you can see, there's a cupping where you take a little bit of the weight out of the end. There's different handle thicknesses. Some are balanced. Some are end loaded. I like a good end loaded bat. What they've done with the torpedo bat is they've moved how you see where it's tapered and it gets nice and regular. They've moved this center of mass to where you would hit the ball. You could see some of the stings on here.
When you have the center of the mass more in the sweet spot of the bat like that,
it's why
does that make the ball basically go further than when you hit it?
It doesn't make it go further. You're just barreling it up better.
Okay.
Right? And so they've realized that if you actually hit it off the end of the bat, even though there's a lot of meat there, you're still going to hit a very low percentage. So we might as well move the mass more toward the middle of the barrel to be able to square up some of those jam shots. So instead of jamming one to shortstop, maybe I hit it in between third and short into a base hit.
There you go. Really quick, the YouTube poll, what do you want to see tonight? A Steph 40 burger or playoff Jimmy? 361 votes are in. 61% of respondents want to see playoff Jimmy tonight.
And just for Carter, you could see on this one, I mean, that...
He's got a little mark on the back
Carter,
here.
What did you say to me when I showed you
that one went over the fence, huh?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
He's asking on the bat. There's a big old scuff mark on the bat there. And then, Carter, you kind of mentioned the A's press conference holding in a shed. Good Lord, what are we doing?
That's what the A's do.
I mean, I know we say this a lot, but good Lord, that is embarrassing.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Signing Guru are next. Sam Lovey did a great job today. And that's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let's go.
Carter, you know I was kidding, buddy, right? You're a big boy. Literally.
Everything.
All right, we got full squad back today. Evan back in the house.
E-Dog.
After a long weekend with, was it a bachelor party or a wedding?
And he looks good.
It was a bachelor party.
Yeah, it was a bachelor's party.
Bachelor party.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's in a good mood. You know how sometimes you come back and like, cranky?
Yeah.
Yeah, he ain't cranky Frankie today.
Well, that's good. Yeah. That's good. Welcome back, Evan. And of course, we got power forward, Carter Chickering in the house.
Yeah, he's a center. True 5.
Yeah, I guess on this team he's got to be.
Yeah.
We play small, though.
I'm the PF.
What about, he doesn't work here anymore. I was going to say, what about Bonte?
Oh, yeah.
He got traded.
B.
It's kind of like, let's hope it's doesn't turn into one of those Parrish and McHale for Joe Barry Carroll.
Well, he's still on the squad. He does Fridays. Yeah. So he's still on the squad.
He's not top 10 anymore.
Look at you.
Speaking of top 10, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, listen, if you had a sliver of doubt that Purdy wouldn't be the franchise quarterback or the long-term quarterback for the Niners, I think we can put those to bed right now. A couple things coming out today. And Garafolo, Mike Garafolo of NFL Network, sorry. He had an interview with Jed York. And Jed York basically, this is the money quote.
He spoke.
Of course, the 49ers have not made very many free agent signings, and a lot of guys have left. They've chosen not to re-sign a lot of guys. And Jed York was asked about that, and he said the following, quote, "We knew we had to make sacrifices around the roster to make sure that you can pay a quarterback. It's just math." So the 49ers are poised to get something done with Brock Purdy to make him the quarterback for the foreseeable future. And they wanted to do that so badly that they had to make concessions in other areas of the football team. That's what's going on this offseason. I think it looks exactly the way it truly is. They've cut a lot of salary so they can pay Brock Purdy. That's kind of what I think.
And, something you said you said a while ago that stayed with me, Stoney, and I get it. They've lost 8 starters. I can make an argument, and I feel like Brock Purdy's earned this bag he's about to get just from what he's done. And I don't blame all of last year on him by any stretch, but he's taking you to 2 NFC championship games, the Super Bowl, overtime, and you look at this top 10 list that includes guys like Dak, Jordan Love, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Goff, Herbert, Lamar, Hurts, who won it all, and Murray. I have no problem with that, but something you said last year, Stoney, last summer, was what type of team will Brock Purdy now quarterback after he gets the bag? And I think right now we're staring that in the face. And with the debacle, because I'm calling it that, a Dre Greenlaw, and what Robert Saleh will not have at his disposal in regard to players on the defensive side of the ball, this is it. Michael Jackson. It's a big draft. The Niners were kind of quiet in free agency. So when this news does come down, Stoney, I'm not gonna say he's not worth it, because again, he fits in that top 10 list with what he's done thus far. And I guess York was right and true to his word when he said, a year and a half ago, we're ready to reset the market with Brock Purdy.
Well, I mean, if they reset the market with Brock Purdy, I would say that's too much money.
Yeah,
that
would supersede Dak right now at $60 million per.
That's just me. And the other thing we've seen is the guys who are getting paid that type of money, most of them are not living up to that contract. So that's what I would say. Now, if you want to give me whatever they pay him, it's just the price of doing business.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then you've determined that Brock Purdy is your quarterback, and he's so important that you're willing to maybe give him more than market value. So this is interesting stuff. We have the one quote from Jed York, and this is down at the owners' meeting. So take a listen. This is Jed York on Brock Purdy.
You're saying that Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback?
I think he is. I think he's great. And especially when you combine him with Kyle and you combine him with what we have, he's a heck of a quarterback and want him to be here for a long, long time.
All right. So that's Jed York saying that Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback and they want him on the 49ers for a long, long time.
Yeah. And I'll say this, Donnie. I don't know if you agree, but it's the most important position on a football team to me in this era of football. And they've determined, and it sounds like they've been knowing, if I can go some slang on you, they've been knowing that this is their guy. And it's just a matter of time before this news is announced. And again, I keep going to something you said. Will fans look at Brock Purdy differently if things on the field don't pan out like they did last year because he's getting, it's not the cute little story where you got him on a bargain. Now he's getting that big boy money.
No, I think that's what comes with the territory. When you get paid, you get looked at differently. And if and when Purdy gets paid, and it sure looks like he's going to, then he's going to be judged differently. There's just no way around that. And quite frankly, I don't think there should be a way around that. The question now becomes, when's it going to happen? The 49ers have their first off-season workouts where everybody can be there in mid-April. So we're talking about 2 weeks. And can they get it done in 2 weeks so Brock Purdy can get in there and avoid a holdout situation? Yeah. And Kyle Shanahan also talked earlier this morning. We'll have some of that sound for you. But this is the first, as far as I'm concerned, this is the first real tangible piece of news from the Niners this offseason in terms of Purdy. He's their guy. There is no longer any doubt about it, barring some kind of unforeseen complication in the negotiation. Yeah. And my question to 49er fans at 888-957-9570 is the number is, there's a lot going on with this quote. Once again, Jed York, this is what he said. We knew that we had to make sacrifices around the roster to make sure that you can pay a quarterback. It's just math. And he was asked to elaborate on the contract talks, and he said, I think they've been good. It's not conversations that I'm having. He's got to make a decision with what he wants to do. I don't think we're that far apart. I think we can sit down and get something done. Whenever he's ready, we're ready. That's Jed York. And I'll read a couple more of these quotes in the upcoming segment. But my question is, what do you make of the 49ers right now, combined with all the things they didn't do in the offseason? And what does it tell you? What does it tell you about where they're at? And I'll start out by telling you what I think. It feels to me like the 49ers have made a decision that they obviously want Brock Purdy to be their quarterback. And they know that it's going to cost them a lot of money. And they've prioritized him to the degree that they've been willing to part with a lot of key members of their team, maybe aging key players, but players nonetheless. And the story, I feel like, that's not being told, or I shouldn't say that, but here's what I think. I think the 49ers, they're not going to want to take a step back. They're not saying they will take a step back, but I believe they're prepared to take a step back if they have to, knowing that once they get Purdy in here, at the number they get him in here, then Guru, they're going to start to rebuild a team around him that they hope can once again challenge for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, there it is. And that's how I take it. And also, Stoney, they want an offseason, I think, with drama-free, right? You can say what you want, but last year had more drama than Young and the Restless, any soap opera. So just coming out saying what it is, being proactive, but they actually taken a step back last year when you look at the totality,
no doubt,
and no playoff appearance. But they are, to me, telling everybody, we're going to start. Hopefully we're already further ahead than starting, but we're going to build around this guy. Yeah. And that guy is Brock Purdy.
I mean, think about it, 49er fans. For a couple years, we've been talking about Brock Purdy. 2 or 3 years now, we've been talking about Brock Purdy. How good is he? How good is he if he's not quarterback in this team?
Yeah.
Does he have a plethora of weapons that once he gets paid, he's not going to have? The 49ers are in the process of answering all those questions. Brock Purdy is essentially the man, and the 49ers are going to have to try to retool around him. And I get the sense they're prepared to, perhaps take a step back this year in the hopes of, once again, rebuilding a Super Bowl contender down the line with Brock Purdy. We obviously have a monster hoops game tonight.
Feel like the playoffs.
The Warriors are in Memphis. They play the Grizzlies. They win that game tonight. They jump up to 5. They take the tiebreaker off the Grizzlies. Grizzlies have lost 6 of 7. They are struggling. They fired their coach. It's a make or break game for both teams, it feels like. And this is the one, to me, the Warriors have to get, because they have the Lakers and Nuggets coming up. Also, at 1 o'clock today, we have Tim Keown, ESPN senior writer and author, Bay Area guy. He was in Sacramento last night watching the A's play their season opener at home, or rather their home opener, I should say.
Boy.
And we'll check in with Tim, one of the, quite frankly, one of the best writers the Bay Area's ever produced. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, he's going to be in the fold by every indication. How we feeling, 49er fans? 888-957-9570. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
49ers in a shambles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Keown, ESPN senior writer. He was in Sacramento last night at the A's game. They had a few pitching problems last night. And they gave up 18 runs, most ever by a home team in a home opener.
In 100 years.
Oh.
Easy.
That's it. So,
since the Great War.
1917?
The Great War.
It was done.
Yeah.
So we'll have Tim Keown on the other side at 1 o'clock, and we're going to talk about the 49ers this segment. But first, Goo.
Oh, boy. I was here for me early,
Goo.
so I feel like so what did I miss, Evan? Just lay it on me, man. I'm here for you.
So today, let me tell you a little story about my partner.
This wasn't cool.
Oh, man.
I didn't think it was cool either, but you guys can be the judge of this.
Oh, man, I forgot.
So Evan and I are in our little office working, and Goo comes in and he sits down, and Evan was kind of in the middle of something, and then Evan paused for a sec, and Goo says, "Guys, I'm in a little trouble." And then Goo said, "Finish up, Evan." And I'm like, "What the hell?" And Goo says, and Evan finishes up, and Goo said, "So Raymond Ritter, who's the president of communications of the Warriors, had just reached out to Matt Nahigian because Guru had his credential to the Warriors revoked. And it was because of some of the things he was saying about Jimmy Butler.
He deserved it.
Midweek last week about, we were talking about Jimmy Butler having to step up. Apparently Guru got personal as it related to Jimmy Butler, and Raymond Ritter called Nahigian, revoked his credential, and said essentially, you're not welcome to come out to Chase anymore.
Oh no,
we bit.
Oh boy, listen,
we bit. I was like, what? Oh my God! And my first thought is, How could it have been Guru? He was telling, April Fools.
Yeah.
April Fools.
Evan, if I don't know anything, I know Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz love their boy Daryl the Guru Johnson. The look of despair on both faces and concern for their boy kind of made my day. I had to just cut it quick, Evan. And Steiny, you just had your head dropped, like rubbing your chin like in my neck. I don't say what any of that, but you guys love your boy, man. So
I got to tell you, he could have kept it going.
Oh, we were.
I was
in the palm of his hand because I was out for the last couple days. I immediately started scouring our Twitter page to see what Goo had said that would have got him jacked.
Evan was on it quick. I said, I gotta pull the cord on this. Steiny, your look of concern.
Well,
I love you, man.
And in
you
fairness,
love me.
I gotta be honest. In fairness, I gotta be honest. Half the concern was for me because I was thinking, damn, if Guru said something, how could I not have said something over the last
what did I say?
week
They told me
or
I wasn't,
40 years, quite frankly.
I wasn't welcome Friday. The Denver game. Remember that? Oh, man.
And he had actually just got off the phone, and before he came in, I heard him say something like, "It's all right, man. I'll figure it out. I'll call you back." Like you sold that.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I mean, he could have. It was such a good one that you could have gone for another 15 minutes. You could have walked out and said, "I got to talk to Nahegian."
I couldn't have did it to you too because the concern was on one thou wow.
Steiny would have started the show with it.
Oh man.
Oh my man. Yeah, my man.
Good one.
Yep.
And someone saying, let's see, aren't you a little too mature for that, Steiny? Well, that's the point. I mean, I didn't wake up saying, "Hey, April Fools, be aware."
Yeah.
Be aware.
Has anybody
a good one,
you guys
that was a good
within
one.
media had their credential revoked from something they said? I can say no. My 12 years in the biz, all the, weekends, all the stuff that I've done, I don't remember that. Somebody just getting jacked as evidence.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but Guru with a good one.
Yeah.
He got his boys pretty good today.
Hopefully no April Fools here in Memphis, right? Absolutely incredible.
Well,
this is a big game.
Yeah, it's a real big game. It's a real big game.
Why do you say, just for this, obviously the standings, but what else?
I think this is the one they got to get out of the next four. Oh. You don't want to lose tonight, okay? You don't want to lose tonight and then have to face the Lakers and Nuggets on a back-to-back when they're sitting in San Francisco while you are in L.A. playing the Lakers. This is the one they got to get to ensure, I think, that the next four games can still be a positive because I just don't. I think it's going to be really hard to lose. You lose to Memphis, I just think it's going to be real tough to win the next three. That's all. And, of course, with what's going on with the standings, this is such a pivotal game. Ooh. If you beat the Grizzlies, now you can set your sights on the Lakers, who you'll have a game against on Thursday.
To get home court if you try to get the fourth seed is what you're saying.
Exactly. Now, they'll lose the tiebreaker to the Lakers, and the Lakers got a nice win last night over Houston.
Man.
But if the Warriors beat the Grizzlies, then they have action in terms of the Lakers. Then if they beat the Lakers on Thursday somehow, boy, then we'll have to check the standings after that. But this one tonight is a big one, and I feel like I do think the Warriors have the advantage. Memphis is not in a good space.
But they played Boston tough, Steiny. Tie game at half, and Boston's Boston. Porzingis just puts them, they're the champs. So I just feel like you're right. They are struggling, lost 3 in a row, 6 or 7, but they got to know, we need this one against the Warriors. Yeah. And that bothers me. We don't know we know GP2's not playing. Any update on Kuminga or a game time decision?
He's questionable for tonight.
All right.
So we'll find out more about that. But what we're talking about is Jed York and Kyle Shanahan are down at the owners' meetings, and they're talking to the media. And Jed York is essentially divulged what I think we all knew. Didn't we all know this was going to go on, or this was what was in the midst of happening while the 49ers were not re-signing so many of their own players. And they've had a lot of attrition by choice. And Jed York said earlier, we knew we had to make sacrifices around the roster to make sure that you can pay a quarterback. It's just math. And to me, I want to ask 49ers, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? Because to me, it means, in a way, they are more sold on being able to be a contender in the short term and long term by re-signing Purdy, having him as the foundation, and then kind of rebuilding around him, than bringing everybody back for another year after they did it last year and went 6-11.
Shocked everybody.
So I feel like they're all but telling us, look, guys, fans, just know this is temporary, but we are looking at a reset. That's what, and I think in their minds, it's the perfect year to do it because their schedule is so easy that it looks so easy that they may be able to get through this year, squeak into the playoffs, and then actually go into the following season thinking they're going to be better.
And maybe do more with the wallet that offseason as well. But I feel like, and I'm going to tell you, I told the tall tale last segment because I said we all saw this coming. And Steiny, I'm 98% of that, but I got to be real here. Full disclosure, when the news came that Mac Jones was going to be the backup quarterback for the Niners, I, for a few hours, maybe half a day, thought, is this going to have any impact on Brock Purdy because of the 6-11? And obviously the 6-11 was not all Brock Purdy's fault, but I thought, is this the Niners playing hardball, or, something changed in what they thought about Brock? And I know that's a stretch, but hearing that soundbite by the owner, Stoney, tells me that I was wrong, and Mac Jones being here, obviously strictly for a backup, but that's not going to impede progress for Brock Purdy to get his bag. And speaking of that, do you have a problem if I or Niner fans out there say, Stoney, and I'm being real, 3 years, he's earned it? I feel like Brock Purdy's earned this payday that's coming because, again, I'm fixated on this list. Dak at the top, Trevor Lawrence, what they're making. They haven't even come close to sniffing the games that Brock Purdy has quarterbacked his team in, and that's multiple championship games and also a Super Bowl.
Well, I think
earned. I feel like he's
earned. Did Brock Purdy earn a new contract? I would say yes, he's absolutely earned a new contract. Did he earn a contract that may pay him more than anybody else in the NFL? Yeah, I would say no to that. But again, we know how business goes, and if it's the price, it's the price. But no, I don't think he earned. He didn't earn the right to be the top paid quarterback in the NFL.
And neither did Dak.
So, but, and that's the question the 49ers have to ask themselves. If they think, are they prepared to, in other words, make a mistake? Paying him 50, 60, whatever it's going to be, knowing that he's going to have to produce. This is more of his quote. Right. And 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think of the official, and I'm just saying official in air quotes, the official direction the Niners are going on? They left a lot of players go, a lot of attrition. They haven't re-signed players for the most part. They're going to build through the draft. They're going to pay Brock Purdy, and that's the way it's going to be. Here's more from Jed York. I've been in situations where you have a great roster and the quarterback isn't set, and it's hard to have sustained success. We want to make sure that Brock is a long-term partner. We want to make sure that he's part of our team for a long time. It's a decision. I don't know exactly when we made it, but it was made sometime in the middle of the season, knowing that you can start negotiating at the end of the third year, and it's like, all right, he's our guy. And if he's our guy, you have to know that and make those decisions, and that's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
It is Brock Purdy's team.
No doubt about it.
How you feeling about that, Niner fans? How you feeling about the offseason? Some of us were scratching our heads a little bit, and then we kind of put two and two together. And then I feel like now the 49ers are being transparent about the direction they're going in.
Yeah, and I'll say maybe too transparent when we slip over to Dre Greenlaw. And I know I'm not just by myself, but Kyle Shanahan or Lynch talked about how that, I'm calling it a debacle, Steiny, how that went down and they lost him. And I just felt like in what John was talking about, they didn't make Dre Greenlaw a priority, and then they doubled back and tried to go to Texas and talk to him. It was too late, but they've identified Brock Purdy as their guy. I get it, but it's the other decisions around the team that I'm kind of wondering, will they come back and bite them, Steiny? We'll see. But man, oh man, if a team ever depended on a draft to kind of get them back, I'll say it in contention, it's the Niners in a draft that's 23 days away, I believe.
Mm-hmm. This is from the 415 on the text line. What the owner says publicly has no bearing on what will happen in the background. All right. It sounds to me like that is casting doubt over whether Jed York is sincere in these comments. And listen, I know that at times owners and GMs don't tell the truth, but I find it hard to believe that Jed York would say all these things and not be telegraphing that a big contract's coming for Brock and he will be their foundation and they will play for him this year with the team they have and the players they draft, and then they will begin to build around Brock Purdy.
And let's put a rat on the table, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control early this morning, Steiny. What's their plan B? They lost 8 starters, and none of them bother me to the degree of Dre Greenlaw. I'll get that out my system. But what are we really shocked? They were. Mac Jones is not going to be a starter. I mean, Brock Purdy took the world by storm. Followed up the NFC Championship game on the fly that he took the team to with the Super Bowl visit. So they really, the advantage, I'm going tennis, was in Brock Purdy all day, every day.
Well, yes.
Because there's no plan B at the quarterback position. They're saying if we're not, hey, Goo, you might got it wrong. It looks bad right now, or you guys are doubting us, but we got our quarterback.
Yes, but let's be honest. The reason that not everybody assumed that Purdy was going to be the franchise quarterback is because of Kyle Shanahan's history with quarterbacks during his tenure with the San Francisco 49ers. There have been plenty of stories about, Kirk Cousins. There have been a lot of talk about how Kyle Shanahan is fickle with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
There's obviously been plenty of times during his tenure where he's moved off of quarterbacks. So we've never, I don't think we've ever seen Kyle Shanahan commit to a quarterback like they're going to commit to Purdy. And even Jimmy Garoppolo, to my way of thinking, it felt like, they had built in some safeguards. And of course, Trey Lance was somebody that Kyle Shanahan thought that he could make a quarterback into. That's why people, I think, were saying, I'm going to wait until I see Purdy sign that contract before I believe it. Mm-hmm. It's because of Kyle Shanahan, not because of necessarily Brock Purdy.
And I'll say this, when you come off a season, and it was a shocking season to me, Stoney, because nobody out there had the Niners winning 6 games. A lot of different things went into why they were only able to get to 6 wins. But the bottom line to me is, you mentioned the schedule. And some could say, what a fool, Daryl the Guru Johnson, you are, if you're sitting here thinking a team that just went 6-11 has the ability to scoff at a schedule and determine that it's weak when the Niners didn't make the playoffs. But I'm doing that because, Steiny, I feel like windows do come shut, and I feel like we might be staring that in the face here with the Niners. And I bring that up because with this soft schedule, if somehow they didn't make it again, then I would feel 100% comfortable licking you in the face and telling you, Steiny, the window is shut. The Niners need to reinvent themselves. Because that would be a disaster. Because, Donnie, let's be real. Vegas is still counting on the Niners only because of the schedule.
Well, I don't know if it's only because of the schedule or if it's because of some of what they've done in the past. I mean, I don't think this. I mean, to me, yes, I think the 49ers Super Bowl window's shut. I just do. There's going to be so many new players. There's going to be key players who aren't there anymore. Man. They're clearly going to have a lot of young players on this team who are going to be asked to produce. And that's, I don't think this is no, I don't think they're a serious Super Bowl contender right now with what I've seen in the offseason.
A lot of work to be done.
Absolutely. Let's go to Damon. Damon's on 101. Wants to jump into the conversation. What's up, David? How you doing? Damon, I'm sorry.
What's up, guys? Hey. I just wanted to ask you, given what you guys have seen of Purdy last season, that doesn't give you any pause to just wonder if that might be a sign of things to come? Like, that doesn't make you, like, it seems like everybody's skipping over last season, like, oh, that you know, we're not going to look at that. These other past 2 seasons, yeah, he looked really great, but everybody's really just kind of glossing over last season, and there's a lot to, like, really make me question. I was sold on Purdy. I was really sold on Purdy, but after last season, it made me pause. Yeah. And defenses adapt. And just like how Kaepernick started off really hot until he wasn't, and defenses adapted to him. Could be the same thing for Purdy. And to dump a lot of money into this when you know that he's a guy that does exceptionally well when he has really, really good players around him. But if you put all that money, you can't do that. Like, how do you guys feel? Like, you guys don't have any questions from last season? The guy could barely hold on to the ball in the rain. Is that a top 10 guy for you?
No, that
you know what,
Stoney,
Damon, I'll follow up on that. I mean, that's the question to 49er fans. Are you sold on Purdy? Are you sold on Brock Purdy? Now, the answer might be, well, now it doesn't matter because he's going to be the quarterback. But are you sold on Brock Purdy, Goo?
Man, Damon just read my notes, Stoney. That's very valid, what he's bringing up. But I would tell Damon this. We've seen more better. We've seen more good than bad. We've seen him take a team to the Super Bowl, and I don't take that lightly, and almost won it. So are we overreacting to a 6-11 season to where you take away his best weapon and then his top wide receiver for 8 games, and then you lose Ayuk? So I'm still watching with a keen eye because I think the 2 seasons of spectacular Purdy supersede what we saw last year. But, Damon, I'm being real with you. I don't have him, and people might not say it doesn't matter. I'm not putting him in the Joe Burrow category, Steiny. I'm not putting him in that top-tier category because I'm watching again with the keen eye to see if last year was just bad football team-wide and – the throws that I saw and decisions at times from Purdy that I was like, man, I don't know. But I do get, Damon, they had no – what do you want, Rodgers? What do you want? Them to flirt with Cousins who stay and put – the bottom line is they couldn't go anywhere. So this is their guy. But, Steiny, I guess I'm feeling a little trepidation because I don't have the answer to Damon to tell him he's wrong. Like, this is a big year.
I mean, if you ask me, am I sold on Purdy? My answer would be,
what are you buying when you say, are you sold?
I'm sold that he's pretty good. Is he top 10? I don't know. He's either 10 or he's 12 or 14. I don't know. I think he's good. I don't think he's great. I also think this was the less risky road to go down. Obviously. I mean, you could make a case that they could have just gotten a guy like Rodgers in here for a year if they think it's going to be a reset, then a quick turnaround. And if you're not sold on Purdy, you don't worry about him. You find another quarterback for this year, Rodgers and Mac Jones. You see what happens. And then the following year, maybe you look for your quarterback.
Yeah. And you just don't want buyer's remorse, right? Because you got buyer's remorse, and I don't like it because I'm going to defend Ayuk. He got hurt, and he wasn't playing his best when he got hurt. But, Steiny, all the people now coming out of the bushes, the jackals, saying that contract is an atrocity. I get it because the player got hurt, but you don't want to have that with Brock Purdy the first year after you give him the bread. Where because you're getting married. You're putting a ring on it, and you want to, if you didn't have the best year, let's just say 8-9 or 9-8, you kind of want to see some stability and good. You don't want it to be the quarterback position that look like, oh boy, did we make the right decision? Because I feel like they're doing that with Ayuk.
Well, I feel like,
and Bosa to a degree.
I mean, is Jacksonville happy with with Trevor Lawrence's play under his contract number? Is Dallas satisfied with Dak Prescott's level of play at his number?
I would say no to both.
Is Miami satisfied with Tua's level of play? Forget the concussions for now.
No to all three.
Okay. Well, then you absolutely positively run the risk of regretting it.
But if those three guys are still the quarterback.
Exactly. But how are their teams? And yeah, of course it's within the realm of possibility they could regret it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy feels like he's getting close to being signed, sealed, and delivered. I also want to play some Kyle Shanahan sound. This is from just a few moments ago. He's down at the owners' meeting. He talked to the media. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Duran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. Special midweek rates, they start at just $199 per night now through May 1st. Breakfast is included. Book your escape right now at inatthethides.com.
Let's go. Things are heating up on the basketball court, and we got the Warriors in Memphis.
I am ready to go.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the San Francisco 49ers, they've had an interesting offseason. I don't know how productive it's been, Goo. They've allowed a lot of people to leave, and apparently they're poised to re-sign and to extend Brock Purdy, probably at big money. It's the unified message coming out of the front office, and now it's just a matter of when it gets done. And let me just play this new piece of sound from Kyle Shanahan. We all know what happened last year with Ayuk's holdout, Trent Williams holdout. We know what's happened in the past with Bosa's holdout.
Everything.
And so the question now becomes, okay, great, we can get him signed, but when can we get him in here? Can we get him in here by mid-April?
I hope not. And, I know Brock doesn't want to do that. We don't want to do that. I mean, no one wants to do that. But these are negotiations that go on between agents and our organization. And it's over a lot of money and stuff. Those aren't just things that you just knock out right away. But I believe that we will. I hope that we do. And hopefully it won't come in any football stuff.
All right. So obviously when he said, I hope not, he was asked specifically about him holding out, meaning Brock Purdy, and he meant, I hope not.
No more drama,
but
man.
that, Purdy, and everybody's saying Purdy's motivated, the 49ers are motivated, but nobody's promising or committing to Purdy being signed, sealed, and delivered by mid-April. So I guess the next thing to wait for is whether there's actually an official holdout or not. But it certainly seems like they're angling toward getting this done sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and Stein, I always say, I looked at the Niners and I was a bit disappointed with the way last season went in regard to negotiations or the financial aspect of it, because I thought the Niners had their books in order per se. So when I hear that, it's like, again, I'm not an agent, but what's there to talk about? You need this guy. 8 starters are gone, and you've seen this coming. So something I couldn't make it knockout at Chase. I just feel like this is a layup,
I think there's 2 parts to it. The layup is them determining they want Brock Purdy to be the guy, and then
how much he wants.
That's what's going to be obviously a little more difficult, but it sure sounds like things are heading in the right direction, and it's just a matter of whether it's going to get done in the next 2 weeks or not. Let's go out to Miley in Walnut Creek. Hey, Miley, how you doing?
Hey, Goo. Hey, Matt. Hey, Matt, can I give you a compliment before I get into my 3 items of context on Purdy?
Sure.
I want to say back in the day, Matt, the only outlet we had for Warriors news was the Contra Costa Times.
Right.
And your articles kind of were before we had the internet and all this other stuff. You were our only outlet to get Warriors news. I mean, there were a few others, but you were kind of closely tied to the team. So I really appreciated that back in the day. And like you, I've turned into a curmudgeon.
Wow. Well, thank you for the compliment. And you can change the curmudgeon part.
Purdy.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. On the context. So, as far as Purdy and all that, great and all that, I like to have context on both sides, and one of them is, what kind of year did George Kittles have?
Great year.
What kind of year did Juwan Jennings have?
Solid.
And then finally, as my third item of context, where does our offensive line rank in pass blocking? I know they're good run blockers, but in pass blocking. So to lay all this stuff on Purdy, I get it. The one thing we really know about Purdy is that he doesn't perform well in bad weather. So that's a given, and that bothers me. But overall, the money amount bothers me, but what are you going to do? It is what it is.
Yeah. Thanks, Miley. Appreciate it.
Okay, your compliments, Steiny.
Appreciate it.
He said you were the only.
There were others. But, you think I'm a little negative.
Look at that. No,
imagine me.
What a time to be alive.
Dude.
Only one source for Warriors.
When Steiny heard him say, "Can I give you a compliment?" he popped up like Jack in the Box. It's like, go ahead.
I know everything.
people who think I'm down on the Warriors, imagine me being around the team every single day for 12 years while they never made the playoffs.
It's just amazing.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
I've actually come a long way, Warrior fans.
Since you're Evan, did you see the apparel that Alnetta Harrison, the great P1, gave Steiny yesterday? He actually put it on, a Warrior hoodie. It was fire.
This isn't an April Fool's joke, right?
No,
he actually had it on.
So, I went to Friedman's this weekend.
Wow.
Essentially the best store of any kind in Northern California. And Alnetta showed up, our great P1, who's been to multiple events. And she had she was on the text line. And I thought she took a little bit of a cheap shot, but she was just kidding. So I messed around and said, now I'm mad at Alnetta. So she came to Friedman's with the Golden State Warriors hoodie. And she said, here, it's my way of saying I'm sorry. And here's your gift. And she goes, I know you don't like the Warriors, but I figured I'd get it for you anyway. And I said, well, Alnetta, I'll tell you what. I don't usually wear Warriors garb, but I'll wear it Monday.
It looks good.
As a way to say thank you.
She sized you up well?
Yeah.
I asked the same question, Evan.
XL.
Yep.
A lot of people on the text line said I looked fresh.
Svelte?
No, I don't. Not svelte. Younger. Oh no, those are the glasses. All right. So 49ers. It looks like
about to give them the bag.
Yeah, it's just a matter of when. But I got to get into now. This one's for Goo. This is the one that Goo is troubled by, and we've got to talk about it because it might be a reflection of the organization, and it is what happened with Dre Greenlaw. He obviously signed with Detroit, but the 49ers, it looked like they were caught by surprise, then
Broncos,
tried to reach back out to Dre Greenlaw, and by that time he said, no, I've made my commitment to the Broncos, and I'm not coming back. Kyle Shanahan was asked about that just moments ago, about why the 49ers couldn't retain Dre Greenlaw, who has certainly become Daryl the Guru Johnson's most important, most favorite, and probably the greatest player in 49er history. Take a listen.
Why not sign him before free agency even begins? I mean, why wait until he's agreed to a deal with another team?
Well, we tried to. There's negotiating tactics and everything, and it's not just one player at a time. You're working 20 different things at a time. You're trying to get a backup tackle. You're trying to get a quarterback. You're working on linebackers. You're working on safeties. You're working on all these positions, and they don't just go in order like that. You're negotiating with agents, and these things happen. Sometimes you see something on Twitter, just like you guys saw, and then we still like another shot, and we took another shot, and we weren't able to get it done.
All right, so the Warriors found out on Twitter.
The Niners.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Warriors.
I'm sorry. The 49ers found out on Twitter that Dre Greenlaw was going to Denver.
But sometimes
he wasn't a priority.
And that's a problem. Well, but for you to double back and fly to the Lone Star State to try to, do business, then it's too late. And my question is, I wish they would have held on to this, because the way it looked like it played out to me, even though he's 27, he's had some injury history, Steiny, had they not said anything, I would have looked at it like, okay, the Niners are being more financially responsible. They didn't want to take a chance on Greenlaw. But when you hear that clip, you got to what he is when he's available. And I know he only played 34 snaps last year, but Steiny, he is part of your heart and soul on the defense. So miss me with the other positions he was talking about. Dre Greenlaw is a proven dog, and for you basically, and Lynch said this, on top of that, miscalculate and double back and then try to go do business, I think that's too late. Now, if I'm a Niner fan, I just ask you, Steiny, it's too late. But why the hell was he not a top priority when healthy, big if, is proven? That would hurt me more now that he got away, because you guys kind of botched it.
Well, I think they thought they could get him back on their terms, and they weren't able to do that. The other thing is, I mean, Greenlaw made comments that he kind of wanted to be the guy, and obviously Fred Warner's still there. This from the 925.
Okay, got
somebody
you.
wants me to do something.
I got you.
And maybe I shouldn't listen to him.
And I got a piece to read to you,
but
too.
I will. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Steiny, ask Goo, how many NFL linebackers have come back from a ruptured Achilles tendon?
I understand. I don't have that info, but the bottom line is another football team in the Denver Broncos felt strongly enough on his bounce back that they rolled the dice. 3 for 35, I believe he got with Denver. My point is that I would have done that and knew that it had risk involved. And even if it would have blew up in our face, I felt like that was worth it if this guy can be the best version of himself. And Kyle Shanahan, day one of this offseason, Steiny, this was his quote about Greenlaw. We're going to do everything in the world to keep him here. That soundbite didn't sound like it sounded like he was just one of many. And he was the proven one to me. So, again, he might not be healthy the rest of his career, but Stan, if he goes and gets back to all-pro form or makes a Pro Bowl or what have you, that's one that's going to hurt because this defense to me, forget Brock Purdy, this defense to me, we talked about the Warriors yesterday. What are they and who are they? I don't know what this Niner defense is.
Well, it's the same one as last year.
Well,
because they didn't have Greenlaw last year.
Yeah, but
so
now
they didn't really lose the guy from last year.
Yeah, but the year before when you played in the Super Bowl up until he got hurt, you had probably, if not the best linebacking core in the game.
So
these things happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
he's good, man. When he's healthy.
I don't understand. Like, I don't know how to hammer the 49ers on this or if to hammer the 49ers on this because I understand why he wasn't the biggest priority because he didn't play last year, but for a half. So I don't know why they made it sound like he was a priority when he clearly wasn't. Because it sounds to me like they could have gotten him back if they just would have taken care of it early in free agency.
And they also thought nobody was going to throw money at it.
They didn't want to.
And Denver did.
And so now he's with Denver. This was John Lynch. 49ers John Lynch on Dre Greenlaw. And he pretty much foretold of what happened and what Kyle Shanahan already said. He was asked about Greenlaw, and he said it was complicated. Because he's such a game-changing player.
Man.
There aren't many needle movers in football, and he's a needle mover. It's hard. The same thing happened to me in Tampa. Mike Shanahan was fine to take me after I had some surgery on my neck because he hadn't watched all the carnage go on. But the Bucs were kind of done with me. We weren't done with Dre, but we had to go through the process, and other teams were aggressive in pursuit of him, and we were kind of forced to be somewhat reactive. And then when the market was set, we wanted to go have a conversation with our guy, who we have a lot of respect and love for. We had a good discussion with him. He made a decision, and we respect that. We're grateful to Dre for all the great work he did for us, and we wish him the best. So, okay, so this is interesting. Oh, this is what happened to me with the Bucs. And then he said, well, we weren't done with Dre. Well, I think they gave indications they must have been done with Dre Greenlaw. And what Lynch told me there is they think he's done. Even though he said we don't think he's done, they thought he was done.
But they went to Texas, Donnie, to try
out of desperation. It was too late.
Yeah, but my point is, what was fueling the desperation? The fact that they
maybe public opinion.
We tried to.
Again, Stoney, you could end up being right and he never plays more than 3 games. I find that highly unlikely. And if he reverts back to what he was with the Niners on a good day, this one's going to hurt. And Kyle said as much.
We weren't able to get it done.
Huh?
Yeah,
these things happen.
Because if you think if you thought he was done, you ain't getting on no plane going to Texas to try to rekindle and have a conversation and sway him.
My feeling is this. after seeing all the guys who have left here that they didn't deal with.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw is just another one. He is. He's just another one. And if he was not so important that they made him their big priority of the one guy they had to keep. He was a guy on a list with 10 other guys, and they said, listen, these are the guys we deem that we can afford to let go if they won't come in at our price. And I think Dre Greenlaw was a guy that was on the list, and I do think they thought they could get him back probably on their terms, and they were taken by surprise when he signed with Denver, and it was too late.
Yeah, and hey, listen, because we won't know you're right until the season is upon us, but and it plays out. But I'll say this. They also thought, because they used the word, Lynch and Shanny miscalculated, Stoney. I think they were shocked that Denver came in and offered, or any team for that matter, offered them that money. And that's what you're right. They tried to do it on their, Frank Sinatra, tried to do it my way.
Now, this is an interesting one from the 707, and it's made me think a little. It says, no, Steiny, you're reading it wrong. It means Dre Greenlaw was done with them. Very, very well could be. Very well could be.
Well, he did say he wanted to be the number one linebacker in the linebacker room. You know what I mean? So he didn't say that till after he signed. But when I heard that could kind of bode well for you or anybody. But I just feel like they didn't show up at 12:01 when it was ready to let him know that, you know what, we want to continue this relationship.
And why did they not? Why did they contact him why did they contact him immediately and say, sit tight, or offered him something that another team clearly trumped? Like the 49ers can say all they want about getting caught by surprise, and then we tried to go talk to him and re-sign him. But the reality of the situation is he was not a big priority to re-sign here. He was a bigger priority for Denver to acquire him. And then when Denver acquired him, the 49ers doubled back and said, well, maybe we can still get him if we
offer him more. And they did.
Treat him with more. Why would I wouldn't?
You would have
First
been
of all, if I had a handshake agreement with somebody else, it would have been over at that point. And Dre Greenlaw was clearly like that. He even if he wanted to come back, it sounds like Dre Greenlaw is the type of person who would say, I'm sorry. I have a handshake with Denver, and that's that.
Well, that
he
did.
888-957-9570 is the number. And what do you make of the Dre Greenlaw situation? I think obviously it becomes interesting because now we're finding out that it wasn't simply a case of Greenlaw signing with Denver and there's nothing to see here. Apparently there is something to see, and it's the 49ers got caught a little by surprise by Denver, tried to make a late Hail Mary, and it didn't work. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Good for the Niners to at least tell people the truth. That, you know what? We might have
fumbled.
Yeah. Because that's essentially what they're saying, is that, maybe we took him for granted. So, 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to know how 49ers fans think about that one, if it registers as a red flag or not. Theodore Rand on the YouTube chat, Steiny, why did they fly to Texas then? I think they flew to Texas because it's almost an indication they got caught by surprise. Yeah. And Kyle Shanahan, for goodness sakes, he made a reference to seeing it on Twitter.
Sometimes you see something on Twitter.
And that's how they found out Dre Greenlaw was going to Denver.
So, Steiny, to your point, they weren't done with them then. They just thought, it's like when I used to date and I was single. Okay, I'll leave her and I'll come back, but then she gets swooped up. And then you're hurting, drinking alone.
And that's what life's about.
Well, what I actually think...
It happened.
Yeah, I actually think that they didn't prioritize him, and their actions after he went to Denver almost were a signal to the fans that, no, we tried. But did you? Yeah. I mean,
and how's he feeling?
Let me put it this way. Is there any 49er fan out there that believes, had the Niners made Dre Greenlaw the right offer right off the bat, that he'd still be in Denver?
I don't. I think he would be right here.
I tend to agree with you, but I also believe that Greenlaw saw the writing on the wall. Because I'll tell you what, the one thing I do believe is that he didn't feel like the 49ers were being conscientious or serious or fair or upfront or honest about how they really viewed him and what they really wanted to pay him. That's the way I look at it.
And what time? I believe we have Matt Barrows coming on today. So we can,
good call, yeah. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He was the one that asked this question. Take a listen.
Why not sign him before free agency even begins? I mean, why wait until?
So that was Matt Barrows asking the question, and he'll be on at 1:30 today. 1:30, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. 1 o'clock, Tim Keown of ESPN. But I don't think it's a great look for the 49ers, but they've left a lot of guys leave the team this year. Mm-hmm. And the question now becomes, what kind of season are they going to have next year?
That is, and they got the draft coming up, Steiny, and I feel like it's 2 drafts. They are dependent on getting guys that are going to be able to come here and hit the ground running.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they play the Memphis Grizzlies, and I'll say it with a little tongue-in-cheek. It's the biggest game of the year before Thursday's game because Thursdays will be bigger, and then Fridays will be bigger than Thursdays and today's. Today's. And then they'll keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But this is the one I feel like you got to get. The Warriors are playing the 4 teams directly ahead of them in the standings in the next 4 days. And it starts tonight in Memphis, and we'll get into that on the other side. We'll keep the Niners front of mind, and we'll probably talk a little baseball. Well, we will at 1 o'clock with our good friend Tim Keown. He's going to tell us about what baseball is like in Sacramento with the A's. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. 888-957-9570 is the number. And going to be a fun show today, leading up to a big game tonight. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
There's negotiating tactics sometimes.
According to the Western Conference standings, and how the Warriors fare in the next 4 games is absolutely, positively going to go a long way toward, A, their seeding, and then naturally following along with it, to my way of thinking, their chances to make a deep run or not.
Yeah, and Steiny, I came in. I got anxiety. I'm trying to hide it from you.
Well, it means you don't believe in your squad. It's very simple. It's very simple.
Boy, Evan. No, it has nothing to do with
I understand.
That. There's just Americans love the path of least resistance.
They also love the past, even though it has no bearing on what's going on now. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the Western Conference. There's no easy route. If you get up to 4, which we covet, and you move up because you want to be the Jeffersons, right? It's a damn good team waiting on you. And I'm watching the Rockets last night, Steiny, and what did they win? 12 of the last 14, and they got a 1 winning record against a Western Conference playoff team, and that's Memphis. They're 3-1, but they got losing records against every other playoff team slated right now. And I'm just looking at them like they're so young. I don't think they have a go-to guy with just my warped mind. Do you want to maybe go to 7th and win and take care of that playing game and you would get them first out to shoot? No, but I do think of it. But Memphis, to my point of view, Steiny, they played Boston tough, but man, you're going into that building and you're right. This is the game you want to start this 4-game gauntlet with a dub. No pun intended.
I feel like 4's pretty much out of reach. And
2.5 now.
Right, it's 2.5 now.
You win tonight, it's 2.
And you beat the Lakers, it's 1, but they still own the tiebreaker. So you finish tied with the Lakers, you lose.
Ooh.
Lakers are 3-0 against you this year. So the Warriors right now are 2.5 in back of the Lakers. Let's assume they win tonight.
That Christmas one hurt.
To make it 2 behind the Lakers. Then they're going to have to beat the Lakers.
I got you.
They're still 1 game behind the Lakers, and then leapfrog them by 2 games after that.
So they're going to be on the road. It looks like right now, if you had to bet, if they avoid the play-in, they're going to be on the damn road.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. They could get up to 4, but it's not probable at all. Well, it's a long shot.
Well, you damn sure got to win tonight then.
So then the question becomes, if you get to 5, you're probably going to get the Lakers, though you could get Denver.
Yeah. I don't like any of them.
If you stay at 6, you could get the Lakers. You could get Denver. 7, right now, if you are in the play-in and get to 7, it looks like the Rockets.
Well, if you lose tonight, would Minnesota jump you, or where are we at with Minnesota head-to-head? I know you told me the other day because they're a half game behind us.
Correct. If the Warriors lose tonight, then they're tied with Minnesota. Tied with Minnesota. But Minnesota plays at Denver tonight.
Oh, man.
And they won't have Naz Reid or DiVincenzo.
Because of the suspension.
But they do well against Denver. Minnesota plays Denver better than any other team in the West, I would think. And so 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, I mean, this is it. 4 big games coming up, and you're sitting with Steph Curry, you're sitting with Jimmy Butler, and Guru's nervous. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. It's fair. Guru's nervous.
Excited.
Nervous.
Because the playoffs have started. Do you have a problem with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Actually. I do. Because, A, I'm a very literal person and they haven't started. But, B, if you lose this game, it hurts, but
you got 3 more.
Go ahead and win the next 7 and you'll be fine. I get it. I'm not saying it's not an important game, but
it controls where you start in the playoffs. But I guess that's what has me feeling like it's the offs already.
But the other thing is, the other reason I think this is a monster stretch is because it's 4 games in 6 days. So they play tonight, Thursday, Friday, and then Sunday. So this is going to be 4 games crammed into 6 days. And I think it's going to be the first chance to see whether or not the Warriors, with some older guys on the roster and some young guys on the roster, how they hold up. I mean, let's really take a look at how Draymond, Jimmy Butler, and Steph all play over the next 6 games. Do we detect at any point in the next week that they're tired, or what had happened the night before? What are they going to do on Friday against Denver?
Right.
Are we just assuming that Curry's playing back-to-backs now and Butler's playing back-to-backs now, Draymond's playing back-to-backs now, and if that's where we're at, which is a full go, well, then we got to find out if that takes its toll on this team.
And you want to send a message. I'm sorry, Stoney. I don't know what their record's going to be because there are games before Friday. Shout out Ice Cube. But you want to send a message to Denver that they don't own you. You know what I mean? Like, I would hate if you told me right now, could you slip up and then guarantee we get Denver and the Lakers or whatnot, but I would love to lay a nail on Denver just to send a message. You haven't beat us with, well, you did beat us with Butler. Good Lord, what am I talking about? Yeah. He was on the court when they ran their second squad, JV squad out there.
Yeah, 9 straight, Denver's won over you. And I do detect, I think Warrior fans are just like Steiny right now. I really do. I think most fans are like me right now.
Which means
I need to see what this team is. I think there are a lot of Warrior fans that are optimistic, but they're smart enough to know that the next 6 days are the big boys. Yeah. I mean, if
those are facts.
And this is the thing. Let's take 4-0 and 0-4 off the table. Let's just take that off the table. If they go 1-3, it will absolutely damper the 23 games they've played already with Jimmy Butler. It just will. And it'll be a little dose of reality for the team and the fans. They go 3-1, then I think
bring it on.
There's going to be a lot of optimism. Hell, maybe the Warriors themselves will have more confidence, but this is it, ladies and gentlemen.
But you can't run from, Stoney. The optimism's been out the bottle. It's built on the floor, and it's everywhere in regard to them compiling this record with Jimmy Butler. It made us believe.
But it's all going to go away if they lose 3 out of 4
I'm mad at you.
To the 4 teams better than them in the standings. I get it. It doesn't mean they're cooked. It doesn't mean they have no chance to win it. But you lose 3 out of 4 going into the playoffs
to these type of teams.
I mean, then it just gives you a dose of reality about how realistic it is for this team to make a run. And I really do believe that if I see them go 3-1 versus 1-3, yeah, I'm going to think they have more of a chance a week from now than they do if they go 1-3. I don't know how else to look at it, because if nothing else, 1-3 against those 4 teams is going to drop you in the standings. So it's just going to make it harder, the road bumpier, etc. Let's go to Xavier in Oakland. Hey, Xavier, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, I'm calling in again. So my opinion has changed in Brandon Przemski, okay? Starting to change a little bit. He's showing me some stuff. He got that confidence. The JK situation, man, I just a head scratcher. But I'm with you guys on this next 4-game road standard. You know, these next 4 games are going to be pretty tough. But I put on Twitter under Anthony Slater's tweet, at CJG, y'all can see me. I think we're going to come out flat, get blown out. Clippers going to take the 6, and we're back into playing.
Oh.
Is that more realistic, or am I thinking crazy?
I'm going to say crazy right now. To get blown out, Steiny, and come out tonight. Like, I want to see Jimmy. I know we talked about it, but no matter what happens, I want to see him try to set the tone early.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier, if I'd have to answer that question, I mean,
because the Clippers are playing good.
I expect. Well, here's a Steiny going out on a limb. I expect 1 out of 2 things tonight. I think at the end of tonight's game,
win or loss.
No, not based on the outcome.
Good guess.
I think we're going to be able to tell tonight whether Memphis has anything or not, whether their season is pretty much packed in, or whether they play with a certain desperation that lets you know they still believe in themselves.
Yeah, they have to, and I'm expecting that, Steiny. They've lost 3. Again, I know you're going to guru the game's not 2 quarters, but they played Boston to where it was a good game at half, and I got to feel like if I'm them, Memphis, Steiny, this is the game to where we can kind of, all right, we lost our coach, we've been slipping, but this is where we hit the restart. Man.
Yeah, and this is right. I saw this stat, but I'll credit the person on the YouTube chat, Uncle Loon. Memphis hasn't beaten a team over 500 since February 2nd.
Yikes!
I saw that in the story about the Grizzlies, and that's the other thing. I mean, we can't talk about tonight's game without talking about what's going on with the Grizzlies, and it does look like they're in a little trouble after firing Taylor Jenkins. Apparently, one of the things going on is that earlier in the season, or before the season, they hired 2 assistant coaches, and they fired 5 of their current assistant coaches.
Damn.
And they began to implement a new style, let's say, offensively. And it's been met with a mixture of enthusiasm and skepticism, I guess. And apparently, it sounds to me like Taylor Jenkins was not all on board for the way Memphis was kind of changing their style. And so because he wasn't totally bought into what the 2 coaches who were brought in through the front office were into, they thought it was time for him to go. And now one of the 2 assistants who was hired is their interim coach.
What a risky move. And Evan came in this morning. Can you guys remember a time this late in the season? Steiny, the answer is no.
You know what's funny is
they're 5th.
And I do look at it this way. And I got to assume that most of the people running organizations are smart. And clearly the general manager of the Grizzlies thought it was more risky to let this thing play out.
Man.
Because he knew if they let it play out like it's been playing out, that nothing would change. Nothing would have changed. And so he probably knew they weren't going anywhere. And they still might not be going anywhere, but maybe he thinks they have a puncher's chance now.
They're 0-2 since his departure.
They've played 2 better games, though. Their schedule has been really tough. Who'd they lose to before Boston last night?
Lakers Saturday.
Yeah, so they're in the middle of a real tough stretch. Lakers, Boston, Golden State. Let's go to Jimmy in Dublin. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how's it going?
Hey. Dynamite.
I pretty much just want to say, thank you. Pretty much just want to say, I mean, either way, like you guys were saying, the Warriors are going to be picking their poison because they can't beat Denver in the 7-game series. I don't think so.
All right.
And then moving on, I mean, they haven't shown that they can beat the Lakers.
Nope.
Man, we lose him.
Oh, we lose him?
Yeah.
We lost him.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
not a lot of success between those 2 teams. And right now, I know, Stoney, we got some games left, but you know, the leader in the clubhouse of who you're going to play are those 2.
Look, the one thing
you got to go do it.
The one thing I was thinking about was, okay, yeah, you'd want Houston, sure. Let's even give you that. They want Houston. All right, they get Houston. They're going to get somebody tough in the second round.
Yeah.
And then if they win that, the Western Conference Final is going to be against a great team.
You can't run from it.
So I'm starting to think who they play in if you're really talking about making a deep run, then their first round opponent, to my way of thinking, is not hugely important because you're going to have to go through 3 of the best Western Conference teams, no matter who pops up on the bracket.
But you talked about emptying the tank and what you're going to have if you tire early against a big.
Well, I think Houston could take a lot out of the Warriors, even if the Warriors win the series. But look, the bottom line is they haven't beaten Denver in two plus years.
Man,
they haven't beaten. The Lakers have been in control of the Warriors in the recent past.
Ended their season.
The Clippers are 3-0 against Golden State this year. So,
man,
you look above and below the Warriors, and there's a bunch of teams that they haven't had great success with in the recent past. But that's to be expected when you're a 6 seed. This from the 510. Goo. And Matt, it's your boy Leroy.
Lee.
If he wants to throw this, if the 49ers are going to give Brock Purdy the keys to the car, he's going to need help driving it. Getting players through the draft and acquiring through free agency does nothing for continuity. This is not a retool. This is not a retool. This is a rebuild.
Wow.
Talking about the 49ers, which we were talking about earlier in the day.
We'll see.
We will see. 888-957-9570 is the number. And a lot of stuff going on in the Bay. Giants off to a 3-1 start. Warriors' biggest stretch of the season coming up without a doubt. And the San Francisco 49ers are also starting to make some offseason noise after a pretty dormant free agency period.
Draft around the corner, Stoney.
Yeah.
I wonder where they go.
What is it, about 23 days? 3 weeks ago? Yeah. 3 weeks to go. Oh, by the way, I saw a classic headline today. Oh, it was one I wanted to just cut out, paste on my wall, and just keep it there so I always remember where we're at in the NBA.
We weren't able to get it done.
Pelicans shut down C.J. McCollum and Zion Williamson.
I saw that.
Was that from November?
Good Lord. That's a 4.
Thank you.
Shocker.
It's funny. I was looking at The Athletic today, and David Aldridge, longtime sports writer, wrote a story that actually I wasn't really into.
Wow.
But the headline was, "The NBA is as talented and skilled as it's ever been." And then under it, Pell shut down McCollum and Zion Williamson. And Aldridge's story was about how the NBA is actually doing pretty good. And the product's pretty good.
Yeah.
And the players are super talented and super skilled. And the league should be at a high point. Pell shut down McCollum and Williamson.
Let me tell you where Cooper Flagg will not be playing, starting his NBA career. In New Orleans. They will make that. They'll fix it, Stoney. David Stern, rest in peace, line 1. But the whole Patrick Ewing fiasco thing with the folded envelope. But Stoney, he ain't going in. They ain't wasting him in New Orleans.
And Cooper Flagg, for some reason in your mind, is a player that's got higher stature than Zion Williams. Like, why wouldn't I come back and say, well, why'd they let Zion go there?
Well, that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and he will be leaving New Orleans here soon.
Right,
but
and so that's
won't
why
let that repeat. He's not going to New Orleans. They will not allow it. He's going to the Lone Star State, Donnie.
I think these are the times when you have to tell people that that's an opinion you're having.
Of course.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It's a feel. Come on, man. You don't want him to go. Come on.
I don't want him not going anywhere. Where he goes is where he goes.
You wouldn't like to see him with Wemby? I think about it. And De'Aaron Fox?
You want to cancel the NBA? If Cooper Flagg's as good as all you guys say, if he's as good as all you all think, then cancel the NBA if he goes to San Antonio.
That'd be a fun watch. I'm not saying print up the
let me tell you what I found in my illustrious career in the media. For the most part, guys don't become as good as you think they're going to be.
Yeah.
They just don't. They just don't. That's why guys like LeBron,
Bron,
Kobe,
yep,
Bird, Magic, Jordan, they lived up to it.
Shaq. You think Cooper Flagg can be better than Christian Laettner?
Yes. Yeah, I get the sense they're two different kinds of players.
Well, that they are, but remember, he came out with a lot of fans.
I mean, if you want to be honest, the one thing I do wonder about is, I get it. It's positionless basketball, but, I always worry about a guy like that, and it can work both ways. He's a big, small forward. He's a small power forward.
Yeah.
And will he be strong enough to deal with the fours, and will he be quick enough to deal with the threes? But I've seen players come into the league who, Draymond Green, for example, on the defensive end, who were every bit as quick as the threes so they could guard him, and he was every bit as tough as the fours so he could guard them too. And that's why Draymond Green is great. And
future Hall of Famer.
That to me is how Cooper Flagg will turn into a great player. If he can guard the perimeter, guard the interior, go inside and score on the perimeter. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
I'm doing great, guys.
Cool.
Hey, I'm excited. I'm excited about the last 8 games of the season, man.
Let's go.
I mean, and let me just say this, guys. We got to take 3 out of 4, okay? And if I had my pick to lose, I'd rather lose to Houston. But there's one thing we're not talking about at all.
What?
And that's the Clippers, the last game of the year. That game might make the difference between a play-in and a playoff game. So, this season is exciting as hell. I want to win so bad tonight, and then for the next, we got to go 6 out of 8, man, to get in that 4 or 5 slot. We have to.
I like it.
Appreciate it, Tom.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, thank you.
And I should know this, Stoney, that Clipper game, in order for it to mean something, you got to handle your business starting tonight. That here or in L.A.?
Here.
Okay.
It's in the Bay.
That chase.
In the Bay.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is even though 8 games is not a lot,
and they're coming fast.
It is a lot. And there's still a long way to go before we know whether that game will even mean anything. There's a chance it won't mean anything. There's a chance that no matter who wins it, nobody's going to move up or down.
But the Warriors need, because you always talk about the age, Steiny, they need that week off where the play-in basically would, give them rest. That would go a long way, man. And you get that with 6.
You do get a week's rest with 6.
You do. There it is.
With 7, the season ends on a Sunday, and then you play on either Tuesday or Wednesday. And ideally, you win that game.
Then your week starts.
Then you have at least 3 or 4 days off. But then you lose that one. You got to play Thursday or Friday, and then you start the first round just 2 days after that. So, this is money time for the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. What would be satisfactory to you, the Golden State Warrior fan, in terms of the next 4 games? Whoo, they're going to be tough. Memphis, Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets. Going to find out what the Warriors are all about this week. That segment is, you know what? I got to,
what you got?
Be better.
Evan!
Did that come over the air?
Yes, it did. I love it.
Where are my reads? Like, all these reads are barely.
Welcome back, E.
They're like one. Segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
He deserved it.
That was embarrassing. I want them to send a message.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What if I told you that
what you got?
I'm a little concerned about Warrior fans.
Play it on us. Why? This is exciting.
It is exciting, but let me tell you what I think you'll acknowledge also is, of all the hosts here.
Oh boy!
I think we all know that in terms of taking an accurate pulse of Bay Area fans,
I appreciate.
I'm pretty sure there's nobody that can assess it as accurately as me. As I.
You're not even on Twitter.
No, and that's why I have a gift, because I don't use a computer to gather information.
The Niners do.
I talk to people face to face, like the good old days.
Okay.
And I can tell you one thing right now, and I can feel it. Warrior fans are worried. They don't have built-in confidence with this team like they've had with other teams.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What about this? And I got to get to Silk Basie's text for you.
Yeah, and you can tell me I'm right.
What
Warrior
about
fans.
The newness of the team?
That's
having something to do with it.
No
Okay,
doubt.
right.
We can talk about why everybody's scared,
but the team's not.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Lubman and Joe Shasky did a great job. Lubman in for Spadoni today. I come into it kind of enticed me, Steiny, a poll they put up. And of course, you want the W, right? We understand that, but just follow me here.
What was the question?
Do you want a Warrior win, obviously, Curry for 40 or playoff Jimmy? And I said to myself, Chef, sit this one out. All I want is playoff Jimmy. Give me playoff Jimmy in this game, obviously in a win, because, Steph, you saved that 40. We've seen it a million times. But I'm Steiny, that's my only thing eating at me. The only thing eating at me is when Jimmy flips that switch, will it go well like he did when he was in Miami? And you keep saying this. And you got a point. It was in the East. It was, but 40's 40, but does he still have that button?
Let me ask you something, Warrior fans. Do you just assume that Jimmy Butler is going to turn something on?
I do.
I
do.
What, like,
aggressiveness.
So you're telling me, and this is the part that somebody's going to have to help me with. Whatever he's been doing so far has been good enough to get him to 18-5. If he continues, let's say he has 4 games that essentially look like the first 20, and they go 3-1.
We're fine.
Well, when's he going to turn it on?
Game 1 of whoever they play.
I think we got to be prepared for maybe this is who he is. And it's pretty damn good.
But
it's
what you talked about it being consistent with, Steiny, is, this is where I'm at, and I'll put my coffee mug on the table here. You keep talking about who and what they've played like it hasn't been, the top tier teams.
Right.
No fault of their own.
Right.
But I'm looking at these next 4 like here's an opportunity, especially tonight, for us to get a more aggressive Jimmy Butler.
I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't count on it.
I know you're like, what's that mean, Goo?
Well,
that is so interesting.
Well, let's make a friendly bet.
All right.
Because it sounds to me like you're talking about something that if we watch the game tonight, we'll know one way or the other.
Field goal attempts is the number one metric for me. If he could get those 20 that you said he averaged, you told Willard and Dibbs yesterday during the crossover, I would take that. And let's say he went 3 for 20. But
don't do this.
No,
seriously.
No, it would symbolize you're being more aggressive.
And it would symbolize that you're an idiot.
How?
Why? Because Jimmy Butler would never go 3 for 20. He's too smart.
Well, forget the 3, the 20. The 20 platter.
Listen, don't tell Jimmy Butler how to approach a game.
That fascinates me.
That's where I think people are. Oh, really? Well, that's what you thought against Miami.
Well, that's
that was Miami.
No, but I'm doing what you just did. I'm picking and choosing.
They got Memphis.
But since he's been here, it's been for the greater good. And a lot of that is getting acclimated with new teammates. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just foreshadowing when you play these top-tier teams, Donnie, Jimmy's got to shoot, man. And I'm not saying he's not.
Evan, let me throw this one at you.
Who's on pre and post tonight?
I threw it at Goo yesterday. All right, this whole notion, playoff Jimmy.
Yep.
Oh, we're going to get playoff Jimmy hasn't kicked in. Playoff Jimmy this, playoff Jimmy that. All right, you ready? 2 years ago when Jimmy took Miami to the finals.
Dragged, but yes.
22 games.
Mm-hmm.
He averaged 40 minutes a game.
Damn.
And he took 21 shots a night. Since he's been a Warrior, they're 18-5. He's averaging 11 and a half shots per game as a Warrior. So my question to all Warrior fans and to Guru yesterday and to you now is, so does playoff Jimmy double his shot attempts? Game one of the playoffs? Like, what does it look like? How does it all come together? Like, do you understand? My feeling is, well, they're 18-5 now. They've played who they've played. Why would all of a sudden he turn into a player who forces things more than he ever has?
Well, he only takes 12 and a half shots in the regular season for his career. So that's not ridiculously less. But what I would say is, I don't know what this playoff Jimmy is going to look like, only because he's never played alongside a one.
That was my answer.
Or an offensively geared one.
Yep.
But if Steph's getting double teamed and taken out of games, like, I think he's going to have to be that player at some point that scores 30 or 35 points. If they're going to win a series, you're going to need one big Jimmy game.
And I think that's awesome. And it's almost damn near what I said yesterday. But Evan and Steiny, I'll ask you now. If you're going up against the Warriors in the playoffs, who's number one that you're trying to stop? Because I got my answer. That's the chef.
Yeah. But is Jimmy Butler good enough to be that guy if they take Steph away?
What's more concerning for me is that, like, he shot it well from three in the postseason.
Yeah.
Like, he shot 36% during their last playoff run, and so far it doesn't look like he could throw a stone into the ocean.
Man.
And he's not even taking them.
Yeah, he won against the Spurs.
What do you average 3-point attempts?
Last postseason?
Correct.
Oh, the last two he averaged about 4 per game.
Yeah,
and that's when he was scoring 27 a game in the playoffs.
And that makes sense because he did take more shots in the playoffs, so stands to reason he's going to take one or two more threes.
But it felt like he also is just taking more mid-range shots in previous years. Man. And with the Warriors, just haven't been falling yet, or I don't know. It's been strange.
The Sam Cassell portfolio, Steiny.
I don't know what that means.
The mid-range, the middies, like free throw line extended, like that. That's where he lived.
He also got to the free throw line a lot.
Yeah, he did.
I can't wait.
No, it's going to be
it starts tonight.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Going to be a lot of fun.
Did you call me an idiot? Would you say if we double back and just played the tape again, did you call me? I'm just asking. Did you call your boy idiot?
No, I don't think so.
It was preemptive strike for the April Fool's joke.
Yeah, I'll take that because
what? No. When did I call you?
You said you'd have to be an idiot. And then I thought about it. Like,
about what?
Don't
make stuff up.
No, something about Jimmy. You said idiot.
Watch the game again, then, Steiny.
I said, what did I say about
what?
something
this
about
is what
Jimmy?
People do.
He did, Goo. Estimated odds.
That can't trust the truth.
No, but you might not have, but it sounded like
you imbecile.
Yeah, wow. Hey, Snyder, you don't even have to answer, but the people got my back. You alluded to it, and I said I had to avoid.
Find it, mouth. Find it then.
All right, we got
and I guarantee you, you're like everybody else. You took it out of context.
Jim Malay, of course, says I didn't. You didn't, but
of course not.
By the way, I mean, you didn't literally say it, but every time you say mouth, that's basically a synonym for idiot.
Yeah, no, come on.
Guru's using it on me now too, so
I do like it.
It's
Can I share something with you?
408. I didn't directly call,
but you insinuated.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. You're a natural, Richard. Play that. I don't want to get you. Don't get mad at what I'm about to read to you. Okay, so I got so much Warrior anxiety. Sometimes
I know
it's
you
bigger
do.
than
Why
you
don't you
and
just
Evan. It's
admit
bigger
it?
than you and Evan. So I'm driving in,
all right,
and my go-to's Bob Myers. So I text him just to get the pulse of Bob, right? Because I know he's not running hot, cold. So I said, big game tonight. What do you think? You want to? Can I read his answer? Because I'm going to read it to you. And
I'm
this
sure
is where
he'd
I
love
need you
that.
to be a big boy.
I'm sure he loves this.
Don't get your panties in a bunch.
Is that what he said?
I can't believe Steinmetz wouldn't stay until 3 last Friday for a networking opportunity. So obviously he was listening to Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Evan was out where I stayed with Willard. We tried to convince you to stay to 3, but you were networking. But he didn't even give me an answer. He just called you out for not staying till 3.
Networking.
Your response.
You were networking?
You know what?
And
I
then
know it wasn't
When
here.
I get my notice tomorrow, you'll know I've been networking. How about that, Mouse?
No.
I said you have to be an idiot.
Yeah, well, you know
Thank
what?
you, 650.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Bob. Yeah, I cannot. Man. Let's go.
Listen. Evan, I worked Saturday.
He went to Friedman's.
That is work.
You were talking all week about how you were looking forward to Freeman's because it's the greatest appliance store on the West Coast, perhaps the country.
No doubt.
That's not work.
Thank you.
You were invited. You accepted. Compensated.
And that's how you get there because you love a party.
You guys are getting under my skin.
Did you have a libation or not?
Yeah, I had 2 small little, but I didn't have them till after 2:00.
Oh.
After my shift was over.
Your shift.
So you did a segment? You got on air?
And I got on air. I did a segment with Grandy and Lubman. And also...
You're usually more upbeat during those. Like I did one last year with you, and you came on... You're a little more optimistic about the world.
I was a little looser. They had 20 beers on tap on Saturday.
I meant about the Warriors.
I was positive about the Warriors?
Oh, yeah.
When?
Anytime you're outside of the studio.
That is it. I love it.
That's because I'm afraid of the fans. All right. Hey, they've tabled the tush push. There you go.
I think I'm bothered that teams want it banned. And everybody does it. Not as good as Philly.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Warrior fans, what's making you so nervous about this 4-game stretch? Is it the non-belief you have in this team? Is it questioning the young players? Is it worrying the older guys may not be able to make an extended run? Is there any fear? And this is what, oh boy.
I saw with
this guy is such a D.
He's spinning the brands, Donnie.
Hey, can I ask a question? If it says truth, $9.99 for a super chat, how do we know that the checks arrived?
Well,
how do we know that?
We're not the treasurer.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Well, how does it come up? Specially looking like a special chat.
Goes into the YouTube coffers. From there, I got nothing.
So it's not really affiliated with 95.7 The Game.
No, it goes to our official 95.7 The Game account. So the amount of money that we generate, which I don't have any, of course.
Well, let me tell you what's going to be negotiated by me in my next contract. We should get a portion of that.
You got the Scottie Pippen deal, dude.
Speaking of which,
about that
advice he's giving it, I'll save it for Friday.
What advice?
You didn't hear what happened with Scottie Pippen's son?
No.
During the college tournament?
Hold on.
I don't want to blow my wad.
No. I'm talking. I got to read this.
Okay.
The guy paid $9.99.
Okay, go ahead.
Kaminga. This is why the guy's name comes up time and time again, because of this guy, Truth. Kaminga is not the future. This is not me. If he is, that means Lacob is soft launching some no playoffs, tanking for years, high draft picks, and disguising it as the Kaminga future. Got to trade him or let him walk. Truth, save your money.
No doubt.
Stop it. Seriously, Truth, stop it. That's enough.
Well, I'll tell you what. That's a launching point for ask me what I'm concerned about tonight.
Everything.
No.
What are you concerned about tonight?
No GP2 and possibly no Kuminga.
I can't stand when he does this. I literally can't stand it.
It's the truth.
You are such a baby. Learn how pro sports work. This is a team that has been healthier than 90% of the teams in the NBA, and you have to worry, we're missing our 7th and 8th men.
But if
that's not the way pro sports work. Nobody cared when the Warriors beat the Kings or the Knicks without Karl Anthony Towns. Nobody wanted to hear it. Oh, they still got to play who's in front of them. Yeah, stop it. Quit being a baby. You have to be a baby to think like that.
No, that's reading the chessboard.
Okay, so what you're saying is we can't go anywhere without these two guys.
It's nuance.
I got to tell you.
You don't know anything about that.
I got to tell you.
Who steps up and fill those
Pathetic
voids?
is what it is.
Who steps up and fill those voids if Kuminga can't go tonight? That's all
pathetic.
it is. I didn't want to say they can't
Who's going to fill in the void? Who filled in for 31 games? I don't know, but that person will do it. I mean, they managed to survive somehow without Kuminga for 30-plus games.
I was like,
damn. They've managed without Gary Payton II too many times to count over the last 3 years. But tonight, it's going to cost us a ball game.
And it could be 30.
Oh, my gosh. You know, Tiny, what's wrong with the Timberwolves? Goo, they've been playing without Gobert, Anthony Edwards, and Julius Randle. Well, that doesn't matter. They should still. But now the Warriors miss Peyton II and Jonathan Kuminga. Oh, boy.
I think that's fair.
I think it's the most unfair thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
So that has no bearing on the outcome of the game?
Nope. They're not playing. They have no bearing on the game. You know what? Maybe they should just forfeit. Should they forfeit? Because they're undermanned.
Nobody's saying that.
Yes, you are.
I'm just telling you, one of the bishop or two of the bishops are not on the chessboard.
They're not bishops.
Hey, Goo, who's going to guard Jaw?
Mouth, who's going to guard him? Please don't give your answer that you said off air. You want to say it?
Pods. Look at how everybody laughs.
I didn't laugh.
Yeah, you snickered.
Well, I'm just... Pods can dunk. That's my guy.
You know, and I'm fighting back on this one. This is a joke. Steiny loves to hate. I'm not hating.
That's the truth.
Are you kidding me? Steiny, well, the real problem tonight is we're going to miss our Jonathan Kuminga, who everybody hasn't missed anyway, and then Gary Payton II because he made 6 threes in the last month.
Gosh.
Yeah, I know. It's frustrating.
Oh, it's just reality.
No. Anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right.
No, don't try to make nice now.
I'm not. Why do opposing teams' injuries not register to you like Warriors injuries?
Do.
No, they don't.
Oh, my God.
No, they don't.
We talked about the good fortune the Warriors have been getting.
No, we haven't.
We talked about Cat. Who else came in here?
Everybody's been hurt that the Warriors have played in the last 6 weeks.
I'm just saying, it's like when Evan was on vacation. We're a guy short. We love risotto. We're a guy short. We're not saying we can't have a good show, but I can't ignore that. Gary Payton II's been playing his ass off, and hopefully Kuminga's available.
Well, this is, you know what?
I didn't say they have no chance. So you take it. This is the New York Inquirer.
This is his
take it out of context.
Preemptive. Well, no matter what happens, I'm not blaming Steph, Jimmy Butler, or Draymond if they lose tonight.
And that's
what I'm hearing.
That hurts because I'm not that guy. I'm the guy that got all the yelling on the clips, calling those guys out. Jimmy and Steph and Dre. I'll wait for the time you
call them out.
Evan, hit the button.
The next time you call out Curry or Butler will be the first time.
Boy.
510. Stein Matz. Is being worried a bad thing? I'm nervous because I want this playoff run no matter where it ends. I just want to be nervous for... did I infer it was a bad thing? No. It's just interesting. Interesting. That's all.
Well,
All right.
You could be the 5 seed in about 6 hours.
Well, how can we do it without Kuminga and Payton?
Oh, boy.
It's going to be an uphill battle. By the way, Memphis without Brandon Clark. Out for the season.
He's out for the year, yeah.
John Conchar, questionable.
He hurt him last time, didn't he? Oh, no, that was that other guy.
Aldama.
No.
Who got shoved?
He stunk last night.
Santi?
Stunk.
Well, yeah, he got pushed around by his teammate.
That was not that game. Look at his box score. I hate it. I hated Aldama's box score.
I'm going now.
8 for 18.
Go ahead.
3 for 12 from the line.
The Spanish sniper.
From three. So he's 5 for 6 from twos, but he takes 12 threes. That's great. Warriors are going to win by 15 tonight.
Stoney at 21.
Yeah, okay, so what?
Minus 13.
Thank you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. How do the Warriors get past these injuries heading into tomorrow?
That's all. Just acknowledge them.
You know what? Brandon Clark is one of those two guys. They're playing without Brandon Clark.
Right.
He is absolutely as important as one of those two guys on the Warriors.
Not a doctor.
Good Lord.
All I can do is smile.
You know I'm right. You know I'm right, and you know you have a double standard. That's all. Just say, Steiny, I do have a double standard, but I was just kidding with you and getting under your skin. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm not.
You repeat it.
Steiny Guru got you fired. I'm not fired up.
I am. No, you got me fired up.
You really think I would come in here?
It was the weakest take in a week and a half.
No. It was a part of this show previewing tonight's game that falls under the injury report. That's all it was.
Nah, it was more than that.
You think I would come in here tomorrow if they somehow go down tonight and say they didn't have Kuminga and Payton and avoid the 48 minutes of whatever happened?
I will bet you.
You don't know me.
I will bet you my Volkswagen car that if the Warriors lose and Kuminga doesn't play and Payton doesn't play,
we know Payton's
you
not
cannot not mention it.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
Yeah, bet me then.
Injuries
for
are
my
part
car.
of the game.
You put your caddy
I don't
up.
want the Volvo.
I'll put my
I don't want
ID.
it.
It's a Volkswagen ID4 up.
Oh, what year?
It's newer than that caddy. I can tell you that.
Caddy's 20, baby.
Yeah, mine's like 21.
Hey, Goo, you want a kind of a tough stat?
Give it to me.
Warriors 1-6 their last 7 trips into Memphis.
Really?
Man.
Regular season.
Man.
FedEx Forum's a bear.
But I'm
the
fired
grindhouse.
up. I'm fired up. Playoff Jimmy.
I'm excited too. I'm excited too. All right. 8-8. Oh.
Let me look at a 10-8 round.
Just talk for a minute.
Bonte would score that at 10-8 round for me.
So crybabies get rewarded.
I'm not crying. I just merely pointed out.
You didn't point it out.
The others are a big part of the Warriors team.
Excuse.
You're not giving them credit.
Who?
The others for this team. The Pods, the Moody's, the Kumingas.
Yeah, they're too young to make a deep playoff run.
Payton.
God,
we would have put Payton on Ja.
And he would have gotten 2 fouls in the first 3 minutes.
We'll put Moody on him. Moody will get him first.
Yeah, Moody with a great lateral quickness. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it, Warrior fans. This is it. Make or break time for your boys. How you feeling? If you're nervous, you know what? The texter's right. If you're a little nervous about the upcoming schedule, you know what that tells me? You know basketball. That's what it tells me. You know the game because you're smart enough to know this is not going to be a duck walk. So you know what? If you're a little nervous, congratulations on knowing the game of basketball. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. You know what you got to do? Bring on the good stuff.
I was going to call him Stumpy. Steiny.
I never walked into a room and said, I'm the leader, I'm the lead dog, I'm the bad and all that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's right, Zeke.
Isaiah.
Guys like you and me don't have to do that. Only the ones who are insecure.
Could you have guarded Isaiah?
No.
Wow, the fact that you say it just...
What, are you kidding?
Slow foot?
It's... Did you expect... See, this is where I'm not like you. Yeah. Did you expect me to say, yeah, I think I could have stayed in front of him? What are you, crazy?
While he was in Indiana, maybe just...
Oh, my God.
Oh, Steiny.
He would have urinated on me. He was so quick, he could have gone by me, urinated, and then laid it in.
All right. But I got Moody starting off on Ja.
Okay. This is the biggest stretch of the year for the Warriors. We know that.
Man.
It starts with Memphis. And to my way of thinking, believe it or not, of the 4 games, this is the must win.
Man.
I really believe that. Because this is the most beatable of the 4 teams. They are clearly not together right now. And here's what I think. Again, I don't know if I said this or not, but I think one of 2 things are going to happen. And we'll be able to tell. Either Memphis is going to play super desperate, and then it's going to be a dogfight. Or if they're truly not really together,
a blowout.
I think the Warriors could go in there and win handily. I really do. And it also feels to me like Memphis is the kind of team that isn't trusting itself a lot these days. So if you hang around, then I do think the Warriors have a psychological advantage against that team right now.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw Jaren Jackson's Jr.'s response after the game last night, Steiny. I kind of didn't like it, but he was being real. He goes, just on their current situation after the loss, 117-103 to Boston, we all could be homeless. It could be worse. And that just led me to believe, man, if you're spewing that, what
does that tell you?
That not he's checked out, but it must really be bad.
Everything.
Yeah. Evan, help me out. Everything, Kyle.
Yeah, we'll find out about the Grizzlies.
You got me thinking. This is the one. If they're done mentally, if something's really going on, they'll get blown out tonight.
I mean, look, if the Warriors can't get tonight, how do you expect them to win back-to-back at LA and then versus Denver? I mean, the way I look at it is you got to win tonight. Then you got to split against the Lakers, Denver. And then if you can get Houston on Sunday, now you got something rolling.
Mm-hmm. I think if you go 2-2 over the next 4, you're sitting pretty.
You think?
I mean, winning back-to-back games is going to be hard. Like, if you beat Memphis and Houston, are you going to come in on Monday disappointed?
No. But
2-2.
I think 2-2 will drop them in the standings.
And that would be the
a little bit.
Oh, yeah, potentially.
And like that's kind of what I'd be worried about. If you go 1-3 and drop to 7 or 8, now you might get stuck. Like, this is going to, I think the next 4 days, pretty much games rather, is going to determine whether they're in the play-in or not.
That's what Fitz said ending the telecast last game, Stoney. He thought, and I get where he's coming from, these 4 are going to, Michael Jackson.
Man, he's going to be nervous tonight.
Well, that last home game against the Clippers, or that last regular season game against the Clippers, is also going to be huge. But do you think that fans are looking at these 4 games more as like a standings barometer or like a playoff barometer? Because it's really the last stretch of quality basketball teams are going to play until the end of the season.
And then I'm going to throw something today.
Yeah, I would answer that question by saying, yes, both of those are hugely important. And that's why this is major, because it has 2 implications. One is in the standings tangibly. And so, you either do well and possibly move up, or you do poorly and move down. If you move down, I think that hurts your chances of making a deep run. And on top of it, if you go 1-3, a good chance you're going to play one of the 3 teams that you didn't beat. And if it's, let's say, the Lakers, well, then they'll have beaten you 4 times this year in 4 games. So, I would say both those reasons are why it's huge, because it's going to be a tangible result in the standings, and then maybe a psychological type of thing after you come out of it, after you either had a good 4 games or bad.
Yeah, and you mentioned Minnesota, who's on their tail. The Warriors just say they win tonight, and the Warriors win. Then the urgency just is increased, for Thursday's game with Denver. But, Evan, real quick, you were out yesterday. Steiny threw this out, and I'm curious to get I'm kind of putting him on the spot, Steiny. But, Evan, I'm going to ask you this. Steiny threw it out to the listeners yesterday. He says he doesn't know who the 2025 Warriors are. If I asked you who are they to you, what would you say?
Who are they? I mean, they've been 2 completely different teams pre and post deadline. So, I mean, I think they're definitely more of a two-way team. They remind me more of the 2022 squad than any team since that point. I mean, they can defend and they can score. But as far as an identity, I think that hinges a lot on what version of Jimmy Butler you get.
Yeah, and what got me to say that, Evan, was, if you look at the Warriors, like they're 0-3 against the Clippers, but they didn't play him with Butler. So I don't know. The Lakers, obviously, they're 0-3 against the Lakers, but they haven't played them with Jimmy Butler. Denver's owned you, and their second squad beat you, but in a series with Jimmy Butler's presence, even out that series, I don't know. So, and that's what I think these 4 games are going to help us determine too, how much of this is real.
That man.
Jimbo in the city. Hey, Jimbo, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing, man?
Hey, doing well, thank you.
Stein?
Yeah.
I like how you talked about, you said the Warriors fans are truly understanding if they're nervous about the schedule coming up. I think it's not nervous. I think we're excited to see what our young guys can do, because this will probably be their first opportunity to play in the playoffs. Because Kerr's always relied on his veterans. Like, you're going to see Payton and Looney down the stretch. The rotation is going to get shorter. So you're trying to see if Pods, Moody, Post, Santos, Kuminga, if these guys can, out of those 5, if those 3 can be really solid and step up as a third option or fourth option and, hit those double-digit points and shoot better in the playoffs, because our weakness is the three-point shooting, right? That's why Buddy Hield is essential. He's not a youngster. He's a veteran, but he's so inconsistent this year. You don't know which Hield you're going to get.
Right.
So I think, those guys are huge. And then, Guru, I'm not trying to bash you. I love the way you guys go at each other. I love your passion about sports. But what do you think and see in Kuminga to get him paid? He's not good at anything. He's just average. He's not a good defender. He's an average defender. He's not a shot blocker. With those mad hops, I just don't understand. He's not a rebounder.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I mean, he can get to the bucket. But he shoots 66 from the free throws.
Yeah.
Man.
And he actually has been making them here lately. But I'm going to answer your question real quick. Stay on the line. He's an idea. He is something they don't have on a good day. His athletic prowess is second to none. And you're right. Right now, I think the scoreboard, the haters might be winning a bit. But I'm just hoping. I am hoping that light clicks. And so are the Warriors, for him to be a difference maker in his role coming off the bench. But I can't give you what you're asking me, what I keep hoping for. So I'm hoping for it, and I hope it manifests. But him being hurt, hopefully he doesn't miss tonight, but I get where you're going, man. I really do.
I'm not saying, his potential. Potential kills a lot of people. And, NFL draft, NBA draft, sometimes there's progressions, right? But to pay someone, again, on potential, that's why you draft, right? You draft on potential. But then to pay a guy like above a 6 man, one of those dudes or those cats that can really score and be like a true 6 man or whatever, you're going to pay that guy that kind of money and then put yourself in another apron. You're paying luxury tax where, like Steiny said, I kind of get it where he wants to pay him 15 or under 20, let his third contract be bigger. But I love Kuminga, but I just don't see it right now as him. He needs to find his niche.
No doubt.
He needs to find what I love him, but he's just so inconsistent.
Yeah.
Like, I love the Warriors. I'm a diehard. I'm not a hater, but I'm just trying to talk basketball. Like, where can we see this guy in the next 4 years? Potential can only get you so far, right? But like, he's still young. I get that, but I don't want to pay him $30 million. I'm not trying to hate on his money,
No, I hear
but
you.
he's not worth that.
Good stuff, Jimbo. I appreciate it. I think what Goo's saying, and tell me if I'm accurate or not, is that Jonathan Kuminga essentially has a concept of a plan. He's got a concept of a plan.
Well, and the team knows it, and they need him. And Steiny, you can sit up here, and I know you're having fun material. Everybody's having fun with me on the chat. You seen something in his eyes, but no, he has a role, man, and that role.
I don't disagree with that,
no doubt. And I guess Steiny, it's like I just hope it starts tonight if he's out there, to where he can just go out there and be a difference maker. That's all. I don't have the. What am I looking for? I'm going Fizdale in Miami. The data, to back up, before he got hurt, he was cooking, but they didn't have Butler and they needed him to cook.
I think we've, what
do we got?
I think we've stumbled upon something here.
What do we got? I'm laughing.
First of all, the truth is super chat again. No, I'm going to read it because it's about the idea. I guess the last caller said the idea.
Right.
And now people are latching on to maybe Kuminga's the idea.
Which is a compliment.
That's kind of like, the process, the idea.
As a nickname?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, hey, no. He's better than that. But I'm telling you, I love me some Kuminga, and the Warriors do too, and they need him. They need him. I've come in and told you the ball was stopping, since he come back, but I was being real, man.
Oh, wait, you said it.
Yeah.
Oh, you said the idea.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea Kuminga does rhyme.
Yeah, well, look at my man.
Kuminga, the idea.
No. I'm just telling you.
You might have stumbled on something.
But I'm telling you, Steiny.
What are you telling me? I know.
Dude's a talent.
Better than
hopefully
Dominique.
No, stop. Dude's a talent. They don't have what he possesses, and it's just, can he go out there and be consistent and do what he does best? And right now, would you have a problem if I call JK this current day with the Warriors an enigma? And that
Not really. Not really. I wouldn't, because I think of it, I don't think he's an enigma. I feel like I know what he's done, what he's capable of, and that's just
he's had
me.
some hellified luck, right? That injury came at the most inopportune time.
I mean,
I'm not making excuses. It just is.
But what if he played all year and got hurt now? I mean, he got hurt in the middle. He got hurt at the start of the season. I don't see how that's inopportune.
I think when I say that, I mean he's robbed himself of going out and maybe changing the narrative for some people that think he's too inconsistent. What if he had been balling? Then him getting hurt now, you might be like, yeah, Goo, they're going to miss him tonight. As opposed to, yeah, they're going to miss him, but it ain't the end-all, be-all. Like, they're not going to lose tonight because they didn't have Kuminga if he's not available. I know that. But I'm not going to sit here like in the third quarter not being able to go to him to be able to put some pressure or stress on Memphis's transition defense. Like, that's real.
Oh, I was thinking about that. Oh, yeah. Were you there when we were talking on Friday?
Well, I was here to 3, so if it was before.
No, it was after 3.
Okay.
Here's one that drives me crazy. And it's used with Kuminga, but it's used a lot now.
Give it to me.
I tell you what, he's really good. Hey, you want to get him downhill.
Right.
Who the hell isn't good when they're coming downhill?
Oh, you missed it.
I mean,
yeah.
He's coming downhill. He's pretty good. Yeah, who isn't? You're coming downhill. You got a full head of steam with a dribble and a guy's backpedaling. Yeah, I would say you'd like to get players downhill. What is that?
Yeah.
I mean, how you could get downhill and have an advantage on players.
If Ty Jerome was coming downhill, as much as I like
get out of here.
But if Zion's coming downhill or Barkley or guys like that.
Or what about Curry coming downhill?
Yeah.
Right. It works for everybody is my point. Oh, we got to get Kuminga downhill. Yeah, you got to get everybody downhill. That's the name of the game. Drive to the basket, and have an advantage with a guy backpedaling.
Go ahead, Evan.
I've never seen someone get downhill and pass the ball more than Jimmy Butler.
And that's
his game, though. But he wants to get downhill.
But admit it wasn't that in Miami.
We don't know that.
Well, there's numbers tell us.
You didn't see him a lot there, admit it.
Oh, unlike you and Evan, who didn't like the finals that year, I watched all of it.
Yeah.
No, Stoney, I've been seeing that. Like, he's there and he's passing it. And I'm like, okay, he's hooking his teammates up. I get it. But, Evan, that was great and it's real. I've noticed that, and I kind of want that to go away. Jimmy, you're there. Shoot that thing. You've seen that, and that's not always been. You don't get playoff Jimmy with that passing up shots on goal.
Can we also
give it to me?
Is this going to be about Jimmy?
Yeah. Can we leave the playoff Jimmy moniker for the playoffs?
Thank you.
So I would love to see him tonight.
I know you would. But again,
it's the regular season.
Here's the thing. How long's Butler been here? 6 weeks?
Yeah.
6 weeks, 2 months? And I can tell you right now, I've said it before. Let me tell you something I've already figured out about Jimmy Butler. Don't tell him what an important game is. Don't you dare. He will tell you what an important game
but
is.
But you're not right with that. But that's
I'm kind of right. I'm kind of right.
That.
Austin in Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, buddy? Austin, let me tell you something. Austin, I'll bet you're dynamite when you get downhill.
Oh, sorry, I'm dynamite when I get downhill. Who's not?
Of course.
Who's not?
Thank you.
But but check this out. Kuminga is key. I wasn't too fond of Jimmy Butler coming into the Warriors, but now I'm looking at it. We ain't had someone that can play back to the basket, and Kuminga is key. If he can sit back and watch Jimmy play that role, I guarantee Kuminga will be that star of the team. This down the stretch of the line because he's gonna be key, doing all the little things. Watch Jimmy Butler do all the little things, playing out post, pass out of the post, come downhill. If Kuminga could just be patient and watch the game. Because he's in a rush and he's just coming back from all the injuries, and the Warriors was just winning without him. Kuminga he's going to be that key player to watch. And plus, Buddy Hield hitting over 18 points a game. Man, we need that, Buddy Hield.
Yeah, 12-0. What is it? Yeah. 18 or 19 points. One of them. Austin might be right, Stoney, but man, Buddy is key, man.
You know what
is key?
What the last caller made me think of is. Because I've been asking, what does playoff Jimmy look like if we see him? What exactly happens? Mm-hmm. And what I thought of while the last caller was talking is, I'll bet that's one thing we see more of, like Butler in the low post. They could go to Butler there probably more.
The
game gets into the half court and maybe he can initiate from down there. That I could see.
And I don't want to say they've been playing possum, but we were seeing that, and Fitz going crazy about his ability to hold guys and be able to, get position down there and get fouled or take it up and make it. But that's who he was in Miami. So I won't dare tell you, Stoney, the Warriors are playing possum by not using that. But we haven't seen much of that as we had Jimmy in the post early on. And those are facts.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, Memphis tonight, 5 o'clock start.
Let's go.
It'll all be carried right here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings with the Warriors live show at 4 o'clock. Tip-off at 5. I got to tell you, Goo.
And I got something.
This is one of those where I may have to ask you. And this is how you know it's a big game. Where are you watching the game? Where are you watching at 5?
With Norm in the Union.
Nice.
Some people asked, did I go see the A's yesterday? I know we'll be joined by Tim. What's the last name, Johnny?
Tim Keown.
Keown, yeah, I always mess it up. But no, I wasn't. So I'll be with Pops. We'll watch this one. Because, the Johnson household, we're talking about a family reunion that might not, if the Warriors get to the finals right there.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
And it's an ongoing thing.
Well, we know where Norm stands.
Well, yeah, he'll be in the Lone Star State.
All right, I'll explain to people if they weren't here that day.
You're good at that. I just assume they remember.
It's part of my effort to be a real host.
But you forget the audible sometimes.
No doubt. Guru's got a family reunion in mid-June, right during the NBA Finals. And I guess he's a little afraid to ask for it off because he doesn't want to ask for it off and the Warriors are in the finals. But Norm, who's, I would say, leans toward me in terms of being practical.
Right. I get that.
He said, yeah, don't worry about it, Goo.
Yeah.
They ain't making the finals. We're going to be in Texas. We're going to be in Texas.
Yeah.
What part of Texas?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
That's the place to be.
Why?
It is my favorite city in Dallas. I like Austin, but...
Have you been to... What about Houston? Have you been to Houston?
Been to Houston too many times.
Say Dallas is your favorite city in Dallas?
Is that what I said? Yeah, Dallas is my favorite city in Texas. Houston's the worst.
Because you got...
San Antonio's somewhat tolerable.
That for me, and I haven't been there.
San Antonio's somewhat tolerable.
You like Austin?
Of course I like Austin, but it's... Yeah, you know what, though? Too many young kids.
Yeah,
there.
but see that you're the guy that don't want to be around that. I want to go. I don't want to be around
20-year-olds.
They say Austin's a great place to live.
Well, not anymore.
What happened?
It's because everybody's moved there. It's like Nashville. Yeah, you know what, Goo?
We're in Cali, so it can't get any worse than this.
You know what, Goo?
This is hell on earth.
No, this is like when Seinfeld tried to get into Tuscany. I don't think you can get into Austin right now.
I remember that. Boy, man.
Now, apparently Nashville and Austin are now off the board in terms of places you can live.
My point being, it's not California, though. But we can go anywhere and survive.
But I'm telling you that what I've heard is that if you start looking for houses in Austin, you're going to be like, what? Oh, that's what I've heard. By the way, Evan, could you ever see yourself living in Nashville?
Yeah, I mean, I've lived everywhere, so I could probably live in Tennessee.
That's true.
Yeah, Nashville's great. Not a lot of people, actually.
What's the go-to food in Nashville today? Nashville. Barbecue?
I mean, anything Memphis style, like slow-cooked barbecue.
Yeah.
You'd love it.
Now, the funny thing is, that's not that funny, but Memphis and Nashville it's a long way apart.
Because you remember when the Warriors,
7-hour drive.
Years ago, after they dropped the playoff game to Memphis.
Right. They went to Beale Street.
There we go.
They went to a barbecue spot.
Yeah.
And the rest is history.
Iggy.
The rest is history.
Evan hates what I said. But somebody referred to him as Iggy during the ceremony.
That's fine. He just doesn't prefer it. But you can keep saying it. I like, when people ask to be called by a certain name, I try to honor that. It sounds like you may try to stick it to him.
Yeah.
12:41. Oh, hey, we got Tim Keown coming up at 1 o'clock. ESPN senior writer. We'll get into a little baseball. He was in Sacramento last night watching the A's lose a tough one to the Cubbies. Boy, heartbreak city in the state's capital. And also, coming up at 1:30, we got Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He's at the owners meeting right now, and he interviewed Kyle Shanahan. We talked about that earlier. We'll jump back into that, where the San Francisco 49ers are this offseason. And that's what's going on right here on 95.7 The Game as we await the biggest game of the year for the Golden State Warriors. That's tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies at 5 o'clock. This segment sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway.
I owe Curry nothing.
That mother Evan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, apparently it's not 6 hours from Memphis to Nashville. It's 3.5, but that's without traffic. It's 4.5 to 5 at least.
Just say you got it wrong. It's okay.
How much traffic have you been in Tennessee?
You'd be surprised. It's one of our fastest growing states. I have driven cross country and driven from Memphis to Nashville, and I don't remember it taking only 3 hours.
It's pretty long, especially when you're going through Alabama, but I've done it too, and it's not 6.
Well, let me tell you what it isn't.
There's no chance you're correct on this.
Yeah, Stoddy.
Okay, so Evan said it's a 3.5 hour drive.
Four.
It's a 4-hour drive from San Francisco to the Oregon border. No,
I consider it Shasta.
No, right. You're omitting the Siskiyous.
Okay, from here to Weed is 4 hours.
You still got another hour to go, at least.
Well, if you're driving through the snow with chains on, then yes, it'll take 6 hours, which is what you said it would.
It will, and the reason is because once you get to Red Bluff up through Reading, it always goes down to one lane at some point. Always.
Yeah, there's no one on the road.
No, that's not true. How far is it, listeners?
I'm with Evan.
I just Googled it.
I think the biggest
drive
issue
from San Francisco to the California-Oregon border is a scenic journey. This is AI. Typically taking around 7.5 hours. It's 400 miles.
Is that piece of artificial intelligence biking?
It doesn't appear to be.
The bigger issue is that Ken thinks that a 3-hour drive is short.
And his take on the chicken.
It's not 6 hours,
Guru does it every day from here to Sacramento.
Well, not every day. I'm in the Union, but I go 80. I drive 80, so I'd get 300, 400 miles, a couple hours.
I-80. We don't want to get any tickets.
Yeah.
What's the fastest you ever got to Sac?
Hour and a half. Man. No traffic.
Boy.
And then when I did the morning show and had to be here 4 a.m., get here about 5:12, hour and 12 minutes. But I got to read this down from the text line, 415.
Sure.
And this hurts. This really hurts me because if you know me, you know it's wrong. Guru low-key, this is on the Bay in Cali a lot. I said coming across the Bay Bridge and Treasure Island and the view into this city is second to none. And I stand on that. Well, I love where I'm from.
Well, you have said those things, but you also...
I wasn't happy with Bippin, and it's kind of gone away. Right. Bippin's kind of gone away.
Oh, yeah, it's going away.
A little bit. It's quieted down.
You accentuate the negative when it comes to San Francisco and the state of our city. You always say, Steiny, what's happened to our society here?
No, society meaning everywhere. I watched that movie, Magazine Dreams. It was disturbing. Evan saw it. I love California. I love the hills. I love the scenery. I love the water. This is where I'm from, the soil. Don't get mad because I call some stuff out that's happening.
I can see where he's coming from.
Back me up one time. Gosh.
We weren't able to get it done.
Let's go to Robert in Oakland.
Robert,
back to Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Stinks. Hey, Robert, how you doing?
Hey, guys.
How are you?
Hi, guys. Hey, I just got a couple of things there. The question is, where's Jimmy Butler in this part of the equation? Is all the way to the playoffs or versus playing tournament? I mean, is he going to get us there or just one game? This reminds me of John Lester back in the day when the Oakland A's are like, "Hey, we're going all the way," and it's bust. It's a bust. So, So, but then I'm scared of Kuminga. He's not in this dynamics when Jimmy Butler is. I don't see Kuminga, but we need him because we have nothing else.
And there it is. And he's part of the team. He's a good player, Stoney. But I mean, if he has, let's just say, who's the difference maker in regard to the others that could take this or propel this team to the Western Conference Finals? Not the big three. My answer, Stoney, and you could give me is Jonathan Kuminga by far.
Mine's Pods now, and I'm not kidding.
Right.
Just because he's more entrenched. I think Kuminga, it feels like he's still got work to do. Pods is right now, Pods is being relied upon more than Kuminga. Now, that's probably has a lot to do with the injury.
I'm not saying you're wrong on that because Pods is a big part.
Coming up in 5 minutes, Tim Keown, ESPN senior writer. We're going to talk about what happened in Sacramento last night. A's got beat 18-3.
Yep.
And I want to find out what it was like.
Do you take the over every game there, or that was just a one-off? We'll find out tonight.
There was a lot of talk about that stadium in our fantasy baseball draft. In other words, do you want to jump on, like Rooker was taken very early.
I don't even want to talk about drafts. I had Profar, and he got popped for PEDs 80 games. Evan, what am I doing?
Yeah, he had a surprisingly great season.
Yeah. He said he didn't know what the substance was, of course.
By the way, a piece of news just came in a minute ago.
Okay.
Draymond Green was named the Kia Defensive Player of the Month for the month of March, in which the Warriors went 11-4.
He earned that.
And forced an NBA best 17 turnovers per game.
He earned that, though, Steiny.
Okay. And he earned that even though we've chronicled how many big guys have had monster games in the last 11.
11-4.
Yeah. He earned that.
Right. By politicking.
And right now, if you go to Nevada, the state, where you want to bet on one of those sites, he's your leader to get DP. He's a front runner for DPOY.
Sure. Okay. If Vegas says so. Warrior fans know better. That's all I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'll say it to
He's
Evan.
Your best defender. Absolutely incredible.
Day! I said this Friday or Monday, Evan. I said, you know what? Okay. If Draymond Green wins the Defensive Player of the Year, he wins the Defensive Player of the Year. It's okay. He's Defensive Player of the Year.
Gotcha.
We all know this is not his second best defensive year in the NBA. It's not even close. It's not even close. He is not having one of his best defensive years. So all I'm saying is the competition must have dropped, or defensive players can't be as impactful as they have in the past,
or they're hurt.
Yeah, with Wemby, they said Wemby had it was but he's hurt. But Steiny, let's just talk about Draymond as a defender. He does it all. Help, like the dude protects. He does it all. So I get what you're saying, but if you ever got an award, would you say, you know what, I'm not deserving? Like, damn.
No, I'm just saying
at this age.
I'm just saying we all know this is not his second best defensive year. That's all.
Isn't that a compliment, though?
Maybe.
The fact that you could still win Defensive Player of the Year and you have it not be considered one of your best defensive seasons.
And you know what? That's a good way to look at it, because what I said, there's no judgment involved. I just said, if Draymond Green wins the Defensive Player of the Year award, we all know that he's had multiple better defensive years than this and hasn't won it.
That doesn't sound as bad.
Well, I said the exact same thing.
Right, but I guess I processed it because I thought you were trolling where he wasn't worthy of winning. You're saying...
No, I'm not saying he's not worthy of winning.
Because Gobert shouldn't have as many in his... wherever he keeps those... you know what I mean?
So you know more than the voters?
No, I'm just less...
He's been voted... The media votes for those.
Yeah, but the Defensive Player of the Year to me is like Wilt Chamberlain, Guy Jordan, Kawhi's, guys, Alvin Robert. You can't come up with a scenario or devise a game plan to where Gobert hurt you on the floor, but yet he's your DPOY. That doesn't go together. And Gobert's lived that life.
I mean, let's not act like Gobert's ineffectual. I mean, he's a pretty good defensive player. But this is Don Dada, 1200 on the YouTube chat, says, if Draymond wins, it's a knock on the league. It's not a bad way to look at it. So, but what was I going to say? You mentioned Wilt Chamberlain, and I had this on my list today, and we got Tim Keown coming up in 3 minutes, so I'm just going to have to stick and move here.
You got Wilt?
You had Wilt Chamberlain on your sheet?
And I just randomly bring him up?
Yes, because I was telling you about this article in The Athletic by David Aldridge. The NBA is as talented and skilled as it's ever been. And you know what? I'm gonna get the water drop. Two people I've talked to about this kind of thing. Chris Mullin and B.J. Armstrong.
Man.
This idea that there's some players nowadays that we've never seen before. It's a joke. It's a joke. And in the story, Aldridge said, there's never been the Victor Wembanyama. Yes, there has.
Oh, wow.
Ralph Sampson.
I remember him.
Ralph Sampson.
Virginia.
Get to know him.
You shoot threes?
He shot from the perimeter. They didn't have the three back then, but he shot a face-up 18-footer.
But you know what Evan's saying.
No, I don't.
That Wilt Chamberlain now can go behind the back and shoot threes. That's what Wemby is.
And Ralph Sampson could have shot threes if it was part of the game. Right, so don't say there's not another Wembanyama.
Off one leg?
Ralph Sampson, same player. Same player.
No, I love me some Ralph. But I'm just saying this, Nani, it's evolution. Big guys are shooting at.
Right, but don't say we're seeing something we've never seen if we've seen it before. Wembanyama might be a better version, might be a little different because of the times, but
in essence,
same thing.
We've never seen Wilt do it. We're not saying
I'm not talking about Wilt. I'm talking about Ralph Sampson.
Yeah, but he never shot from deep because that's just the way the game was.
Right.
So this is the first time we're seeing Ralph Sampson, Wemby in this case, do things that are allowed for bigs.
Sampson shot from the perimeter. Sampson shot 18-footers just as much as a guy shoots.
What we're talking about.
So you're going to hold it against Ralph Sampson because he didn't come into a league with a joke of a three-point line. If you think for 1 minute Ralph Sampson could not have made threes,
I'm not
hit the pipe.
That's you, buddy.
Hit the pipe.
For being as literal of a guy as you are, I'm surprised that you don't kind of bend on this.
I will not. Not after I've dug in.
Like, I'm shocked that you got lightweight offended by it. Like,
I get offended by it all. Like, we've never seen a Zion before. Yes, we have. Charles Barkley.
Wow.
That's Zion Williamson. Okay, give me another one. I mean, just name me a player.
Curry.
Curry's a little bit different, but there are guys close to him.
That was good.
Chris Jackson, fairly close.
Oh, Mahmoud.
We got Tim? Oh, we got okay. Tim Keown, momentarily, ESPN senior writer. Let me get my read ready so that I don't keep
I'm trying to think of somebody for you.
You can't. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, let's do this. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We're talking to Tim Keown, ESPN senior writer. He was in Sacramento last night for the the A's. That's right. They're still the A's. They're not the Oakland A's. The A's home opener. Tim, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Hey, no problem, Matt. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, good to talk to you. All right, paint the picture. What's going to be the lead couple paragraphs in the story that eventually comes out about last night?
Well, I think no matter what we do, we can't ignore the fact that this is a major league team playing in a very minor league stadium, no matter how they try to gussy it up. And it's just a quirky situation. And it is, I think, I was there Sunday when the River Cats played. The idea was to sort of see both sides of this ballpark. And I just was talking to people about what they were going to have to do to get it ready the next night for the A's to move in. And I just think this is going to wear people out. I think it's going to wear out people. I think it's going to wear out the field. I just think that, last night was opening night, lots of good vibes until the game started. But, it just feels like there is so many moving parts. And I think that, it seems like a minor thing, but having clubhouses beyond the left field wall is going to really, it's just going to be something that is a constant deal all year with opposing teams, even with the A's. I mean, I think that they're trying to make the best of it at this point. I think if we check back in July when they're on a run of a week of 100+ degree days, I feel like that whole thing is just going to be 3 years of it seems like a long time. How's that?
Right. Man.
3 years. Can we say 3 years minimum?
Man.
Man, Tim, I got to be honest. You were there at the ballpark. I was telling my comrades here, I was nervous to watch it on TV, kind of nervous to see how it played on TV. But for you to be there, I got to ask you, was there anything weird or anything that shocked you that you thought might be better where you're actually saying this is actually happening on the major league level outside of the game just being played there?
Yeah, I think I don't know that there was anything really unusual. I think there are certain things that they've done to change the place. They put in a massive video screen in right field, and to me it looks like, it's beautiful, it works, it's great, it's got all the crisp colors you want, but it looks like you put like an 86-inch TV in your studio apartment.
Wow.
It's just this massive thing that just hovers over the field. You've got berm seating, which is funky. It's like a spring training minor league field. There was a little bit of a muffled sort of protest movement. If you'd say there were people chanting, sell the team and some sell shirts and all that. But for the most part, last night was a night for like the believers, right? Like you're not getting the people from Oakland aren't going up there to give John Fisher their money on opening night. The people that have been most affected by this team's mismanagement and now move. So there was more of an undercurrent of people, that wanted to make their voices heard. I didn't really expect anything more than that, but they announced the crowd at 12,000, and they have the seating is 14. So they announced it as a sellout at 12 because that was the paid attendance, which interesting to me that means to me that they comped like 2,000 people for opening night, which maybe isn't that unusual, but it just seemed like an odd thing to do on a night when, you've for all this time prior to this game, you've been trumpeting the fact that you've sold out whatever season ticket allotment that you had. And, you're getting this great reception in Sacramento. So there wasn't, nothing happened that felt really like an aberration other than, you've got guys walking around on the warning track while batting practice is going on. They're trying to get to their dugouts and trying to figure out which way is the best way to go. And that's a little awkward, but that's pregame stuff. I will say that they have a tin shed, like a corrugated steel shed that they're using for interviews. And it was so windy last night that I think everyone thought the place was going to come down on us. It has like a vinyl roof on it. It's like basically like a tough shed,
Right.
I don't know what else they could do. It's the best they can do. But the fact is that they put themselves in this position where they're trying to convince people that this is a great thing, and it might be a functional thing. It doesn't feel like a great thing.
Right. Tim Keown joining us on 95.7 The Game, ESPN senior writer. He was in Sacramento last night at the A's-Cubs game. The picture you painted early in the show about, the clubhouses not right adjacent to the stadium rather than in the stadium. And, you imagine the Yankees coming in there, or the Red Sox or whatever. What crossed my mind is there any way that things could be so bad there that MLB and Fisher would change the path that they're currently going down?
Well, I don't know that it's going to reach that point, because I think their ultimate defense is going to be, hey, if we draw 12,000 a night here, that's equivalent to what we were doing in Oakland, right? I mean, I think they have this hammer over people that, and I would say that they're probably not going to do anything mid-season. They may reassess at the end of the season if they feel that's necessary. But I keep going back to the fact that so many concessions have been made for this franchise and for John Fisher by Major League Baseball. And
that I can't imagine. What would it take?
Right.
Like we hear reports that Manfred and other owners are trying to push Stuart Sternberg out as owner of the Tampa Bay Rays and wanting him to sell. And I'm thinking, where was this last year? Like, how did he become the guy they're going to take a stand against? And he's at least playing in a minor league stadium because of an act of God, not because of his own decision making.
Hey, Tim, I follow you on social media, and you do a lot of good stuff. And if you don't mind, we were talking about the Warriors, here in the stretch run, and you wrote a great piece chronicling Steph Curry during the bad times early on this year. If you don't mind, Tim, could you share with us kind of what you learned, if anything, from Steph during that time, and how you kind of think he's feeling now since they made the trade of Jimmy Butler and kind of turned their season around?
Yeah, Guru. Well, thanks for that, first off. And, it's funny because I'm a Bay Area guy and I've never sat down with Steph. And so part of my thing was just watching him this year. I just wanted to, I felt like it was time to do something as he's on his, what would you say, third act, I guess, of his career. And, I've always, like everyone, marveled at what he does on the court and how he conducts himself. Although it can be a little overheated in the Bay Area. Can we all agree with that?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Idolatry gets to go a little over the top. Anyway, what I learned at that time was like they were trying to thread this weird needle where they were trying to maximize him by kind of minimizing him, right? They were trying to limit his minutes and still get the most out of him. And, I think what I learned from that was just kind of the strain that it puts on somebody to be the focus every night. The way that he's played and the way that teams just throw bodies at him constantly. At his age and with the mileage on his body, I mean, it takes a remarkable amount of work just to be ready to play. And I think that was something that he was very open about, was just how he used to be able to just run out there and play, right? Like you were just young and your legs were fresh and it didn't matter how many times you got knocked down, you always got up. And how regardless of how hard he works to prepare himself, it's still, at this age, it takes a concerted effort. And there are nights when it's not there, right? Like where your body just doesn't respond. And I think that might be the hardest thing for someone of his caliber who's played as long as he has to come to terms with, is just like, I guess, giving yourself over to those nights when it's not there and just saying, I'll get him next time. Because I don't think you can write off a bad night as easily when you're 27 as you can when you're 36. It's just something that you don't expect. And I feel like there's a level of self-awareness that he has that is pretty remarkable. And I mean, getting to where he was then and where he is now, I think is just completely different, because I think we can maybe all agree. I'm very surprised at just what a difference that trade made. When it first came down, I really, if you look at numbers, it's Wiggins versus Butler. It didn't look that drastic, but it has really given them a jolt, and I think it's given Curry a jolt as well, where he doesn't have to be the guy every single night, which I think was part of what was wearing on him earlier.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hey, Tim, great stuff.
Thanks,
really
man.
appreciate your time. Continue the great work, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. That's Tim Keown, senior writer, ESPN.com, and Bay Area product, and one of the best in the business. I want to get into some of the things he said on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Matt Barrows of The Athletic. We'll talk some Niners in 15 minutes on 95.7 The Game.
The 2025 Mountain Winery.
20 different things at a time. There's negotiating tactics. Sometimes you see something on Twitter and we weren't able to get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You see it on Twitter.
We tried to.
That was Kyle Shanahan.
These things happen.
Talking about losing Dre Greenlaw. Finding out on Twitter they lost him. And then jumping on a flight to see if they could change his mind. We're going to join Matt Barrows in 10 minutes. He's in Palm Beach, Florida right now at the owners' meetings, NFL owners' meetings, and he talked to Kyle Shanahan earlier today, and we're going to talk to him about some 49er stuff because about 3 or 4 big things going on with them. So we got Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers that team. He's going to join us in 10 minutes. Matt Barrows.
Yeah, I'm excited. We got the draft, what would you say, about 3 weeks, 90?
Yeah, 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Of course, the Warriors play the Memphis Grizzlies tonight at 5.
Man.
And Evan Giddings will have Warriors Live at 4. And everything will be right here on 95.7 The Game. And it is the biggest game of the year for the Warriors.
Until Thursday.
Closest thing to a must-win.
Yeah.
Because Memphis is the team they can leapfrog with a win tonight. Jump up to 5. And
be right behind the Lakers.
And maybe start putting the play-in idea behind them. But, Wembanyama, Ralph Sampson.
I was going to say Ja Morant.
Ja Morant.
Yeah.
Stevie Francis.
I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
Say Durant.
KD.
Karolinko.
Oh my God.
He put his hand. Thank you. I was like, look, now you're trolling.
Tom Chambers.
I liked him.
Tom Chambers scored 60 in a game.
Cooper Flag.
Man.
Tom Chambers. And see,
it's not about how many you score in a game, but Tom Chambers was a baller.
Well, Durant's a scorer, so I was looking for a 6'10 guy.
But he didn't handle and bring it up like
that's where you all miss the point.
Just say you haven't seen a guy like him.
I need him.
No, but I have seen a guy like him. So let me ask you this. How do I want to put this?
Is there any player you've ever seen?
Yeah.
That you said, wow, I've never seen that before?
Well, yeah. Curry. Jordan. LeBron.
Wembanyama.
No.
Steiny.
No. Here's the thing. If Ralph, this is what you're failing to realize. If Wembanyama grew up when Ralph Sampson did, he would have been Ralph Sampson. And if Ralph Sampson got to play now, he would do everything that Wembanyama's doing.
But that doesn't constitute put the stamp on we've seen it.
Yeah, we have.
It's still Wemby being the first.
We have seen it. It's just we've seen it in another iteration in another era.
No, you're imagining it.
No.
But we haven't seen it, Evan.
Well, you could say if Curry didn't play with a 3-point line, he would have played like X player.
Yeah, Isaiah.
Okay, so you have seen someone like Steph before.
But not who shoots it like Steph Curry.
But they didn't shoot it like that in Isaiah's day.
That's right.
But you still would count the bucket for Isaiah being Steph.
Well, that's because what Steph Curry has done is so different than anything that Wembanyama's done or Durant's done. Curry's in a league by himself that way. Mm-hmm. That's just
I think Ja is too. But Stevie Francis, Iceman.
How about George Gervin?
Oh, the Iceman.
For Durant.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But Chambers, who I love.
Cliff Robinson for Durant.
Cliff.
Well, first of all,
rest in peace.
First of all, Cliff Robinson
was a baller.
Was 5 times the defender Kevin Durant's been. Offensively, Durant's got him.
That's when they let you play defense.
Let's go to Shooter in Virginia.
Shooter.
Hey, Shooter, how you doing? Shooter, the one that came down my road yesterday or a few days. Shooter, you were the one who challenged me big time, right? Oh, no, maybe it was Tim. I don't know. Okay.
It was Tim.
You said yesterday?
No, it was a couple days ago, last week.
But we found out who it was, Shooter.
No, I think it was Shooter.
Yeah. No. I was the guy that was telling y'all that the guest that y'all had on was the guy that y'all needed to talk to.
Oh, yeah.
Can't think of his name right now.
Johnson.
But
Johnson. KC Johnson.
All right, what do you got?
Nah, I wasn't crazy.
Nah, I wasn't.
But anyway, I just had a question. I just had a question for both of y'all, but mainly Guru. If you had a choice right now to pay Jonathan Kuminga, that $30 million, because I know Guru, you're a little higher on him. If you had a choice to pay him that $30 million, a guy that's kind of like coming off the bench, kind of like that 6-man role, that's kind of, he has that promise, but it's kind of inconsistent. Or would you go over the apron, or would you rather pay a guy like say like a proven vet that's kind of more on the Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler timeline that can help him win now, like say like a Cam Johnson or an OG Anunoby, and pay one of those guys the money, like. If you had a choice to do it now, like what would you do?
I'm being real. I
appreciate it, Shoot.
Yeah, no, I love the question, Stoney, and I'm gonna shock you, but you know me, but you're trolling half the time. I would do the latter.
Which is what?
Cam Johnson.
No kidding.
Yeah, man.
Who wouldn't?
Because
seriously, who wouldn't?
He fit there. Would you say stylistically, one of the biggest things facing Jonathan Kuminga is accepting this Warrior system?
No, I think he's trying to accept it.
Oh, no, not that he doesn't want to, but it's difficult. It's not natural. That's why I said for Kuminga.
Why not?
Because he's not in the open, just run up and down system.
No, because he doesn't have a foundation of basketball like other pros. So it's going to take him
3 years in the system, Stoney. He's got 3 years in the system.
It's not very long. It's not long for somebody who has no experience.
Well, I'll tell you what. They got to make a decision, and I think the decision is he's not going anywhere. But
I don't know what the decision would be, but if you put OG Anunoby on this team
my gosh.
and you don't have Kuminga, you're going to be better.
And if you had Cam Johnson and Willard's guy, remember I tried to fight, but he would fit in like a glove.
I'm going to I'll reserve judgment on him. I need to see more of him.
You think?
It's all right. I think,
but he would fit this system. I think. Oh my gosh.
Who knows? Is he a smart player?
Yeah, and he can shoot.
All right.
Huh? Well, that was my answer.
Yeah. I don't know about Cam Johnson.
What do you think? What Tim said.
Cam Johnson's so good that. I'm sorry. What?
Tim, it sounds like a circus out there in Sac.
Yeah, it sounds like a fun time at a minor league ballpark.
And Evan brought this up, but last night, Stoney, I don't know if you know, during the telecast, they lost their feed to the
well, sometimes the cable goes out.
No, this is the Wi-Fi. I mean, the A's English and Spanish radio feeds completely crashed out in that blowout loss, forcing the teams to switch their television audio into their radio feed.
All right.
Like, is that a one-off, or is that something that, like, that's an eyesore for Major League Baseball? That should never happen, and it did. Like, hopefully, I guess what I'm saying is that's just a one.
So Wi-Fi the Wi-Fi went out. It happens. You've dealt with it. I've dealt with it.
But this is Major League Baseball.
And their Wi-Fi is supposed to be better?
Yeah, thank you, Evan. Evan, you help
Give this team a break.
Imagine you were driving around, listening to the great Tim Roy.
Okay.
Calling tonight's game against the Memphis Grizzlies.
All right.
95.7 the game.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, your radio goes dark. And you don't hear anything.
But
oh my God,
that wouldn't happen with Tim, right? Because it's a different medium. Like, he's actually on a radio station. The A's are actually streaming.
Same principle. You'd just be listening through an app on your phone.
How would you deal with
it? And it goes out.
Yeah, I think once you start listening to a game on an app on your phone, you're taking your chances.
Oh, boy. Evan, he knows. Yeah, he knows what you were putting down.
No blackout restrictions.
Man, Donnie, and they're doing the interviews in the 10 room or whatever. I don't know what to say. But I will say I'm not going to name names, and I should. A lot of Sacramento media members were talking smack, like, oh, the A's never drew this many in Oakland. Miss me. And there was extenuating circumstances because of that with the owner while he was driving people away. But to sit here and try to act like that's the most, I didn't like that. And I won't name names. Like, keep
gutless.
Yeah.
Was it Amick?
No, I saw Sam.
Was
it the last Warrior game I went to? He said,
"Who else is working up?" And was it?
I'm not. No,
was it D'Lo?
You're fishing.
Caraway?
No, those are my guys.
Was Kyle Madsen?
No, talk to him. That's my guy. Just keep it down.
These things happen.
We got Matt Barrows coming up momentarily. He's in Palm Beach, Florida, at the NFL owners meeting. He talked to Kyle Shanahan earlier today, and we got to find out his perspective on the Niners. A lot of stuff happening. Jed York told Mike Garafolo, that they had to make the cost-cutting moves because they believe in Brock Purdy, and they want stability at quarterback because they believe it gives them a better chance to be a winner consistently. And the one thing he said he would rather not do is not have a quarterback because then you have inconsistency. So the bottom line is Brock Purdy's going to be the quarterback for now and the future for the Golden State Warriors.
Until he comes on,
Golden
Steiny.
State Warriors.
If I ask
San Francisco 49ers.
Who the best player on the Kansas City Chiefs is, your answer is, and I think I 99.9 know your answer.
Who's the guy who's their big defensive guy?
Chris Jones.
Yeah, he's a wrecker.
So who's the best
He was
player?
better than Mahomes last year.
Who's the best player on the Niners?
McCaffrey. No, hold on.
Before you get to Purdy is my point.
Who's the best player on the Niners?
I would say Bosa, Warner.
You know what's funny?
And McCaffrey.
I would actually I might say Purdy right now.
Are you being serious?
Well, we don't know what McCaffrey is anymore. Bosa's had mediocre season. Trent Williams is old. Kittle has a claim, I would think.
That man. So now we're talking 5. I forgot Kittle.
I mean, McCaffrey should be the answer if he has a really good year. But we got him? All right, hold on.
Yep.
Let me get my read.
I got you.
Okay. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers. He's down in Palm Beach, Florida. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, sweet. First of all, I guess let's start with what we think is one of the latest things, and that was Jed York essentially saying, one of the reasons there's been a lot of attrition is because they know they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy, and it's math. What did you make of that statement, or the Niners kind of confirming what we all suspected?
Yeah, it's more of the latter. I mean, that's basically what, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have been saying as well. And I thought one of the takeaways of this whole weekend is that, they were all on the same page on this. It wasn't like York came to Shanahan and blindsided him with all these cuts and this roster purge. Shanahan knew it was coming. And he basically said, I'm part of this. So nobody was caught unaware. Everybody is kind of reading from the same script. I think it's all boring stuff, but if there were any, fissures in the organization, you might see it during a period like this. And I didn't sense anything like that at all.
Hey, Matt, let me ask you this, because, you cover the team, you do a great job, and you asked Kyle that question yesterday about Dre Greenlaw. But would you have a problem if somebody like myself from afar, kind of the answer that we're going to get to kind of was like the fax machine episode with Brandon Ayuk? They were going to decide to trade him, then they thought, and I had to go up there and, stop the fax. But what did you make of his answer about Greenlaw, who I think they dropped the ball on that one, but they were also honest. And you asked him that point-blank question. What did you make of his answer? And somebody like myself having maybe a problem with how it sounded.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I think it wasn't literally we dropped the ball, but I think the first words out of his mouth were, there's negotiating tactics. And their negotiating tactic appeared to be, we're not going to show any interest in re-signing this guy initially, or we're gonna put forward a very I'll be polite, a very modest offer as our opening salvo. And while they were doing that, everybody else was kind of racing out with much bigger offers. And so, by the time the 49ers kind of sat up and took notice, he had already agreed to a deal with the Denver Broncos. And, to their credit, the 49ers ultimately came in with the highest bid of any team. And they showed their affection for Dre Greenlaw by having the GM and the coach get on a plane and fly to Texas and sit down with him and talk to him face to face. But it was too late by then. And it may have been too late from the get-go. I mean, I think part of this, I've been reporting this for a while, it's that Dre Greenlaw loves Fred Warner. They're best friends. But Dre Greenlaw also realizes that being on a team with Fred Warner means that he's always going to be second fiddle. He's always going to be Robin to Fred Warner's Batman. And he wants to be Batman. And Denver is giving him the opportunity to do that. And so I think that's probably the reason why, even when the 49ers came back with a bigger offer, he still decided to stick with the Broncos. That deal was done. He liked what they were telling him. He liked the fact that it's going to be his show. He's going to be the guy at linebacker.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the 49ers for The Athletic. Matt, it was obvious last year was Super Bowl or bust for this team, and I expect the 49ers front office and Shanahan to tell the 49er fans that that's still the goal. But do you think deep down, when they're honest with themselves, they are prepared, if it happens, to take a step back, to potentially take two steps forward down the line?
Yes, I think so. That came out today. I mean, Shanahan was asked all sorts of questions about the defensive line, which is a shadow of what it was a year ago at this time. And his answers had to do with Robert Saleh. This is why he's so excited about hiring Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator, because he's watched Saleh rebuild a defense. He and Saleh and John Lynch did that in 2017, and by 2019, they had one of the best defensive lines, one of the best defenses, the best defense in the league that year. Of course, it also took two seasons to do that, or 3 seasons really. Their first foray, which was the 2017 draft, did not go well for the defense, at least. They drafted Solomon Thomas at number 3. Maybe not quite a bust, but certainly did not play up to the expectations. And then they drafted Reuben Foster later in the first round, and he was gone a year and a half later. So it's not as reassuring, I don't think, as Kyle Shanahan wants the fans to think. They're going to have to rely on their drafting ability to bring this defense, especially, back to prominence. And their record drafting on defensive line, it's spotty. Yeah, they drafted Nick Bosa. Yeah, they drafted DJ Jones. They also drafted Javon Kinlaw and some other guys that didn't work out. So the draft is a risky proposition, and the 49ers are going all in on the draft. So there's a lot of chance inherent in what their plan is.
Yeah, Matt, that's where I was going next. They lost 8 starters, some familiar and big names. But would I be overzealous, or anybody for that matter, saying this might be the most important? They're all important, right, Matt? But this might be the most important draft for Lynch and Shanny since, they've arrived here.
Yeah, no, for sure. One of the fascinating things is that they really messed up that 2017 draft. I mean, that was going to set the tone for this organization. They messed it up with those 2 first picks, and yet they were somehow able to salvage it by making some savvy moves elsewhere. Dre Greenlaw was drafted that year, so was George Kittle, and then, of course, Fred Warner was drafted the next year. So you don't have to bat 1,000, but you have to get lucky sometimes. I mean, George Kittle was only drafted because Shanahan fell in love with C.J. Beathard, the Iowa quarterback, and they got kind of a firsthand look at Kittle during a workout. That's when they started to really like Kittle, but they hadn't circled him really until that point. So, luck plays a big role in it. You can say they can argue that they've learned from their mistakes, and they probably have. And they can also argue that this year's draft correlates very nicely with what their needs are. This is a great draft for defensive tackles, for example. And I bet they're going to take at least 2 defensive tackles and probably a defensive end. So they've got 11 picks. I would be mildly surprised if 3 of those picks aren't used on defensive linemen, because that seems to be where this team is the weakest right now.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game. Before we let you go, Matt, obviously there were some first-year players that ended up playing a fair amount for the Niners last year. Is there any way that a bunch of rookies don't end up playing on this team next year?
No, I mean, I think that they're counting on that. I mean, and Shanahan said that today. I'm writing a story that's going to publish pretty soon, and Shanahan is saying in it that we're going to have more competition for starting spots than we've had in a long time here, because this has been a championship caliber roster for several years. It's not right now, which means that there's going to be competition, and a lot of the players that are competing for those spots are going to be rookies. And like I said, I fully expect defensive tackle to be one of those. Defensive end could be one of those. Linebacker could be one of those. I think they'll probably take a running back at some point because A, they always do, and B, this is a really good draft for running backs. So, I mean, maybe half a dozen spots where a rookie at least has a shot at a starting position.
Matt, I know a lot of people see that Palm Beach date line and think you're just relaxing, but I know you're grinding down there, so we appreciate it here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, they've been having these coaches' breakfast start up at 7:30 local time, which of course is 4:30 our time. So it's no rest for the wicked out here in Palm Beach.
Well, you're doing a great job, and we appreciate your time, and we'll be looking for your story in The Athletic soon.
All right, thanks for having me on, guys.
Yes, sir. That's Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers.
He was honest,
he does a great job.
Yeah?
Yeah, this team.
Steiny, what's going on?
It's not in shambles.
Transition.
They ain't going to a Super Bowl.
Man.
You're going to have too many rookies and second-year players, it sounds like to me.
Man,
and they feel like they're all right with that. That last segment, by the way, sponsored by Safeway.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
I never drunk around my kids when they were looking.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Dibbs and Willard are not here yet. They'll be here shortly.
On a stretch assignment.
And then we'll get into the crossover. You know, you asked me something before the break, and I answered it in a clever way, I must say. But I believe it. And, Guru asked me, Steiny, is the 49ers window shut? And I said, yeah. The 49ers just shut it.
Damn. Lightweight profound.
They kind of did.
But they got a season to prove you wrong or anybody thinking that. I think it shuts.
This is where you got to look and be a little practical, I would think. They had, 5 or 6 rookies play a fairly significant role in last year's season. They have 11 picks this year. A lot of them are probably going to have to play.
You said it.
Or at least compete. And I'm looking at a team that's going to have a lot of rookies and second-year players. Yeah, I think they're prepared to take a step back. Although, how do you take a step back from 6-11? I mean, the bottom line is
5-12 and 4-13.
Well, but if they go, let's say they go 9-8 and miss the playoffs, I believe this is a team that'll say, okay, we're back on the rise again.
Man, Stady, so let's just say you're right and that happens, and I'm not, and this is what you kind of irritated me early, thinking I was giving out passes for the Warriors because of who's injured, but it kind of is oranges and apples. But since 2019, Stady, they were 13-3, went to the Super Bowl, had a bad year, injuries 2020. 2021, 10-7, made the playoffs. 2022, 13-4. 2023, 12-5, went back to the Super Bowl, should have won. It's like Lynch and Kyle, along with other people, have built a monster.
Well, have they?
No.
Have they?
Hold on. My point is, you should have something on your finger for what they built and how nasty they were.
But they weren't good enough. They didn't build a good enough team. And what if I looked at it like this? Kyle Shanahan's been the coach for 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had 4 years under 500. But he's had 4 winning years and 4 losing years. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying we can't ignore how close they've gotten outside of the Chiefs.
Well,
the 49ers.
You don't ignore it because you bring it up constantly. Seriously.
Yeah.
And that's fair.
But what if the boat to that leaves the dock further and further?
Well, then they don't win a title.
No doubt.
And that happens in the NFL and in pro sports.
But
nobody's entitled to win a title.
And I'm not saying that. My point is, if that were to be the scenario, we can't ignore what they've built and how good it was for a good 5 or 6 years. That's all.
I'm not sure that I believe you, and I'm actually not sure that you believe it. Because if the 40 because if the 40 they were 6-11 last year, let's say they don't do great this upcoming year and don't make the playoffs, nobody's going to be giving the 49ers, Shanahan and Lynch credit for almost winning the Super Bowl 3 years ago.
And I'm not lobbying for that, but I am telling you any team on any football level, guys, Willem and Gibbs with this, that have went to the Super Bowl for the second time and went to overtime.
Right.
That's as close as you can get.
Right, and they didn't do it, and that's over, and it's done.
Right.
Hey, Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hey,
Mark and
Willem and
Dibbs.
Dibby.
Hey, gentlemen. Hey.
Sorry we were a little late.
No,
apologies for that. I want to argue. What are you guys talking about? Well, yeah.
We just had Matt Barrows on.
Okay.
He's at the owner meetings.
He just interviewed Shanny, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a sit-down with him.
I didn't like that green line answer, but we'll get to that.
But I didn't hear it.
Where they kind of say they miscalculated and had other things going on in priorities. Yep. And I felt like he should have been a top priority, and maybe you wouldn't have had to fly to Texas to try to, after you cheat on your spouse, you're like, I got you a ring. It's too late.
Well, I do think that his answer was interesting because he was talking about how, free agency is not linear. It's not like, okay, we'll start with you, and then you, and then you. It's like it opens, and it's everything. And so feeding
frenzy.
It's a feeding frenzy, and you're trying to figure out, okay, Charvarius Ward, he's gone. He didn't want to be here. His wife, trauma, gone, fine. And then you start to think about who you want to keep and how it's going to work. And then Denver comes in with a big kapow.
That they didn't think was going to come Greenlaw's way, I think.
Right. They didn't think that it would be that big or that long. And so when it happens, and, Dre, he signs it, and they find out on Twitter, it's like, oh my God. Yeah, we didn't have a chance to match it or whatever. And so that one caught them off guard. I don't think that it's their fault, because if they would have come right away and given Dre 3 years and 39, Niner fans would be like, oh, that's too much. It's too long, whatever. So they were kind of doing a wait and see, and Denver came with the kapow, and they got him, and Dre's like, yeah, I'll take that.
But if they did then go, and I don't know exactly, I know what's been reported, but if they did during that sort of tampering period, then you go talk to him and you offer him more and he still says no, that tells me that he wanted his own shop. No, and we had heard that.
Yeah, which he said.
Yep. So then the 49ers maybe they weren't in position to keep Dre Greenlaw. He didn't, you know what I mean? Or I don't know if he was offended or something that they weren't right there on day one with the big offer. I have no idea how that went down. But to me, if he wanted his own shop,
which he did,
that's not a job that's open here.
Regardless,
that job's not open here.
Yep.
Well, and I also believe that the proof is he wasn't a huge priority.
In the end, you're right.
Or at least this. I mean, this must be the truth. He was more of a priority for Denver than the 49ers.
Right. It sounded like he was a big priority for Saleh.
Man.
Yeah, maybe.
But
man.
But who was a big priority for them in free agency?
Brock
the
Purdy.
Answer is Brock Purdy.
Right,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So beyond that, Mark and I had a big debate about Aaron Banks and Jalen Moore, and Aaron Banks got so much money, the Niners were probably like, good, congrats. I mean, it's been good. Ariana Grande, thank you, next. And Jalen Moore, thank you. I'd give myself a 3, but then it'd be downgraded to a 2.
You do it a lot.
I graded myself last night on our show thread, and I got an absolute blowback.
Oh, no.
It's too much. And they're right. I shouldn't have graded myself. I was trying to do a little thing on.
when you're feeling good. When you see your own
Mike Yastrzemski joining us today at 3.
All right.
And so, when Mark announced the booking, I let out a hell yes.
Hell yes.
Hell yes. And I gave it a 3.
I think that's a fair 3.
I like that.
But here's the problem.
We
weren't mad. We weren't mad at the grade. We're mad that he graded himself.
Sure.
And his point was, I wanted someone to grade it and no one did. So I'm looking at it right now. How long do you think it was between your joke and then the grading of your joke yourself before anyone
I know
else?
the answer.
What's the answer?
19 seconds.
Oh, well, that's actually incorrect.
It's no more than 2 minutes.
It was 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's too short. You're acting like all of us at 9 at night are staring at our phones with nothing. That's literally Jude's bedtime. Okay. I'm not coming down to hey, Jude, I know that you'd like me to pat you on the back.
Put down the book.
I'm going to go.
Dibs has needs.
Dibs needs me to give him a phone number that means nothing to anybody. Come on,
and meant a lot to me.
You got life going on out here.
Randy's 28 with no kids. Lucas is
they have no excuse.
30-something with a girlfriend. I get that. You
please.
Allegedly, no one's ever seen her.
She lives in the Niagara Falls area.
He's got pictures, but that could be anyone.
Shout out Breakfast Club for those of you who get the reference.
Department stores have pictures of people too.
Whatever.
That's Vera, Noah's wife on Cheers.
Yeah,
Nobody ever saw
It's a yellow card for grading yourself, and I get it.
Yes.
I took it. I accepted it.
Listen, that's a game you play in college. You get to college, you got no action. After 3 months, and people say, hey, you got no action? I got a girlfriend from high school. I got a high school girlfriend who goes to Gettysburg. So
man.
No, you don't, but that's what you got.
Funny you say that about college, because I'll call my college senior at 9 o'clock. Hey, how you doing, Key? What's going on? I'm just having lunch.
He's French.
Well, 1 o'clock, just getting up.
I get it.
Dude, no doubt.
Just getting up.
No doubt.
That's
and
great.
He'll text me at 2:48, and then I'll respond at 6:13 in the morning when I'm getting up. It's like, I want to hear from this kid for 9 hours.
Bro, I left for work today, and one of the offspring was still in bed.
Oh, boy.
And I do afternoon drive. I don't know if y'all know this.
Yeah.
I don't do a morning show.
No,
Get afternoon. Just what are you doing in
My
there?
daughter, man.
Oh, my God.
What's your son's name?
Which one?
Either of them.
Abe is the older one. Jude is the young one.
Because we played at Peacock Gap.
Yep.
And
they might know him over there.
Well, I see a golf bag, and the name said Josh Willard.
Oh, no, that's not ours.
Oh. Yeah, I thought, because I knew it was with a J.
I can't claim Josh.
Okay.
I'm sure you said related to Willard.
No, apparently I found out he was the guy who was running the program for kids that Sunday morning.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know Josh.
Josh
Willard.
I'd like to. I met your family.
We'll have him. We'll have him to the barbecue this summer. Yeah.
Okay. You still nervous about this Warrior Gauntlet, Willard?
Huge. Absolutely. Very.
Short show for you guys, too.
It is. Yeah, go Shorty.
Last one.
It is till the
playoffs.
Unless they end up in the play-in tournament. But anyway, this is the last one, and that's good. We're ready for that. I'm not worried about that, but this one especially, I agree with what you guys
until Thursday.
But no. This one's the nerve-wracking one for multiple reasons. Steiny, I know you said it's because it's the one you really need, and that's true. But I also think it's the one that you can't explain away. It's the one that's going to hurt you the most, even emotionally, if you lose it. This is your old rival. They're a rudderless ship. They have no leadership on that organization. They played last night. They got beat on their home floor.
Yeah, they were in it at half. But I
know
get you.
Everybody's in it at half. So are the Pelicans. But I mean, they're falling through the floor.
Go handle business.
I know it's one night, so you can't put everything into one night. But if you really are who you think you are, you win this game. You win this game.
And Memphis is probably saying that about themselves.
I don't know what they're saying about themselves. They've got to know that something's off. The coach just got fired.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna get an extreme Memphis today. They're either going to be very desperate or they're not going to be together, and then I think the Warriors could do some damage. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, this one, I mean, I don't want to say it's a tone setter, but if you lose to the Grizzlies, then you're in peril of dropping. And if you beat the Grizzlies, then you have a realistic idea that you can actually move up further. That's kind of the way I look, because the Lakers are still 2 games ahead of the
2.5.
2.5. So. Let's say the Warriors win tonight.
Yep.
Boom. So now it's 2.
Now you're the 5.
And now you got the Lakers. And you beat them. But now you're down a game to the Lakers.
Yep.
But they have the tiebreaker.
So you're
still get it's going to be tough to catch the Lakers is
really
my
tough,
feeling.
but for me, tonight is about not cementing the 6, but you beat Memphis, you're the 5, and you do get a little bit of breathing room for the moment. And then, Mark was mentioning yesterday the gauntlet. You play the 5, the 4, the 3, the 2 in order. It reminds me of the old Pro Bowling Association ladder where you bowl 12 games and then you get to the Sunday and it's like, the 6 plays the 5, and whoever wins plays the 4, and whoever wins plays the 3. And if you were at the bottom of the ladder, you had to win every game to win the tournament. And eventually you'd have Earl Anthony at the top, and Mark Roth would be up there as well. Steiny, this is for me and you. Forget the rest of these zygotes, but
Phil Weber.
Exactly. That's kind of what this feels like. Phil. It's not, but I allowed it because you're doing great to keep up with my 80-year-old analogy, but that's kind of what this week feels like. You play the 5, you beat them, you're the 5. You play the 4, you beat them, well, you're not the 4, but you at least are a little bit further away from the 7, and so each game this week feels like a little bit of a ladder, or as my daughter would say, a yadder.
A yadder, yeah. I look at these 4 games, it's not similar, but emotionally it feels this way. It's kind of like a playoff series, and tonight's game 1. And how do you feel about a playoff series when you lose game 1? I feel sick to my stomach when you lose game 1.
2022 finals.
And the analytics will tell you that you're already immediately in a very poor percentage situation when you lose game 1. So I look at this as game 1 of a playoff series that leads you either out of or in the play-in tournament.
Yeah.
And if you lose tonight, I really love your chances to end up in the play-in.
I got you.
That's kind of how I feel.
NBA playoff series, when you lose game one,
right,
you win 22% of the time.
That's heavy.
Historically.
Although the Warriors down 1-0 win 80% of the time.
I'd have to look at that.
2022?
Yeah.
Well, that's not true because they lost to the Lakers 2 years ago.
Yeah, in the first round, it's 80-20 when you lose game one.
Wow.
Okay. The other thing is, even though there's only 8 games left, there really is a lot of time for movement. And, I'm thinking, okay, what if the Warriors lost tonight? Well, that would stink, but Denver beats Minnesota, then Denver's got a shot at 2 again. So if you fall to 7, or rather, if Denver loses tonight, the next thing, what I'm saying is you might end up with the team you want, even though you didn't go the route you wanted to go to get it.
Well, sure. I mean, I don't know what these other teams are going to do. Minnesota's got a huge game tonight, and now they don't have 2 of their best players because they all started to fight each other in the stands.
Facts.
So other stupid things can happen, and things could fall your way. The Clippers could decide that Kawhi Leonard just needs 5 days off because they're weird, and he's weird.
I don't missed that Sunday game.
Yeah, I don't know what those other teams are going to do, but I just think for your own sense of self, tonight is going to be really hard to digest if they don't win.
Yeah.
And how do you...
But it's not over.
No,
just like
of course not.
You, but I get
Of course
you.
not. But how do you... And I know a team doesn't look the same every night, but if you don't win this one, how do you propose Thursday and Friday is going to go well?
Wow.
It's a confidence killer if you can't win tonight.
Yeah, I was just about tonight.
Huge game.
I forget what show. I think it's on 95.7 The Game. Starts at 10, ends at 2. One of the hosts just pointed out that Gary Payton II was obviously not available, and then Kuminga might not be available. And one of the hosts, host B, pointed out to host A that, hey, they're going to miss those 2 guys if that. And host A just lost it on host B for just pointing that out.
I
would come in tomorrow and be like, Dibbers, they lost because they didn't have those 2. No, it was just a foot nuggy-nug to the game. And Gary Payton II is playing his tail off. I pictured him on Ja early. But now they don't have that. And they still can win the game. But Tim's like, host B just got, exploded on for nothing.
But you didn't mention that Memphis is going to be without Brandon Clark, who's every bit as important as either of those guys for the Warriors.
Yeah, but he's been out the whole season.
Exactly.
Oh, boy.
This is a team that's been healthy.
For the people that don't
I don't think they had to say that. I think it was pretty much understood.
It's tough.
Just a kid.
I was thinking about the Warriors, and if they were to go on a run, if they were to go on a dream run, and I was thinking about the 1995 Houston Rockets, who won the title as a 6 seed, and the teams they beat were 60 wins, 59 wins, 62 wins, and then they swept Orlando at 57 wins. Dang. 246 wins is the road that they took as a 6 seed. So if you think about this year's Warriors, if they were to go on a similar run, it would take maybe the same kind of thing if it was, Lakers or Denver or Memphis or Houston and then Oklahoma City and then Cleveland. You'd be talking about this level of an historic run that the Rockets went on as a 6 seed.
Yeah, and I look at the Warriors, and now I'm looking at the West, and they may have a way they'd love to go with. We'd love to get this team. You know what? Pick out the 3 of the top 8. Pick out the 3 teams that we think are the worst. It would still be, they're still going to have to beat Minnesota, the Clippers, and Memphis.
OKC.
And I'm just taking even the 3 worst. So it's going to be tough.
It ain't easy.
I just was thinking about that team, which was 30 years ago this year, and it was, their second title. They went back-to-back with
Jordan. 4 or 5 year,
Right, and you had Drexler, you had Vernon Maxwell, you had Hakeem, you had Kenny Smith. It was a similar kind of veteran-laden group that was able to, they won in 5 in the first round, best of 5. They won in 7 over Phoenix, best of 7. Then they won in 6, and so
kiss of death.
That was a team that had to actually, really dig deep. And then Orlando was kind of a different animal where it was Baby Shaq and Nick Anderson missed those free throws, and they swept the Magic. But the whole idea of if the Warriors could go on this run, you would need that level of absolute clutch play to get it done.
Yeah, it's. it's any way you cut it, it's going to be an uphill battle. Was that their first title?
No, that was their second title.
Okay, so they were defending champions going in as the 6th seed.
The first title was when they beat the Knicks.
OJ.
Yes.
Oh, that's
yes.
That was OJ.
They beat the Knicks in 7, and that was the first year no Jordan. They beat the Suns in 7, and then they went to the NBA Finals, and I think they were down 3-2 in that NBA Finals.
Mario Elie had the kiss of death shot.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. They actually were down. They were down 3-2. The last 2 games, 86-84 and 90-84.
In the finals or Western Conference
finals? Over the Knicks.
Knicks were 1 game from winning a title?
They were up 3-2. Yeah.
What year was that?
That was 94.
Man, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Neither do I.
Houston was up 2-1. The Knicks went back-to-back at home and then back to Houston. Houston won 86-84 behind Hakeem with 30, and then Hakeem...
Starks went blank on him.
Yeah.
Oh, that was his 2 for 19.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, one of those games.
Yeah.
Anyway, 30 years ago, and so as we talk about a Warrior team going on a real run, like a deep run, and I mean, I guess now would be a good time to ask you, Mark, if I gave you the over-under, and I've done this now 8 times.
Okay.
And Mark's answer has been the same all 8 times. Warriors playoff wins this year, over-under 4.5, which means they win a series and they don't get swept. Where are you, Mark?
Under.
Still under.
Mark, no.
Still under. Guru, you're over.
Emphatically over. Yeah.
This is where Mark and I are the same. We're just looking at the odds.
Yeah.
And I would say...
and you're unemotional.
I would say under.
And it's funny because you had your beautiful hoodie on yesterday, and I come into work today, and I go to record in the boss's office.
Oh, boy.
And there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
No, my headphones that I left behind.
Yeah.
That's where it was.
Go.
Yeah.
Boy, I was watching the car crash, but
and I was looking around thinking, you know what?
I saw it, yeah.
I was wondering, and somebody actually asked me on Twitter, like, did Steph Curry discard the Franklin and Marshall jersey faster than Steiny?
Know.
So I went into boss's office, and I'm like, I bet you his hoodie's there. Yeah. And I looked. And it's not there.
Yeah, take it with him.
So there you go. Impressive.
Real quick, I don't know if you saw the great Joe Shasky coming in with 3 bats today.
No.
He came in with 3 bats, right? And it was
it's
all
not
about
good
the
if somebody comes into work with bats, by the way.
For the demonstration. I go, where you going?
What was that movie? Was it Morgan Freeman who was the principal of a school in New York?
Oh, yeah. I thought it was Richmond.
Something Joe, and he would carry a bat with him everywhere he went.
I thought that was Richmond Cali.
What was worse
What was the name of that movie?
It wasn't.
What was worse than
It wasn't Stand By Me, but there was Stand in the title.
Edward James. That's Edward James almost.
It's not that. It's not
Hold on.
Hold on.
It was Richmond Cali.
Lean on me.
There we go.
Not Stan. I knew there was a me in there.
Yeah.
Worse than Shasky bringing in 3 bats is Guru asked him why he brought in 3 bats. So that kept him in the studio for another 3.
We love that.
I love you, Shaz.
A demonstration on the torpedo bat. Where are you guys at? So I guess these were out last year. Guys were using them.
Yeah. I mean, I think that from the inside intel that we've been receiving, these aren't just like a thing where you're like, get me a torpedo bat, and that will make it so that the ball flies off of the handle when I swing. Apparently, these are analytically built to your swing, not just a torpedo bat.
Oh, yeah.
Every single one of them is analytically driven.
As we see on the TV.
To the player that orders one. And yes, this is not the first year.
And it's not going away because it's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
But why is it taking on a theme like it's illegal?
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I guess did Ellie De La Cruz just use one for the first time?
As soon as the Giants left.
Right, but the Giants have given up, 11 runs in 4 games? So maybe either people don't have torpedo bats, or maybe you're still
this is incredible.
Maybe you're still able to pitch. The Giants have played 4 games in hitters' parks, really good hitters' parks.
Webb tonight.
And they're shoving it.
Man.
So, yeah, those guys need some torpedo bats.
All right, well, they got Mike Yastrzemski coming up at 3 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. And don't forget, Warriors-Memphis, 5 o'clock tonight. Catch Warriors Live at 4 with Evan Giddings. Don't go anywhere on 95.7.
What?
Wow, he took our job.
Yeah, we're doing it.
With Willard and Dibs.
Yeah.
Warriors Live.
That's my
3, 2, and 1.
Where do we all work? Okay.
Correct this.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
Yeah.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know.
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, come on.
Are you excited?
This is a big freaking game tonight. This is a big game. This is a leadership game.
I mean,
this is a leadership game.
I don't want to go all chemistry on you, but it's a litmus test game. And you know that a litmus test is about, is it more acid? Is it more base? And you test a substance and you find out what it is.
Let's find out what's inside.
Let's find out what they are.
This is like
Who are you?
What do they call it? 23andMe, or anybody who has a dog who does that little test on the tongue and then sends it in, and somebody on the internet tells them what's inside their dog.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of dog is it? Well, it's actually made up of 73 different species. That's let's do it.
It's a 23andMe game.
Touch the Warriors' tongue and let's send it in and let's find out what you got.
Are they more dog or are they more meow? Are you a dog or are you a kitty cat?
We need more dog.
We need more dog.
We need more dog.
We need more dog.
And you know what? The Warriors have more dog. Now, look, this is one basketball game.
Right.
But I wonder, this is a little bit of an aside conversation, but I find it very relevant tonight. Very relevant tonight in this basketball game. And your phone calls are always welcome at 888-957-9570. And yes, Mike Yastrzemski is going to join us from Houston in about 45 minutes. But outside of that, we really want to get ready for this game. We want you ready for this game. We'd love to hear from you, 888-957-9570. And I am going to tab this a leadership game. And here's why. Our friend, Ramona Shelburne, put out a feature article on ESPN that launched today. And basically, the concept behind it was a deep dive on the Memphis Grizzlies, who are a complete and total mess, if you ask me. How on earth are you the 5 seed getting ready for what is supposed to be some sort of a playoff run, and you just fire your coach, and then someone asks you why, and you're like, well, because, there's stuff like reasonless. I'm sure it wasn't, but when nothing is that evident from the outside, but something is that deeply wrong on the inside, you've got something rotten to the core, in my opinion. So her article titled Inside the Grizzlies' Shocking Firing of Taylor Jenkins. I think it's paragraph 3. And our girl knows how to write a feature now.
Yep.
It is paragraph 3. Guess whose name pops up?
Who?
Day-Day.
Wait, Draymond Green?
Draymond Green. In fact, let me look about this.
It's paragraph 2,
It's
actually.
paragraph 2.
Yep.
Paragraph 2.
It's actually paragraph 1.
Hang on.
It's the opening sentence.
You're right. It's the first sentence of the article.
So much has been said in the war of words between the Grizzlies, the Warriors forward Draymond Green, and the Grizzlies. It's hard to believe just how close he came to signing there in 2023.
A source close to Green tells Ramona, quote, very.
Close to signing with Memphis.
How close were you to signing with Memphis 2 years ago? Quote, very. To the point where he called Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and said, I want you to be ready for my departure. I'm joining the Memphis Grizzlies. Why? Because the Memphis Grizzlies knew that as a budding playoff performer, a team that had what? Just been beaten by the Golden State Warriors in a frustrating for them 6-game series. What did they see? They looked at their own roster and they went, you know what? This Dylan Brooks guy, he's a great agitator, but not quite the emotional leader that we need on this team. So we are going to, with full force this offseason, go after free agent Draymond Green. He is the missing piece to the building Grizzlies empire.
He's a better agitator.
He's better at everything.
Right. Dylan Brooks is great, but Draymond Green is elite. One of the best all time at being a good basketball player and being a good, quote, agitator.
Green said after the Warriors beat the Grizzlies in 2023, quote, Memphis is going to get their reality check. And I believe we've arrived. And so why are we telling you all this? I think that this is relevant to both franchises and especially in a game like tonight. You have one team that has fired their coach. They no longer have now Dylan Brooks or Draymond Green or Marcus Smart, that's who they tried to bring in to be their agitator. They've got none of them. So instead, who are they looking to for leadership as you come down the stretch and have major emotional matchups like you have tonight? Who are they looking to? The answer is I have no idea. And you can look in the standings and see their recent record and, in my opinion, see their leadership problem. Meantime, for us Warrior fans, that was a contract, the one that kept Draymond from Memphis, a 4-year, $100 million deal. Well, Draymond drove to Joe Lacob's house and all of this. It largely frustrated many Warrior fans, and to this day, I still hear Warrior fans say, boy, I can't believe that they chose to pay that guy, and then they'll go into takes about Jordan Poole and Chris Paul and Jonathan Kuminga and Klay Thompson and all of the other things. Yet here we arrive with the Warriors going on another potential playoff push, and I would argue through all of his faults, and there are many, that Draymond Green is the Warriors, even with Jimmy Butler on the team, he is the Warriors' emotional on and off court leader. And I just want to use this matchup to highlight what Memphis doesn't have that the Warriors do and the importance of it. So when he goes out and gets 8 points and 5 rebounds and 4 assists, and you ask yourself, what the hell is this guy doing for the Golden State Warriors? Why is he making $25 million? Well, hopefully the Warriors have more points than the Grizzlies tonight, and we can come in tomorrow and say, that's why. That's why he's making $25 million and still a part of the Warriors at age 35, because he literally represents what some franchises in the league don't have.
Well, which is winning, and winning players. It's not as easy as looking at the names and the roster and the stats and like John Morant and Bane and Jaren Jackson Jr. and even Santi Aldama, who's a good player. You can look at the collection of players and think, well, their players collectively might be as good as, if not better than the Warriors, but Steve Kerr is a better coach than their interim coach, and the leadership you talked about, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, the championship pedigree, and Jimmy, I know, doesn't have a ring, but he's been there a couple of times with an undermanned team, and so all those little things, they matter more in a best-of-7 than they do in a one-off, but you look at yesterday as a good example where they had Boston. They were going toe-to-toe.
Yep.
They had the champs.
Had a 10-point lead in the second quarter.
Right, and they were going nip and tuck and back and forth, and then Boston never really flinched, and they didn't have their second-best player, and eventually they realized that coaching, leadership, better talent would win out, and they outscored Memphis by 9 after the break, and you went out there and you won comfortably, and so now Memphis, second half of a back-to-back with the 5 seed on the line, and the Warriors coming in rested. I do like their chances, and the Warriors are favored by 4.5 tonight, and I do think that when you look at what you're talking about, the leadership aspect of the Warriors, I think that's worth more in April, May, and June than it is just on a one-off in early April.
No doubt. This
April
is
1st.
This is when it matters. Like right now, I believe this is actually the start of the 2-week run to the playoffs.
This is the playoffs.
Right. Like
yeah.
and when people do what all of us have done, which is look up and down the standings, and there are certain teams we doubt, and then there are certain teams that we don't doubt. And it doesn't matter their seed, because I hear more people doubting Oklahoma City than I do the Lakers. Why is that? Oklahoma City,
yeah, right. Which is nonsense, by the way.
But leadership. Like leadership. That's what do we know about the Western Conference? I know the Warriors can do it. I know LeBron can do it. I know that Jokic can do it.
Kawhi can do it.
And I know that Kawhi can do it. And outside of that, I don't know Bubkus And that's the way a lot of people look at the NBA, and I think to a degree that's fair. There's no question who the best team in the West is. We all know that.
Right.
But it doesn't mean they won't choke. It doesn't mean they won't choke. 3 years ago, there's no question who the best team in the West was. It was the Phoenix Suns.
Yep.
Gag. Gone.
Dallas got him in the second round.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So, could Oklahoma City do that? Until we know that they won't do that, we don't know that they won't do that.
We don't. And I could run down the list of teams who have won 65 or more games, and we could talk about how many of them have won the title. And Oklahoma City will win more than 65. They could still win 70. They could be the third team ever to win 70, and only one of those two has won the title. And we talked about it before, but you go back to the We Believe Warriors when they faced Dallas in that first round, coached by Avery Johnson. They were 67-15, and the Warriors beat them, an 8-1 in the first round. So just because OKC's been amazing in the regular season, you're right, it doesn't mean that you can handle a best-of-7 against any of these other teams.
Well, you're going to get, here's something we also have not talked about, I think, very much because everything's so jammed up, and the Warriors may well be this team. Who is Oklahoma City, Denver? Who are these teams getting in the first round? There's no rest.
Nope.
Dude, if you're OKC, you're going to get, most likely, you're either going to get Minnesota, the Clippers, the Warriors, I guess maybe Memphis. In fact, Memphis is who I would want if I were Oklahoma City. But you're going to get a squad that can cause problems. And so that's just going to be the facts of the matter in the West. There are 8 really, really good basketball teams. And so everything's going to be super challenging right out of the gate, even for the top seed.
And if you're OKC and you have to face the Clippers with, Zubats and Harden.
And a champ in Kawhi. For at least 2 of the 7 games.
Well, he'll probably play more.
Maybe 3.
Yeah, he actually probably might play all of them.
Come on.
Yeah, odds aren't great that he would actually.
Let's not get crazy.
But if you're OKC, you don't want to face the Clippers, a team with what you're talking about, the veterans and the championship pedigree.
I don't want to face the Warriors either. And I'm not really big on Minnesota. That's a super talented team.
Yeah, but if I'm OKC, I'd rather play Minnesota than the Clippers than Golden State.
Agreed.
For sure.
I agree. All right, we'd love to take your phone calls. Phil Mike's on the line. That's already going to be fun. But where are the rest of you? 888-957-9570 as we get ready for potentially the biggest game of the year so far. And to me, a leadership game. And then there's also this, Dub Nation, let's get engaged. No, we're not on one knee. But before every game, starting now, we're going to ask you to vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page. This is all brought to you by Shane Company, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shane Company or ShaneCo.com today. Warriors fans, here it is. If the Warriors win in Memphis tonight, they jump the Grizz for number 5 in the West. If the Warriors are the 5 when the season ends, that likely means the Lakers as a first-round matchup. But if the Warriors are at 6, the likely matchup is the Denver Nuggets. Well, let's get engaged, Warrior fans. Which do you prefer? Would you like to be the 5 seed and play the Lakers, or be the 6 seed and play Denver? We'll check the polling results. Again, that's on the 95.7 The Game Twitter feed. You can certainly call in and we can have that discussion as well. In fact, we'll answer that coming up next. But here come your calls. Mike Yastrzemski in a half hour, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? This is Willard and Dibbs.
Dub Nation, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And hey, Dibbs, your picks stink. Welcome to April.
Wait, come on.
April is here. You suck again.
That's
Sorry.
a little bit personal.
Can I just say this really quick?
Go ahead.
I woke up this morning and I'm like, April Fool's Day is the stupidest thing of the year. I've done it before, but I just wasn't.
It's up there.
I wasn't in the mood today. I wasn't in the mood. So then I'm driving around, taking kids places this morning and whatnot, and I hear Steiny and Goo, and Steiny tells the whole story of the April Fool's joke that Guru pulled on him and Evan, which was a fun story, but I found it to be like, look, I wasn't there, but I'm like, how on earth did you fall for that? And I don't know if you heard what it was.
No.
Guru comes in, and I think with the help of Matt Nahigian, our program director, and basically is like, says to Steiny and Evan, guys, like, got some bad news, just kind of based on some things apparently that I said on the air last week. The Warriors have revoked my credential. And we got a message through Matt that, like, as of now, I am not welcome at the Warrior games.
Jeez.
And like any tight-knit unit, like they're going through receiving this information and they're, right, their mind is going all kinds of places like, okay, what does this mean for you as a person, as a worker? What does this mean for getting guests on our show? What does this mean for our access? Did we say anything? And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, apparently this message was sent, supposedly, by Warriors PR ace Raymond Ritter.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, you all know, not you listeners, but Steiny, Evan, you know Raymond Ritter. Do you know what you would have to do for Raymond Ritter to revoke your credential at a Warrior game?
I don't know.
I think you'd literally have to go assault Steph. I mean, there's no way in hell Raymond would ever do that over something said on the radio.
Correct.
No chance.
You would have to do something in person that was so beyond the pale.
So offensive. So I was like, how the hell did you fall for that? You crazy people? And then I'm on my way to work, and somebody who I'll leave their name out of this whole thing, somebody hits me with, dude, in minutes, get ready. Major trade going down. The Giants are making a huge move, and he's got names and teams and all of this stuff.
Whoa.
And I picked up my phone to hit you guys.
Wow.
I'm like, guys, we got to be ready today. We got to have, get the breaking news sounder ready. Something's going down with the Giants. And then he's like, dude, are you that gullible?
Sure.
You stupid. And I'm like, oh.
There you go.
I guess we're all vulnerable.
You also got by a Twitter post about KD.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, no, I couldn't hear it.
You were really concerned.
I wasn't. No, I actually did not. The first thing I said to you, I go, is this an April Fool's thing? Because I couldn't hear it. There was a video of KD apparently saying that he wanted to join the Warriors on a minimum contract.
You were freaking out that you couldn't hear the video.
What's going on?
There's no sound.
And then Tiger Woods announced that he was playing in the Masters, and I'm like, oh, right. Everything on Twitter is lame today. Believe nothing.
Right.
So
I get that.
Anyway.
Yeah. My wife actually saw something on social media that would be an actual fun April Fool's prank where you get like a pink box, which normally has donuts, and you bring it into work.
Yeah.
And then, people open it up, and it's just like chopped veggies and hummus. That's kind of where my mind goes.
That's not funny.
It's April Fool's.
That's incredibly rude.
It's a lot more hilarious, I think, than some of the social media stuff that's going out there, especially in our business where we're trying to hunt news, and I do believe we have some actual news.
Yeah, I'd like to let everybody know before Grandy hits this is actually real. This is actually real.
Yeah.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Jonathan Kuminga's not playing tonight. The Warriors have announced that Jonathan Kuminga, because of the pelvic contusion suffered in the game on Sunday against the San Antonio Spurs, he is not ready to go. He has been ruled out for the Warriors in this game in Memphis that starts in a matter of hours.
Yeah, no shock, really, when you think about
no shock.
When you have a player have a fall like he had, and he goes to the locker room and he does not come back. And that happened in the first quarter, late first quarter. He'd played 6 minutes. He's 22 years old. And when you do that and you go into the locker room and you get evaluated and it's determined that you shouldn't come back, well, yeah, that's going to be the way this goes. And it was only 2 days ago. And so my thought goes to Thursday. Can he get ready for Thursday, or is it going to be not until Friday back home against Denver? And so now all eyes go to the age-old question of, are the Warriors better without Jonathan Kuminga? And I'm not trying to make this about that.
No.
Because you and I agreed yesterday we didn't want to make our whole world about that. But tonight does become an interesting look at another game with Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy without Kuminga.
No way around it. Right? And my mind does also go to who's guarding Ja. And I think that Moses Moody is probably answer number one for now. And then we see where that goes. You know, does Jimmy Butler get a turn? Obviously, it's going to be a rotation and all of that. I will pass this along, and this is not to be a cherry picker at all. And it's not even to build on the question you just threw out there. But like in listening to the guys earlier today talk about, what if you're down GP2 and you're down, what if you're down Jonathan Kuminga? Well, here's the barometer that I use for that, because this is as tapped in and as deep into analytics of a player as you can go. The Warriors, as of 2 hours ago, when we got here to start the show, the Warriors are a 4-point favorite in Memphis tonight. They're -4 right now. That's where it was. This news just came out, and now the Warriors are a 4-point favorite in Memphis tonight.
Yeah, so no movement.
None.
No movement. And very few players move the line. I mean,
any star level player, Butler or Curry, that moves the line.
Right. Draymond doesn't move the line.
I'm not sure about that.
I mean, it might move it a half a point or a point at most, but
if
Jonathan Kuminga is not a starter.
If they announce Desmond Bane out, like that line probably pops a half point or a point.
If Ja's out, it probably pops a point or more.
Yeah, same with Jaren Jackson.
But it's different. So, like the NFL, if a quarterback is out, that thing could move from 4 to 9 points.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, again, I'm not saying all of that to make it sound like some sort of shot at Jonathan, but that's the landscape of Golden State Warrior basketball in the minds of those who they've got no dog in the fight. This is math, this is analytics, and this is money. And their take on Jonathan Kuminga being out is that does not move the meter. Not even a little bit.
Right.
So,
and I'm looking at ESPN Bet, and it opened at 3.5, and it's been bet up to 4.5. So even through all of the Kuminga uncertainty and Memphis coming off a loss and playing a back-to-back, the money is coming on Golden State, and the spread has moved from 3.5 to 4.5. And that being said, when you look at this game now, not that the Warriors should win, but they are favored on the road. And even though you don't have Jonathan Kuminga, this is, if we want to look at the next 4 games, and, you know, the Grizzlies just fired their head coach, even though they're a 5 seed, and they're coming off a game against Boston last night. This is the one of the 4 that you look at and say, we need this one.
Get it.
Gotta get it.
Gotta get it.
Yep.
Let's go to our buddy Philmo Mike. Philmo, thank you for calling.
Hey, thank y'all for taking my call. 2,000 time caller, 4,000 time listener. I was just thinking, San Diego needs a basketball team.
That's random.
Seattle needs a basketball team.
Yeah.
I'm serious. They need a basketball team. That ain't cool. Also, I wanted to ask you, I watched this, Mark particularly, even though I like Dan's, Dibley's musical taste more than yours, Mark.
Yeah.
You was in San Diego. Do you remember? I seen this documentary last night, Ray McNeil and Sally McNeil. It was a crazy documentary about weightlifters and steroid use. It was pretty interesting. With that being said, I don't want to ramble. The team is better in Denver. The more dangerous players are in L.A. So I would rather play L.A. than to play Denver, because I think with their age, we can get over on L.A. And it really doesn't matter what happens in that series if we win, if we don't get a sweep or a gentleman's sweep, it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough treading going out through the rest of the playoffs. So we have to either get a sweep, get lucky, get blessed, whatever you want to call it. Shout out to everybody that participated in Ramadan. Whatever. Make it happen. But if we don't get a sweep or a gentleman's sweep, the rest of the series ain't going to matter because we're going to use so much energy trying to get past the Lakers or Denver, it won't even matter. So you guys are great. I seen London this weekend at Freeman's Appliances. What an awesome place. I walked in. I didn't know. Steiny was like, man, you want a beer? I'm like, okay, yeah. I thought he was going to pay for the beer. He went to a tap machine and got a free. Never mind. I ain't going to put it out there, man. But, man, it was lit. Let me just say it was lit. I'm like, okay.
I heard Steiny say it.
Put it out there.
Put it out there. I heard him say on Friday, he goes, if you've never been to Friedman's, join us out there and I'll make one guarantee. It'll blow your mind.
Yes.
And your mind sounds blown, Filmo.
Yeah, it was blown. It was blown for sure.
Yeah, there it is.
Filmo, I was there too. Filmo, I was there. Grandy was there.
Did you say hi to Grandy?
Grandy was there. Grandy, you do look like my guy from the Giants. You kind of do have a similar look to
Which one?
You talking about
his name.
Buster Posey?
Matt Chapman?
No, the
Saquon Barkley?
The person that talks on the radio.
Oh, Dave Fleming. Dave Fleming.
Not John Miller.
Dave Fleming.
Dave Fleming.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dave Fleming.
And Dave Fleming is a real San Franciscan. I've seen him at his house, too. I was like, Dave Fleming, what's up? I'm Phil Mike. He was like, I know who you are.
Dave is the best.
Dude.
And yes.
Filmo.
Yes. Thank you, Filmo.
Friedman's Appliance.
It'll blow your mind.
We bought our washer and dryer there. And
had a beer.
A beer. And one for each appliance.
You want a dryer?
No, you go out there and you shop for appliances, and the salesperson's like, hey, you want a beer while you shop? Do I want a beer while I shop? That's going to be a yes from me, Friedman's. So
let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
I mean, maybe. The wife drove home. And,
it's a smart play, actually. I know that I walked
out of there with 2 dishwashers.
Right, exactly.
And I got 1 sink.
This is a common human thing. Like, you get more willing to buy when you drink. That's just a fact. Why do you think casinos are giving out free alcohol all night?
Well, I'll save that for Friday.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Because watered down?
No, because it's not really free anymore.
Well, it's not?
Well, if you're playing machines, yes, but when you go to the sports book, it's like you make a bet.
Well, the book is different.
Can I get a drink ticket? No, you have to spend $100.
Different because
so I gotta bet $100 to get 1 drink ticket.
But then, like in the book, you're not really you're just sitting there.
Right, but
you might not be gambling at all.
But when you go to the window and you're actually gambling,
I know.
They're going to
like when you can lay 1 bet and have it last 3 hours, I get why they're not giving you alcohol.
Right, but if
you got to go play some blackjack, man. Get a drink.
I sit at the penny slots machine and I'm playing pennies, then I get drinks there.
It's a stipulation sensation. It's the way it is.
Well,
I get it. I would run my casino the same way, but I would tell you, just go if you want to lay a parlay, then go play 1 hand of blackjack,
Coach,
get the drink, and then go back to the sports book with the drink.
We know how to work the system.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I don't need to tell you this.
No, but the whole modality that you're talking about, it used to be that way where they're going to ply you with drinks constantly because they know that drunk people lose. Sober people, they don't win, but they lose less. And so they've kind of lost their way, I think, in that modality.
I don't know that drunk people lose more. Drunk people just bet more. But you can win.
You're allowed to.
I've never been so drunk at a casino that I can't figure out how to play third base at blackjack.
But you know that there are people who are so drunk that...
Well, that's their fault.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But those people who are less drunk will most likely make fewer mistakes. I mean, that's my experience of 40 years ago.
I just think it loosens you up, no matter what we're talking about.
No doubt.
Talking to the opposite sex, gambling, buying appliances, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Just loosens you up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm washer dryer.
I'm in.
Stackable? Sure. Let me get the stackable.
Christy knows I have a drink every Saturday. A full one.
One full
finish
drink?
It too.
Boy.
I finish it. And then you should see what I say to her. Woo. Anything goes.
Yeah.
Crazy. Then I drive her home.
You better be careful.
Yeah. Because she has more than one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's kind of our deal.
Putting her out there on Front Street.
Oh, no, that's okay. They're not like wasted, but like,
Sure.
you have more, I'll have one, I'll drive.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And then, when she has more than one,
I take her to her house and I go to mine and
we'll see you in the aisles.
Great. Let's drink. Exactly. Anyway, 888-957-9570. That is the number. Yaz is going to join us from the Giants here in just over 10 minutes. So we're looking forward to that. We're planning a big finish with Yaz. And for those of you who know the show pretty well, we don't pull the big finish out very often. But when we do, it's usually pretty memorable. So we'll do a big finish with Yaz. And so that means that we will talk Giants baseball and then maybe other things. Who knows? The Warriors might come up.
They might.
I don't know.
And I love a big finish. And
Yeah.
it's something that you brought over from your previous spot, which is great. And it's something that I embraced immediately because it's a chance to talk to a guest about something else other than like a 2-2 slider.
Well,
and,
you're pretty good at writing them.
Yeah.
But I did this one.
And you nailed it.
But
you nailed it.
But you're pretty good at writing them.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're going to do that with Yaz here
Look forward to it.
in 10 minutes. But outside of that, dude, it's the game of the year tonight. And
Part 1.
What's that?
It's the game of the year, part 1.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, maybe part 4, but...
Do you know what, though? I know what you mean by that. Like, let's say the Warriors win, then maybe we'll say that about Thursday night. Or maybe it's if the Warriors lose that we'll say that about Thursday night. But I can't predict how I'm going to feel on Thursday or Friday or Sunday. I'm telling you, though, how I feel tonight. This is actually the biggest one of the 4 big ones. This is the biggest one. This is the one. And that's for multiple reasons. Those other 3 teams that you're going to play this week, you're not going to catch them. You're not catching them.
Probably,
but you could catch this one.
Yep.
So that makes this one bigger. Plus, there's an emotional side to it. I know that the Lakers are the Warriors' traditional rival, but let's be real. What gets under your skin more than most over the last 5 years of Warrior basketball? It's the Grizzlies, unequivocally. To me, this team has been more like the emotional rival of the Warriors the last 5 or 6 years, more so than any other team in the league. More than the Rockets, more than the Lakers, Celtics, whatever. It's the Grizzlies. That's the one that gets the hair on the back of the neck, all standing up. And the third part of it is, of all of these teams, they look like they're in the weakest, state. The Grizzlies are in a weak state right now. They just fired their coach. They're not really sure exactly what their direction is or who they are. They're losing a lot more basketball games than they're winning right now. This is, to borrow sort of an Animal Planet analogy, like when the lion comes up on the big group of gazelle, this is the one that's limping. So that's the one you go after. I got a much easier time believing that the Warriors at the end of a road trip have a hard time with LA and Denver on back-to-back nights than if they lose tonight. This, to me, feels like if they lose tonight, there's actual problems. That's I think, the sentence I'd go with.
And that's fair. And I do think that this is as much of a rivalry as the Lakers, if not more, because of what we know from the playoffs. And you go back to 2015 when the Warriors were down 2-1, and Steph and Draymond went out and had barbecue and had a long talk about what to do. And then they came out as a team and decided not to guard Tony Allen. And then they flipped that series down 2-1. Yep. They won the next 3 and they went on to win the title. And then you go back to 2022 when you had Dylan Brooks commit a flagrant 2 on GP2 and he got knocked out of the series for a while. And Memphis won that game and it was a game apiece. And that single act of Dylan Brooks going up and it was a cheap shot. It was a dirty play on GP2.
He broke the code.
You remember it, exactly. He broke the code. You can close your eyes and remember the foul. And that, to me, is another reason why this game tonight is more heated. It's not only the standings currently, it's the historical rivalry, it's the postseason rivalry, it's all that and more.
I don't disagree, although I think that most of the people who have annoyed the Warriors in the past are now gone. I mean, Taylor Jenkins himself was sort of a subject of Warrior fan anger and ire. He's gone. Dylan Brooks broke the code. He's gone. He plays for the Houston Rockets now. He'll be at Chase Center on Sunday. You can get mad at him then. I know that John Morant, there's been a thing between him and Steph. Jaren Jackson, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was the one who sort of pulled the strength in numbers comment that bothered Klay Thompson so much a few years ago. But those things are a little bit more wispy, in my opinion, than some of the other Grizzlies stuff. So there's residue. There's no doubt about that. The energy is always turned up. And maybe there's some new things, Draymond Green and Zach Edey. So that's all there. I get it. But in my mind, dude, the Warriors slayed Memphis. Like think about it. That's kind of what I'm getting at tonight. They were coming up, and the Warriors 3 years ago went, "You're not ready." And then what the Grizzlies did was very Warriors and Kevin Durant-ish, which is, all right, we can't beat that team. How about if we take them apart? We are going to go sign Draymond Green as a free agent. And they had him. They almost had him. And then they didn't. And the Warriors instead kept Draymond Green. And Memphis instead had their star decide that he wanted to brandish guns on social media for a second job. And what have they gotten since then? Nothing. Like the Warriors completely robbed the soul of this team. And tonight is kind of, to me, is an opportunity to show that you still have that dominance and stop them from thinking that this is going to go anywhere.
That's fair. It is just a regular season game, but you do have a chance to jump them in the standings. And so I don't think you totally snatch their soul. Ja went into a certain little bit of a tailspin after that, and he missed a bunch of games, and Triple J's got hurt and whatnot, and you don't have Brooks anymore, and Bane is there, and so it's a different team, and now the coach is gone, so it does feel like they're in a little bit of disrepair, yet here they are ahead of you in the standings. So for me, it's not really about snatching their soul. It's about sunning them again. You win tonight. Correct. You pass them in the standings. You pat them on the head, and you say, you guys are a neat little team. Not quite adorable. More dangerous than Sacramento, but they definitely... It would feel like you are still superior to them if you get the win tonight.
Have you looked at what Memphis has done for their last handful of games?
It's been up and down. It's been a struggle.
Oh, no, it's been down.
It's been more down than up.
And down.
Yeah.
And down and down. They have lost 6 of their last 7.
That's not good, Mark.
They have lost 7 of their last 9. Of their last 3 victories, going all the way back to March 12th. So the better part of most of a month. Okay, they've won 3 basketball games. 2 of them came against the Jazz. 1 of them came against the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Warriors couldn't handle the Heat.
Yeah,
so
fair enough. Fair enough. No doubt that their last 3 games, all losses, have come against very high-level competition.
Yep.
Oklahoma City, the Lakers, and Boston. But, dude, they're losing to everybody. And they're losing to most of them by double digits. They lost to Portland by double digits. They lost to Sacramento by double digits. This is all within the last 2 weeks. So that's who the Grizzlies are right now. And that's why I feel like if the Warriors can't handle tonight, it is a sign of something bigger in terms of a problem.
And I'm not telling you to bet the over because I know it's April now and we all want to fade the Dibber because March is my month. But you look at them against Cleveland, they gave up 133, 132 against Sac, 128 against the Clippers, 125 against OKC, 134 against the Lakers. This feels to me like a game where the Warriors should be able to get at least $120.
Gotta score.
And, put it on Memphis and in a high-scoring game.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to have a fun conversation with Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants and then continue the countdown with your Warrior phone calls, getting ready for this massive, massive soiree that's happening in Memphis tonight. So your phone calls around the corner. Yaz joins us next. This is Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy as well. Hey, baseball fans, take a swing at making some picks on all your favorite players with Underdog because
I'm a Giants fan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibbs rolling on here on a Tuesday afternoon and a very large sports day all the way across the board, and excited to hang out a little bit with one of the San Francisco Giants, who are hot to start this thing off. So joining us on the River Islands guest line is none other than Mike Yastrzemski. What's going on, man?
Not much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're glad to have you. So you're hitting 444. What are the chances you end the season with that average?
0%.
Okay. All right.
Man.
I mean, what a pessimistic thing to say. No, yes. Like obviously we keep hearing the vibes are good. We hear it's a new brand of baseball. I think we can see it, but I'd love to know what it was like from the inside out. What was the team really stressing going into spring training this year?
Honestly, just I think what you're seeing. You know, we've been committed to trying to play a brand of baseball that represents us as well as possible, and we're a fun, gritty group, and I think we're starting to see that already. We've played a couple close games. We've pulled, we've already had a come from behind win. You know, there's just been some really great performances so far, and I think that's something we're just trying to build on.
Fun, gritty group, but also one that's built on defense. And as you're out there in the outfield and you look around the rest of the team, you got a great catcher, and the left side of the infield is amazing, and your center fielder is back retrieving just about everything, and you're legit out there in right field. Is defense now a big part of what this year's team is going to be?
I think it is. I think it's something that we've known we needed to improve on a little bit, because we know in our ballpark we're going to play close games, regardless. And so I think when we looked at it from a whole, we said we just have to be more competitive on this side of the ball, and I think that's shown up, and I think guys are taking a lot of pride in that.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the come from behind win on opening day. I look, there's 162 of these. But early in a season on the road, what does that do for the group when you have a game like that?
I think it just injects confidence. You know, we already believed it, but to put it into play that we're never out of the game is something that we want to hold ourselves to a certain standard and keep playing like we don't have anything to lose. And I think we did that in that game, and just a lot of really clutch at-bats that happened. And I think when it comes down to it, we are truly taking our at-bats for each other, not just for ourselves.
And Mike, just so you know, my partner here, we were watching it live, and we're doing a show and we're doing radio and we're talking about the Warriors and whatnot, and this man jumped up and he's doing like fist pumps in the air like it was October. Is that something where, I mean, you guys came from behind and you did what you did and you got a nice win on the road on the opener. How much does that like vibe out into the clubhouse where you guys are starting to fulfill what you built in the spring?
Yeah, it's electric. I think we have our group here, and you know, when you're in spring training, you're trying to gear yourself up for the season and be prepared. And I think it started to take shape there, where we saw some gritty performances in spring training where guys were playing it like it was a season and taking it seriously, and that just sets the tone. And we carried it right into the season.
Mike Yastrzemski with us on Willard and Dibbs. How many torpedo bats have you ordered at this hour?
Good question.
None so far. I've used the same bat that I've always used for the last 7 years, but if somebody in our clubhouse ends up ordering a couple, I'll give it a try, you know, because from what I understand, the bats have been manufactured specifically for whoever orders that swing based on data. And so for me to go and use a bat that's made for Jazz Chisholm doesn't necessarily make sense to me in this moment.
That's fair, but what's your larger take? Do you think this is all, I don't want to say is it all on the up and up, but do you know what I mean? Like where's this story going in your opinion?
I mean, it's just another baseball story, right? Like, the game's always evolving. Everyone's always trying to get better and trying to figure out the way to maximize everything they can out of everything they have. And so I think this is just another one of those things where you're going to look at it and it's going to be good for some guys, and for other guys, it's might not help them. Maybe the bat they have is the best that they're going to get.
And right now, it doesn't seem like you guys need any fix, especially Wilmer Flores with 8 runs batted in and 4. He's on pace for 324 RBI, which I believe would be a record. I have to actually Google that. But right now, with the 1 through 9, it feels like everybody is just moving the line. What's it like right now from a batting standpoint with this team where it seems like all 9 of you are contributing?
Yeah, I think everybody is just focused on execution and focused on how do I take this at bat and put the person behind me in a better situation than the one that I came into. So it's simple. We're just trying to play baseball. We're not trying to make too much out of any situation or, get too down on ourselves if we don't come through because we know the guy behind us is going to pick us up.
Yes. Do you go deep into the analytics like that with your game and your swing? Like, do you have someone giving you the research on where you connect with the ball the most?
No, I haven't really dug into it a whole lot. I think it's something that maybe I will look a little bit more into now that it's being so prevalent. But I'll tell you what, guys, if you get jammed and you're going to get a bleeder and all of a sudden it turns into a line out, I don't know if I like that. You give it a little extra juice and it's an out instead of a 2-out RBI that you got jammed on and you were fighting to stay alive. So who knows?
Yeah, and the bleeder might work for you with the speed. And we were watching yesterday where you were able to score from second on a base hit and a little bit of not a hook slide anymore, but now it's a hook dive. How much is the run game important for not only you but the entire team? Looks like you guys are all faster than you were last year.
I think that that's just a mentality. That's a deciding to play every aspect of baseball. I think we've committed ourselves to that. So there's always ways to improve. And if some days you're not swinging it well, you just got to find a way to get to second, steal a bag, read a dirt ball, make a good read on a ground ball. And I think it's something that we have talked about a lot. So guys are taking it seriously and trying to improve. So I'm happy with the way that guys are approaching every game so far.
Mike Yastrzemski with us on Willard and Dibs. Yes, would love to hear who is Willy Adames and what is his effect on this clubhouse?
Man, he's a true leader. He doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. You hear these things about him and he says he loves to bring people together and to be hanging out with his teammates. And that is the only thing that I've seen from him so far. He loves to be around guys, loves to bring people together. He's always happy. He's always laughing. And that's a game changer. That changes things. He's not afraid to get the boys going. He's not afraid to put himself out there to try and get you fired up or to get you to relax or to whatever is necessary. I think he's got a really good feel for interpersonal communication skills. And so that's something that, certainly hasn't gone unnoticed for us.
And he played 161 last year, and I know Chappie played more than 150 plus, and you got Bailey who's going to be there every day, and Jung Hoo, if healthy, will play every day. How important is that for a club to have, 4, 5, maybe 6 guys who can play every day?
Yeah, I think it's important to have established roles because when you have them, you can buy into them. When you're in La La Land where, you're in that middle ground, you're playing, but you're not playing, you don't know what's really going on, it's hard to buy into that. So when things are established and you're given a clear-cut role, it's really a whole lot easier to buy into committing yourself to doing what you need to do for that role.
Well, and one of those everyday players is now the center fielder who's next to you, and obviously you had a little bit of time with him last year, but I wonder how that's developed, both on the field and off with Jung Hoo Lee. We saw you even doing some stuff with the Giants, some playful videos and stuff with him before the season started. So how's that relationship developing?
Oh, it's been great. Jungie, he dives in headfirst to everything. He wants to be a part of team dinners, anytime there's a get-together, if we're going to a movie, if we're, hanging out, whatever. He wants to be there, which is really, really cool. And, honestly, pretty courageous of him, because when you're in a foreign country, his English is getting better, but you don't speak the language. That's got to be tough to do. I can only imagine. I know I'd want to go hide in a shell if I were playing in Korea, and not want to put myself out there as much as he does. So I have to give him a lot of credit, because, man, he puts in some serious effort to really be a part of this team, and I know everyone appreciates it and loves having him around.
What's that like when you're in right and he's in center, and there's obviously communication before the pitch and during the at-bat when a ball goes out there? Is there something that you guys use as communication? Is it Korean? Is it English? Is it nonverbal? What's it like out there when there's a ball in the right center?
In the gaps, he understands, baseball English well enough to, if I'm saying I got it, or he'll say I got it, So he's pretty fluent in that sense. And then there's also just a universal baseball language, whether it's nonverbals or whether it's a look or, pointing or anything within the gameplay actually goes really smooth.
Yes, I know you guys really want to focus on just you guys and what you can do, but I would love to get a reaction to this. Here we are, sort of a week-ish into the season, and between you, the Padres, and the Dodgers, there's a sum total of one lost game.
Wow.
One loss. What is your reaction to the way the division is starting out here?
Not surprised. We've known we've had a tough division for the last 10 years. It's one of the best divisions in baseball, and so it's going to be a dogfight to the end. So I think once we get a little deeper into the season, we'll see how things start to shape up a little bit. But I expected some good play, especially right out of the gates from everyone.
Before we get to the big finish, I wanted to ask you about your moment with Jake Larson, World War II veteran, 102 years old, who was a fan of your grandpa, and you were able to go out there and catch his first pitch. What was that moment like for you with the legacy of the Yaz family and also being able to be a part of actual human American history?
It's special, man. I really try and take advantage of any of those opportunities that I get, because the stories and hearing what he specifically had to go through, what he sacrificed, it makes everything else so much more special, knowing that people really had to go through some really tough stuff for us to have this life that we have, and to look back and be able to embrace that and promote the stories and let people have the time to reflect and understand what went through in history in order for us to be where we are today is just incredible. I almost don't have words for it. I'm kind of speechless that I got that opportunity, and I'm trying to take advantage of every single one of those that I get.
Yeah, really cool, man.
Awesome.
And made for just a cool video for all of us to watch as well. Mike Yastrzemski with us here on 95.7 The Game. All right, man, you know what time it is. Are you ready? You ready to do the big finish?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Mike Yastrzemski, big finish. Here are the two categories. Do you want to do long last names or life as a lefty?
Let's do long last names.
Okay, long last names. Are you a bigger fan of Mike Krzyzewski or William Van Landingham?
Mike Krzyzewski.
Okay, what's your thought on Coach K? And then I'm going to ask you another follow up on Van Landingham.
Nice. Yeah, he actually my grandfather is a diehard Duke basketball fan because of him. He just saw another successful Polish guy and decided that he was going to start rooting for the Blue Devils. So I actually just enjoyed following his career, and man, did he make an impact on that program.
And then the other follow-up is, do you know who William Van Landingham is?
I do not.
Okay, we thought that was
yeah, it's possible.
Giants pitcher, mid-90s, came up as kind of a hotshot rookie, had about 2 good seasons, fell off the shelf, was out of the bigs in about 4 years.
Oh, hate hearing that.
Yeah.
With a long last name, though.
But and at the time, the longest last name in the history of the league.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
All right.
Yeah. Question number 2. Did your wife, Paige, hesitate when she had to take your last name?
I completely understand it, because going from a simple name as Cahill to figuring out Yastrzemski is that's a tough pill to swallow for anyone.
Yeah, well, especially when your kids have to bubble in on standardized testing, where Cahill is a simple 6.
She's gonna have to be the one to teach him how to spell it.
Yeah, a lot of consonants in there now, Mike.
Now, by the way, is that a consideration with the? I know you guys have a growing family. Are you giving out very short first names so it's not overwhelming?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, we're sticking with the short first names.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
Bob and Tom and Peg,
exactly.
Whatever it is. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, last one, and we saved the most difficult for last.
This is tough.
Can you spell Brandon Pajemski?
Oh, God. No, but I'll give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
There's at least one Z in there,
You're
right?
a good sport. I knew you'd give it a shot, Mike.
All right, we're going to go... Hang on, say it again.
Brandon Pajemski.
He's a Warrior. There's a Z.
Yeah,
And there's a Z and a ski.
Okay, we're going to go P-O-D.
Yep.
Z. That's wrong.
No. You're good.
You're doing great.
Good.
You're doing great.
You are correct so far.
Yep.
E-M-S-K-I.
Oh, you left
so
out
close.
one letter. It was so close.
I before E.
Is there a C that I'm missing?
No.
I before E, before the ski.
Yeah, P-O-D-Z-I-E-M-S-K-I.
Man,
But thank you for playing. But the good news is the next time he comes on, we'll ask him to spell Yastrzemski.
Great call.
And he's going to nail it, and he's going to make me look bad.
Well,
I can't wait for it.
And you do get a copy of the home game, Willard and Dibs, as a result of your solid effort.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, guys.
You're the best.
Have you guys met each other, by the way? Has there been a lot of cross Giants Warriors stuff?
I think he might have come into the stadium at some point, and I think I said hi to him, but it was, right before a game, so it was super brief.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to work on.
We need more of it.
Yeah, we're working on setting that podcast up, because that would be that'd be good. All right, Mike. Thanks so much, man. Always tons of fun.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Thank you.
Good luck tonight. Yep.
Thanks.
There it is. Yep. Mike Yastrzemski. Don't call him Pajemski. He plays for the Giants and bats .444.
That's right. 4 for 9, and doing his thing out there in right field. And the Giants are 3-1 and buried in third place. Behind 5-0 and 4-0.
Padres are actually 5-0 and 6-0.
Oh, yeah, my fault.
Yeah, don't forget the Dodgers played 2 weeks ago overseas.
Oh, I hate hearing that.
6-0 and 5-0.
Yeah, the 3 teams are combined 14-1.
Yeah, exactly.
14-1.
Pretty good. So you start 3-1 and you feel like you're already up against it.
Exactly.
You're behind the 8 ball, fighting for the wild
you're
card.
Like 2.5 games out already.
Man.
Yeah, man, that's what's going on.
Great start.
It's a really good start.
And a great guest. I love talking to Yaz.
Well, Yaz is a ton of fun. He's just a good dude. Really good dude, obviously.
And I'm really happy for him that he finally got out of ARB land. He got an actual contract this year.
Right.
A 1-year deal, but it was an actual money.
Yeah, he is actually the poster for what I hate the most about the arbitration system, which is if you are late bloomer or you're found late. Like Mike was in his late 20s when Farhan acquired him and he turned into an actual big league ball player. And if you don't start that process until your late 20s, well, once the ARBs are all done, you're like pushing your mid 30s,
right?
Or at least early 30s. And then no one is ever going to sign you to, not that Mike would have gotten some sort of a big free agent deal, but no one's going to really sign you to a free agent deal. So you're kind of Mr. 1-year contract the rest of the way. No one's crying for Mike. He makes a very good salary.
Yep.
And I do believe there's probably some family money in there somewhere.
Maybe.
Whatever. Like that's
he's making 9.25.
Right, but which is wonderful. That's just an absolute bleep ton of money.
But it's not 4 years and 100.
But it's just wrong. Is I guess the way I would. It's wrong that the system does that because someone wasn't found as a big leaguer until he was 27 or 28 years old.
It's a shame.
It's just wrong.
It's wrong, and it's the system. And we could talk about all three of the major sports, but if you are in the NBA, and even if you are, and think about Dante DiVincenzo as an example, a guy who he's starting to pop now in his sixth year or seventh year in the NBA.
Really good player.
Really good player. And he's kind of a comp to Yaz. He might be a little bit better for basketball than Yaz is for baseball, but already he's gotten a 3-year fully guaranteed deal, and he'll get another one. And, he has a chance to go out there and do it. And Dante didn't have to suffer through 6 years of arbitration where, you play well in the NBA and you become a free agent and you pop. You get paid immediately. In baseball, you got to wait. And in football, you get paid, but not really. You get paid, and then they decide, well, you're no longer worth it to us, and so you get cut, and you're back on the street.
Yeah. Do you know what the deal was that Dante signed?
I thought it was Knicks, 3 and 39.
Knicks, and then traded to the Wolves.
Right.
Then he's only 28. He's 28 years old.
I thought it was about $15 million per. It might be more.
You're in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
The average salary for Dante is 11.7. It was a 4-year, $46.8 million deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fully guaranteed.
Fully guaranteed.
Meanwhile,
obviously.
Yaz signed for 1 and 9.25.
Right.
And, go out there and be great. And if you are, then next year we'll sign you to 1 year and 10.75.
Right. And
Go be great again.
And we'll invite you to spring training.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's fully guaranteed.
It's just kind of wrong. The ARB system, I don't get that at all.
Yeah, agreed.
Don't have that in any of the other sports. I understand that the other sports send their players kind of the pros right away. Anyway, having Yaz on prompted an interesting text conversation with our whole group earlier today. Grandy, do you want to speak to this real quick? I know we're about to pop out of here, but so you believe in the Giants' future more than the 49ers' future. This after Jed York and Kyle Shanahan talking publicly today.
Yeah, I guess it depends how you define the future. Like the Niners might be a better football team this year than the Giants are a baseball team, maybe. But in terms of the direction of the franchise, I think I might have more confidence in the Giants because I think the Niners might be making a pretty big mistake this offseason. We'll see.
And what mistake would that be, Grandy?
Paying a not top 5 quarterback $60 million.
What if they only pay him 53? Then it's okay?
It's not as bad.
Okay.
Still, I don't think it's a great thing.
Yeah, and I have thoughts on that I will share.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. But also, we are an hour and a half away from tip-off, and it's an absolute monster of a game. And your confidence meter with regard to the Warriors and all the different pieces of this puzzle. If you're just joining us, Jonathan Kuminga is out, so he is not going to play tonight. And to me, this game is kind of the linchpin for the rest of the way. And we'll get into that a little bit further here coming up in just a moment. The Warriors in Memphis tonight, tip-off at 5. Warriors Live starts at 4. Dibs and I will have that off the top. It's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're also sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Here we are from the Laughing Monk Studios. Your phone calls ready to roll. 888-957-9570. And by the way, this is your last chance to get in a Warrior phone call before the game starts because Warriors Live starts at 4, and then we've got the game at 5. Anything on your mind, Warriors, right now? Now's the time to do it on Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
There's a very large basketball game tonight.
It's a big game.
There's a very, very large basketball game.
It's only
tonight.
one of 82, but it feels like symbolically,
I'm gonna give this one
situationally. It might be 2. I mean, depends.
Yeah.
Is it bigger with a loss or bigger with a win?
Well, can I make a very just what's the word I'm looking for? A reckless statement.
No.
Why?
Why do you even ask?
Because it was the part of the build-up.
Okay. Sure, Mark. Get reckless.
All right.
Get crazy.
It's not even that reckless.
Get wild.
But here is actually what I think. Here's actually what I think. Win tonight, you're going to get a playoff spot. If you lose tonight, you're in the play-in tournament.
Yeah, that's reckless.
I believe that, though.
Well,
I believe that. I believe if you lose tonight, they are going to be in the play-in tournament. And I believe if they win tonight, they will not be in the play-in tournament. That is, in my mind, very likely based on the outcome of the next 5 hours of our lives.
It's possible. I find it to be hyperbole because you win tonight and you lose the next 3, or you lose tonight and you win the next 3, then we're talking about completely different things.
Of course, but you're just talking about math. I'm talking about predictive emotion.
I get it.
I don't think they are going to lose tonight and then win the next 3.
I don't think that they'll win tonight and lose the next 3.
I don't either.
So
I don't either.
That's why I think that it's a little bit hyperbolic.
No, but I actually could give you some, to me, very clear Vegas odds that would support that. In fact, I without even looking at them, I can guarantee you that if they move into the 5 seed tonight, they are going to be in a pole position to get one of the top 6 seeds based on their schedule and the schedules of others, and the fact that there are only about 7 games left on the schedule. I don't think that 2 teams are going to pass them by if they win tonight. And yes, I'm going on the premise that they don't lose the next 3 in a row. I don't think that's going to happen. 2 of them are at home. I know they're tough. They're hard games, and it's a long trip and all of those things. But part of my thought on tonight does have to do with what's coming at you the rest of the week. You still do Lakers on the road, Denver at home, Houston at home. The following Sunday, you'll do Clippers at home. There just aren't any gimmies left, and these other teams do have them. And so being a 4-point favorite on the road tonight against a team that is going through something tells me that if you don't win that, you're putting yourself in a tough spot. And I can, without even doing a dive, I can bet you that the Vegas math would kind of support what I'm saying. They are likely to be a top 6 seed if they win tonight, and they're unlikely to be if they lose tonight.
That's fair in terms of tonight.
Yeah.
Like the Clippers play tomorrow against New Orleans, and that is about a 90% chance that they win.
That's a dub, yeah.
Minnesota tonight is at Denver, and they don't have Dante, they don't have Nas Reed.
Right.
So that feels to me like an L. So
probably,
if you win,
they've owned Denver,
you jump Memphis. So you win tonight, you jump Memphis. In Minnesota, fine, you've owned Denver, but you're going to be down 2 players. So if Minnesota loses and you win, well, now you're a game and a half clear of Minnesota. And even if the Clippers beat New Orleans, and they should.
And you're ahead of Memphis.
And you're ahead of Memphis.
Yeah, and you have the tiebreaker.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying.
There are certain factors, and even if the Clippers came up to tie you, they would hold the tiebreaker over you if they beat you, so you would fall to 6 then in that scenario. So I'm not completely discounting what you're saying, but I do think it's a little bit hyperbolic in terms of what's to come over the next 3.
Yeah, I'm not putting out some sort of a guarantee or telling you that I'm going to go walk to Bakersfield or something if it doesn't happen that way.
No, but you got face paint in your future if they go 3-1.
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
I'm ready for that. I would be happy to do that. I would be so excited if they did that I would be happy to come to work Monday with face paint on.
If they go 3-1 after losing tonight, then I will join you in face paint land.
Ooh, wow.
So if they lose this and they still go 3-1, then I'm with you.
Okay.
We'll be blue and gold brothers on Monday.
I'm just going 3-1 starting tonight.
Right.
If they can win 3 out of these 4 games, it's face paint on Monday.
I like it.
Yeah. It's Man Paint Monday. That's what we're going to call it.
Okay.
All right.
I like it.
Anyway, so I'm not like drawing some line in the sand. I'm just telling you from my heart that's what I feel is going to happen.
I get it.
And that is the importance I put on tonight. That is the way that I will watch the game tonight. This is going to be, I am buckling up for an intense watch tonight.
For sure.
Yeah.
And the urgency is there. And you're right about tiebreakers because right now you have it over Minnesota. You don't have it over the Clippers. And if you beat Memphis, you'd have it over Memphis.
Correct.
So if you're looking at 4 teams for 2 playoff spots and 2 play-in spots, You want to be in a tie with Memphis and Minnesota and not the Clippers.
Yeah, of course.
Right,
And then the Clippers won, even though you can't get the tiebreaker from them. But in theory, you guys could be tied come next Sunday, and then you play each other. So there's a head-to-head thing that could come into play there next weekend as well. All right, hey, 888-957-9570. We do want to go out to the phones. Before we get deep into Warrior phone calls, though, I think Big League Chew in the city wanted to say something directly to you.
Uh-oh.
Dan.
Okay. Oh, it's a Dan day?
I don't know. He wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Hey, Big League Chew, you want to talk to Dan?
Yeah, Dibs. Just a big shout out. I got a couple things. First thing is, the last time I did call in, you actually screened my call while eating a crumble cookie. So I just want to make sure abundant weight is life is still okay with you, and everything's going okay over there.
Yeah,
So
thank
that's
you, Chew. That was my first ever crumble cookie, and I had about a quarter of it, and it was delicious.
That's all it takes, by the way.
Yeah,
that's all it takes.
Well, I had no idea about crumble cookie, and then turned out they have locations in 31 states, and so I felt a little chagrined that I was so far behind the curve. But yeah, crumble cookie, delicious.
Yeah, Big League Chew, I'm so glad you brought this up because it was like a gaping hole in your game.
Totally.
Like Dan Dibley, for those of you who are old enough to know like the TV series Cheers, you've got like this Cliff Clavin thing in you. The difference is Clavin thought he knew everything.
Right.
You actually kind of do. Like, you know a lot of stuff.
A little bit about everything.
You might be okay on Jeopardy.
Yeah.
I don't know about the second round, but you might be okay in the first round of Jeopardy. You know a lot of stuff about a lot of things. So the fact that you hadn't even heard of crumble was like a hole that you could drive a truck through. It was crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah. All right, Chew, what else?
Well, I will have to piggyback on that because Dan just said that they're in 31 states and they taste delicious, so I hope he's getting a percentage on the sales from that. But I will say his question to Yaz about the World War II veteran that threw out that first pitch, that struck home to me, and I really, really, really appreciated it. When I heard Yaz was on the guest line, I was really hoping someone would ask about that experience because my grandfather was served in the Navy during World War II, and he did pass about 5 years ago at 96. But we had many beers over the years about his stories and all that, and I think that was something that really struck home, and especially many people around the states and around the world about that experience. So it was really happy to hear you kind of give him some airtime on that experience and giving those guys some shout outs. So Dibs, appreciate you. I wouldn't expect nothing less. I know Gary made you, and I also just want to shout out to all the WW2 vets out there and good stuff, guys. Love your show.
All right.
Thank you, Chew.
Yeah, can you spell Yastrzemski?
All right, here we go.
Okay,
it's,
let's do
Y-A-Z. Yeah, Y-A-Z, that's all I got.
Yeah. You know what? You know what? You're wrong. It's not even that. Thank you, Big League Chew. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, it was good. It's good. It's good that you got that out there. It clearly touched Mike.
Yeah.
And then that touched Big League Chew. But Yaz is actually spelled Y-A-S.
Which makes, little sense, but
but there is a Z, but it comes later.
It's then what, TRZ?
It's TRZ and then the Emski.
Right.
Yeah. E-M-S-K-I.
I never would have thought that Yaz and Pods were both behind Juszczyk in terms of Z's in their name.
We should have asked him to. I actually find that to be the hardest one of the three.
Juice has two Z's. Yaz and Pods only one Z.
Well, Juszczyk just looks like it's J-U and then somebody hucked the alphabet all over the floor.
Right.
And then just like, I don't know, pick a consonant. There's a C, there's a Y, there's 14 Z's, there's an X in there, there's another C. There's just like, that's why you just say
an ampersand.
Yes, use, and then it's just like, it's just a noise. It's not even a word.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
I never would have thought that he leads the Bay Area in Z's among athletes. 2 to 1 to 1.
Well, remember when Aziz Al-Shair was here?
Good call.
Yeah.
He was a good Niner.
I liked him.
I did too.
I liked him a lot.
He was a little bit of Greenlaw before Greenlaw with that reckless abandon.
Well, and then he went crazy this year, and he almost decapitated Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it's a good no call.
Yes,
I think they threw a flag on that.
They threw him out.
Might have been a touch late.
Threw him out of the game.
Yeah.
It's a good no call.
Anyway, the whole Yaz, and somebody shared the video with me about Yaz and the 102-year-old World War veteran.
Very cool.
Who was like fans of his grandpa. And he goes out there and he throws the first pitch and he almost falls over, and Yaz catches it, and just that whole exchange was like, man, this is what baseball's all about.
No doubt. And I thought the guy did great. Like if you could throw a baseball and still stand up at 102,
right?
And it was a one hopper,
yeah.
So he got it there, and he said on his way out, he's like, I don't know where this ball's gonna go. I just kind of hope that I release the thing, and he did it. So that was great.
And I don't know who helped him walk out to the mound, but thankfully they were right there because as he throws it, he's falling. He's going down.
He's going to go down. Yes.
He's going down.
I don't know if that's his grandson. He looks too young to be his son.
Right.
Because I would imagine at 102, if you have a son, that person's at least in their 70s.
Right.
This guy kind of looked like he's maybe in his 50s or something like that.
Or even
I don't
younger.
know. Yeah, maybe it's his grandson.
But whoever it was made the save of the day. Yeah.
Yes.
He made a play.
Yes, he did.
Because our World War II veteran, he was going down. And he was going down hard. There's no doubt.
He was.
Because he put a lot into that pitch. But just if you haven't seen it, Google Yaz World War II vet. It's a 2-minute video.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you don't get all the feels, then you're dead inside.
It's touching.
Pretty cool.
And yes, he was. He was going to go down. Right. All right, we're going to go back to the phones. But first, live to Mark Grandy for this Steve Kerr, Jonathan Kuminga update. Hello, Mark.
Yeah, Steve Kerr speaking just moments ago in Memphis ahead of the game versus the Grizzlies that you can hear here on 95.7 The Game as always. This comes courtesy of our friend Sam Gordon at the San Francisco Chronicle. Steve Kerr says he thinks Jonathan Kuminga, who will not play tonight, will be available Thursday against the Lakers, but he is officially day-to-day.
Okay. I mean, for him to say that means that this is pretty precautionary. You know what I mean? Like, we've watched Steve do this. We talk to him about it every week, and he'll join us tomorrow, by the way. So we'll get a little deeper into it. But when they start putting expectation on that 48 hours in advance, it sounds to me like it's pretty precautionary. Like, Jonathan's probably in a pretty good place. They're going to do what they often do, which is, boy, if there's any question, let's hold and give you a couple more days. But that's great news. That's great news. Especially, if you do want to get deep into the X's and O's, I think Kuminga against the Lakers and the Nuggets, for that matter, is more important than it is tonight.
And also 4 games in 6 nights. Yep. So if you're going to, rest him for a couple more days and then he'll be ready Thursday, Friday, Sunday, then that is the course of action, as opposed to you try it tonight and he's not ready, and maybe he has a setback or something happens where he's not ready for Thursday. I think you're right, matchup-wise, and also just overall prudence. Be a little bit more patient and wait until it's absolutely right.
All right, so there it is. Jonathan Kuminga out tonight, but probable for 2 nights from now in L.A., where this incredibly long road trip, longer than it is in terms of games. Like, it hasn't been that many games. It's been a lot of days, though. A lot of days away for the Warriors. As that long trip comes to an end in L.A. on Thursday night, they expect that Kuminga will be in uniform. That's good. All right, out to Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, guys, this is where my mind is. I think we're going to get maximum entertainment value tonight, but unfortunately, just my feeling, I think we're going to lose a close one. But, I think we're going to win the next 3 games. And against the Nuggets, the Warriors are going to need the announcer Jinx to work on that game. We're going to need the announcer to go. Currently, the Nuggets are 9-0 against the Warriors and are now enjoying a double-digit lead in the third quarter, and that's going to be enough to spark a comeback. If they win tonight, I think they're going to go 4-0.
Oh, this is not what I thought I was going to hear from you, Jonathan. Where is your confidence coming from with regard to the 3 games in 4 days that start on Thursday against 3 of the top 4 seeds in the West coming off of a 2-week road trip?
I just have faith in our guys, man. I think they know it's go time, and I think they're going to dig deep, and they're just going to have to make the move because, hey, they need to avoid the play-in. They need to, avoid as much games as they had to play. And this is the time they got to make the move now. If they don't make the move now, they're going to be in the play-in, and that's extra games, and it's mostly as an underdog. You're going to be a tough road ahead. And our guys are smart. They know what it will take, and it will take a lot, and it's going to take some breaks to go in their way. And sometimes you're going to have to create that break, and this is the opportunity, the next 4 games.
Jonathan, thanks. I can't argue with any of that, but that sort of is a mind over matter conversation, and I do think the Warriors have an edge there. I made the comment yesterday that I think right now they might be the most emotionally stable team in the Western. I call it the cluster because OKC is a completely different animal, and they look just they almost look like they're on cruise control combined with still blowing everybody out. Like, I don't even know how hard they're trying, and they're still winning every game by 20 points.
Right.
They are so good, it's absolutely bananas. But if you sort of take a walk through the West with the rest, and maybe I'm adding some things that aren't there. I don't think everybody's emotionally crumbling at all. I just think that they've got some things going on. And right now, outside of the Kuminga injury, which, based on what Steve just said, does not sound like a serious thing at all, I think the Warriors are in a pretty good mental spot. They might be kind of tired from their trip, but I think everybody is pretty simpatico. They're all on the same page. Meantime, Minnesota's got a game in Denver tonight, 2 suspended players because of a brawl. Memphis has just fired their coach. The Suns have fallen out of this. Kevin Durant is hurt. The Kings, are you kidding me? We know what's going on there. Same with Dallas. And then start to throw some of these other teams in there. The Clippers, I can't really get a read on, but Kawhi is still missing games here and there. And then the Lakers have fallen into a spot where A, not playing great, and B, LeBron, for some reason, is on a media tour. It's like, I'm going to go in the middle of all this and do Pat McAfee and start a war with the biggest name in NBA media. Why?
He's bored.
Right. Who is that helping? I'm not here to say that it's like hurting anything that badly, but I don't why? What on earth are you doing and why? How is that helping your team right now?
It's not, but it's helping him and it's helping his son, who, if you want to talk about Bronny for 8 seconds and you look at what he's done in the G League, he's been playing great in the G League. I don't know if that means that Bronny can be an NBA player, but he's gone down to the G League. Everyone said, oh, you need to go to the G League and play. And if you look at what he's done in the G League, he's played really well down there. And so LeBron's feeling some type of way about defending his son.
No doubt about it. I get that for sure. Okay, real quick, as we move toward Warriors Live, engagement is everything on the court and in life. So vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game. This is presented by Shane Co., your friend in the jewelry business. Here is today's poll. What would you prefer? Do you want to be the 5 seed and play the Lakers, or do you want to be the 6 seed and play Denver in the first round of the playoffs? So that poll has been up there here for, a couple hours now or so. And right now, very, very clear responses from our listeners, Dibs. Dub Nation wants to play the Lakers.
The Lakers?
In round 1 over Denver. We're getting at a 71.3% clip. The vote right now says, give us the 5 seed and a matchup with LA over the 6 seed and a matchup with Denver.
Yeah, I thought about this long and hard, and as much as I had said before, Denver's the one team I want to avoid. The more I've thought about it, I want to avoid the Lakers more.
Really?
Why? Maybe it's what you said last week about, the calls, and I love the refs more than anybody else. Shout out Zach Zarba. I got a poster of him on my wall.
Is it on your ceiling above your bed?
No, it wasn't allowed by the missus. So
got it.
Yeah, it's in my in the Dan cave for sure. But along with some of my other favorite referees. But the more I think about a Laker matchup, I think that's really bad, and I do think about the calls that they get with Luka, especially. So Give me Denver over LA. It's a pick your poison because neither one is good.
Neither one is good. Here's what I would say about it. I would rather play the Lakers than the Nuggets. I will say this. I don't think the league wants that. I don't think that they want the Warriors and Lakers playing in round one. I think they'd love to see them play down the road. Now, both of them are going to be very, very hard-pressed to even come out of the first round. So maybe they would want it because the chances are they're not going to get it at all if you don't get it in the first round. But even though I agree with a lot of what you said, I think sitting down as a fan and watching the Warriors versus the Lakers would be more frustrating than watching the Warriors play the Nuggets. But the bottom line is, I think they'd have a better chance to win it. I really do.
Against LA?
I do. I do. I think it would be annoying, frustrating, all of those things, and hard. But I do think, especially with what I see from the Lakers right now and their lack of interior defensive presence, that Aaron Gordon game the other day, that really left an imprint on me. He's such a problem. They've got no one to guard him. Add in Jokic, who wasn't even in that game. I just don't know how the Warriors survive that series. The Laker one seems more gettable to me as a concept.
Interesting, because I look at a Laker team when you get Hachimura and you get Vanderbilt, guys who are good, athletic wings who I think can give you problems, let alone Luka and LeBron, who are very tough to guard. And then you add in Austin Reeves, who is just a walking bucket getter.
Annoying.
He's super annoying, and yet you look up and he's got 18 and 7. It's like the dude is legit.
I hear you. Again, neither one of them are easy.
Yep.
But I would have voted also for 5 seed in the Lakers. One other little thing about it, you're the 5 seed as opposed to the 6, which means as you move, if in theory you were to move forward, you're a little bit higher of a seed. Who knows?
But
maybe down the road you get a home round if there's another upset out there.
But if you're the 5 and you beat the 4, that means you get OKC in the second round.
You go beat them.
Yeah,
and then hope the Lakers, in theory, or no, who would be there? Who knows? Maybe you get Minnesota and you get home later in the round.
In the Western Conference Finals.
Exactly.
Let's do this.
What are we talking about?
Exactly.
Anyway, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I know what we're talking about. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors because they've got a monster game in an hour, and Warriors Live is next on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about abundant life, weight loss, and just give you some details about my personal experience and the journey I've been on, having lost 25 pounds with this great weight loss program. I dropped the weight about a year ago, and you know what? The weight has all stayed off because I followed the program at Abundant Life Weight Loss. And you too can find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. All you have to do is call and get a free consultation. The number is 925-854-5140. That's 925-854-5140. There's no exercise required, no counting points or calories, and no prepackaged.
Oh, this is a big one tonight. The Warriors on the road in what has been a house of horrors, maybe for the home team. The Grizzlies and Warriors get together with the 5 seed on the line tonight in Memphis and tonight on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff and Dibs. This is it. The Warriors come in at 43-31. The Grizz are 44-31. So you can all do the math. Whoever wins this game is going to be in the 5 seed for the moment. And so when you look at who's behind the Warriors and who's in front of them and what's on the schedule ahead, they don't come any bigger than this.
No, you go ahead and win this and you flip to the 5 and you're feeling better about your chances at being a top 6. And if you go the other way and you happen to drop this one, and it's been a long road trip. You mentioned it last segment about not only the number of games, 6, but the number of days, 2 weeks, 14 days they will be away from home in totality. It'll be 6 cities. This is stop number 5. And so, yeah, you're fatigued knowing that you've been gone a long time, and we had Kevon Looney on the show yesterday, and he mentioned that very thing, like you haven't seen your family in forever, and now you're in your 5th hotel room in night 11 or night 12 of this road trip. So mentally, you're exhausted, but physically, you got to be amped up knowing that this is one of those games that is a clean flip in the standings.
The Warriors obviously have been wobbly at certain points of late, but overall, they've won 11 of 14. And the Grizzlies have lost 6 of 7, and they have fired their coach. So when you do take the view from 10,000 feet, you've got a team that is on the way up versus a team that is on the way down. But it all leads to this moment, and it only matters if the Warriors are able to come out ahead in that moment. And you mentioned that we talked to Kevon Looney yesterday, and that was one of his messages, which is that we just have to stay in the moment with each of these games.
We just try to stay in the moment. We just go game by game. If you lose one game, your whole standings can change, so you can't look ahead. We just try to stay in the moment. You know, we all looking at the standings. We all have a goal. Nobody wants to be in the play-in, so we just want to get as high a seeding as possible, and then we control our own destiny. If we win, we move up. So we just try to stay game by game. Coaches might, they got their scouts, so they're probably looking ahead. They got to make sure they have us prepared, but we just taking it game by game and trying to stay in the moment. Each game is going to be difficult. All the teams are. We all fight for jockeying for position, so it's going to be a lot of great competition, and that's what makes the NBA fun, to have stretches like this.
Okay, and here's the other thing, and just so you all know, if you're just joining us, Jonathan Kuminga will not play tonight. He is out with that pelvic bruise. Steve Kerr has said that he is likely to play in their next game on Thursday in L.A. We'll do the full injury report in a minute. But when we do look at the general state of the Warriors and that record that we all talk about, 18-5 since Jimmy Butler arrived.
Wow.
But he didn't play in one of the games. So they're 18-4 when he plays. But in 2 of those games that they lost, Steph Curry didn't play. So in theory, when Steph and Jimmy play in the game, both of them, I mean, they're next to unbeaten.
18-2?
Well, a couple of those wins Steph wasn't in, and they still won. So I think it's probably something like 17-2, but the bottom line is when both of them play, they have been next to unbeatable, and yeah, both of them play tonight.
Right. And the starting lineup that they likely will roll out, as Kurt in Hayward Hills so astutely put it yesterday, the starting lineup of Butler, Green, Curry, Moody, and Pods, 11-0.
11-0.
And you just got to know that you got Curry, you got Green, and Jimmy. Whoa!
Hey! Thank you, Kurt.
Whoa, you just got to know that.
And I can't believe you guys had to fact check my thing about the 11-0.
We did. He was
right. You should know me better. I should be a part of the show. The 3 boys on town. I would expect the starting lineup, though, to be those 5, and they put that 11-0 to the test.
Yep. Let's see. Let's see him do it. Yeah, the Warriors 18-5 since the Jimmy Butler era began. The Grizzlies, if you want to take a longer view in terms of what they've been doing since around the trade deadline, 9-15.
Oh.
Okay, so they were 35-16 and one of the top 3 seeds in the West, and then they have just kind of steadily been careening downward. and really building off of their early record. It's kind of what the Warriors were doing earlier this season when they were only hanging in there because of their 12-3 start, but had largely been a sub-500 team. Grizzlies, same thing. So let's dive into who's available for this one. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Jonathan Kuminga, the right pelvic contusion is out, and you also know GP2 is out with a partial tear of a ligament in his left thumb. That will be ongoing. Kuminga, they hope, is back on Thursday night. For the Grizzlies, John Konchar is questionable with an illness. Brandon Clark out for the season because of a PCL sprain in his right knee. Nothing against the 4 players I just mentioned. For a game in April with playoff implications, I think largely we can say these are 2 pretty, relatively healthy teams with their stars all available for tonight's game.
Agreed, and the only caveat is that Memphis played last night and the Warriors did not.
Yes.
So the Warriors were chilling in Memphis, watching the game on TV, while the Grizz were going out there and getting handled in the second half. So you would figure that the rest advantage goes to the Warriors, but you're right about Memphis, and Jaren Jackson Jr. has come back and he's healthy, and they got Bane and they got John Morant, who ever since he got over his little penchant for gunplay and he got through that, he's put down the pistol, and when he's been healthy and right, he's been back to his 2022 form.
He's a dangerous player.
Oh, yeah.
And guarding him tonight is going to be an interesting journey, no doubt about it. There's no GP2. When GP2 went out, Steve Kerr was like, we're going to give Jonathan Kuminga the role. Now Jonathan Kuminga is out. Moses Moody has really grown as a defender of late, and you do have Jimmy Butler, but let's be real. The Warriors are not deep tonight in terms of who they have to try to slow a player like that down.
Right, and in the front court, you don't have a lot of answers for Jaren Jackson Jr. and also Zach Edey, who plays at 7'2", but he plays a lot more like Quentin Post in that he can go ahead and score from outside as well. I look forward to seeing how Steve Kerr matches up defensively, because your defensive unit that is your best is not your best offensive unit.
Yeah.
So do you take the approach of, we're going to try to win this game 138-137, or do you try to play more of a defensive posture?
Well, by any means necessary, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
And you pointed this out earlier. Memphis has been, quite frankly, a poor defensive team, especially in the last month and a half of the season. They've got somebody with a DPOY on his resume in Jaren Jackson, but it just has not mattered. Part of it is that he was out for a portion of that, so was Ja. But at the same time, they have been giving up big numbers. And I know the Warriors, they've got their flaws offensively. They lean on young players to knock down threes, and on the road, they're not always falling, this, that, and the other. But the bottom line is this is a team that can be had defensively. It is a massive game. You are healthy with the majority of your scoring prowess. And so, yes, I like the Warriors to go hopefully north of $120 in this game tonight. I think that's a recipe for their success.
Yeah, Memphis giving up 117 a game, and just in defensive rating, the Warriors are 7th and Memphis is 11th. So not a dramatic difference between the two, but as I mentioned earlier, of late, Memphis has really been struggling defensively, and I looked for this game to be one where the Warriors really want to push the pace, try to get up and down, and see if they can't really, like you're saying, hang $120 on them and dare Memphis to go ahead and try to keep up.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. We also threw at Kavan yesterday just the idea of this week. And so he's stressing stay in the moment. And, of course, we're fans, so we can't stay in the moment. We're just sitting here talking, yeah, but Kavan, like the 5 seed, and then the 4 seed, and then the 3 seed, and then the 2 seed. Is that daunting to wake up today in Memphis and know that that's what you're facing in a 6-game or 6-day stretch?
I wouldn't say it feels daunting. I'm excited for it. It's going to be a lot of fun to play in high-pressure games in the regular season. That's what makes the NBA fun, like I said. So I'm looking forward to it. We know it ain't going to be easy, but we all live for these moments, and we get to control our own destiny. If we win, like I said, we get to move up. and you want to test yourself. And we talk about being a championship team and being a contender. This is where you get to prove yourself and get to measure where you're at, get to improve and see where you can get better at, especially going into the playoffs. So I think we're all excited. It's like I said, it's going to be challenging on the body, going to be challenging on the mind, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
You know, you didn't like it when I said this earlier, but I think we're probably closer in terms of opinion than you realize. Earlier, you called this one a litmus test game and a litmus test week, and I firmly believe that. And I think a lot of us, when we look at the week as a whole, we look at this one tonight that's about to start as the most important one for a bunch of reasons. Number one, it's the first one. Like if the goal is to go 2-2 or 3-1, the easiest way to do that is to get the first one. I also think it's the most weakened opponent of the group. Therefore, I don't want to call it the easiest win. It's on the road, but it's a game where you're favored. They're going through something. You've had their number for the most part in the past. And so therefore, from both an emotional standpoint and an X's and O's standpoint, this is absolutely one you have to get, which led me to the point that I made earlier, which is that I really believe this. I think if they win this game tonight, I think they're going to be a top 6 seed. And I think if they lose this game tonight, they probably won't be.
It could be the way it goes, depending on how the other 3 games go. And the reason why I would lean in the direction of that statement is you win this one and you hold the tiebreaker. So you'd be 1 game up in the loss column and you'd be 1 game up in the tiebreaker. So even though you'd only be a half game ahead of Memphis, you'd be 1 ahead in the loss column. And if you ended up tied with Memphis for whatever spot, you would hold the tiebreaker, having beaten them 3 of the 4 times. The Laker game is not the case. You beat LA and you get closer to LA, but they still hold the tiebreaker. So even though right now you're 2 games behind LA, you're 2.5 back of LA. So you beat LA, then you're 1.5 back of LA. And if you beat Memphis, you're 1 back of LA, but really it's 2 because they hold the tiebreaker.
Yep.
So in this case, the Memphis game, I'll lean your way in that it's big because Memphis, you hold the tiebreaker. Minnesota, the same thing. The Clippers, you don't. So this game is really worth 2 games. Not quite 3, but it's worth 2 because it's a win and it's the tiebreaker.
Yeah, this is a pressure cooker tonight. Yep. It's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. I was just perusing around on Underdog on the app to check out kind of the higher or lower numbers. And one thing that struck me in a game like tonight that I just feel like we haven't seen in a while, partially because he was hurt and then partially because it was not really needed. And I think one thing that Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler have done really well in recent games is read the room. In other words, it's kind of like, okay, we're in Orlando. I can tell my team needs me to score 50. I'm going to do that. But on a lot of other nights, you're watching these guys put out very muted numbers where they're scoring 13, 14, 15, 16 points. And that's because they can see that Pods and Moody and Quentin Post are knocking down threes. And if that's the case, they're going to keep feeding them and maybe rest a little bit, not press on the gas if they don't have to. Well, tonight's a gas game. And I really feel like we're overdue for a big scoring night from their best player. The high-low number for Steph Curry is 25.5. I'm going to go higher. I think you're going to get something in the 30s from Steph Curry tonight. I think that he's got good memories in this building. He and Draymond have a long history here. I think this is something that's going to get ratcheted up. He's going to dial in, knock down about 5 threes, and give you a real good number on the points tonight.
I like that. And our YouTube page, YouTube/957 The Game, they had a poll running all day of what you'd rather see, a Steph Curry, I think it was a 30-point game, or playoff Jimmy. And I voted for Steph. And
so did I.
The vote is for Jimmy.
I know.
More fans want playoff Jimmy, and I think about that without Kuminga, and so I'm going to lean in that direction, and I'm going to say we get playoff Jimmy tonight, which is not to say he's going to play 44 minutes, but I do like Jimmy Butler over whatever the number is on Underdog. It's probably...
His points are 19 and a half.
I was thinking 20.
19 and a half.
I'm still going over. Yeah. I think it's a 20-point game. I like what you're saying about the big boys rising for this game. Draymond's going to have a big game. Draymond always gets motivated there. And I do think that playoff Jimmy is about to get activated. I like Steph into the 30s. I like Jimmy over 20. I like a high-scoring game. So gimme Jimmy Butler, over 19 and a half.
Yeah,
tonight.
I like that. I'm also interested in why the vote on and again, small sample and not like a huge group, but it was a very clear response that people wanted to see playoff Jimmy. And I don't think that's because necessarily everyone thinks that's the formula to beat the Memphis Grizzlies. I think you're seeing that because people are just starting to get a thirst to see what that looks like. I don't think people think we've seen it yet, which is interesting because they're 18-4 when he plays. And so I would kind of contend that is playoff Jimmy. But I get NBA culture. People want to see that dog bark. And so they want him to put up big numbers and take over and all of those things. I really don't. The reason I voted for Steph, I don't have that thirst. I don't need Jimmy to be some sort of an alpha out there. I want Jimmy to keep being exactly what he's been, which is kind of like what I said a minute ago. Somebody who reads the room and realizes that if I need to get to the free throw line, I'm going to get to the free throw line. If this team needs me to go score 25, I will. But if Moses Moody and Quentin Post are knocking down threes, watch me penetrate and open up a three for those guys and let my assist number go. To me, that is playoff Jimmy. You know, this playoff Jimmy that a lot of us have seen before when he was with Miami, that's a very, very different scenario than this. There was no other great player on those teams. Jimmy had to just drag a team through the playoffs by himself. You don't have to do that here. There's a guy named Steph Curry on this team.
Right, but when he is also being aggressive and getting to the foul line and, getting over 20 points, and he's gotten over 20 8 times now in his Warrior career, and in those games, they've had a very good record. And as you mentioned, 18-4. When he plays, he's averaging 17 a night. I think if you have aggressive Jimmy getting to the foul line, that's going to make it so Steph can float, get open, and do his damage from the outside.
I don't disagree. I think it also stems from the Miami game, though, with no Steph. People really wanted to see
big time
that playoff Jimmy, and they didn't. So now people have that question in the back of their mind, like, when are we going to see him? Maybe it's tonight. All right. Out-of-town NBA game of the night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. 7 games around the league tonight, including one that is of high interest to Warriors fans, and that's the T-Wolves and Nuggets in Denver. T-Wolves right now just a half game behind the Warriors at the moment. Nuggets currently the 3 seed, game and a half behind the Rockets and a game ahead of the Lakers. So if you're a Warrior fan, you're rooting for Denver tonight. And again, the Wolves are down 2 players, Naz Reid and Dante DiVincenzo, both suspended. The game's going to tip off at 7 p.m. in Denver, so you're not going to make it.
Nah.
You're not going to get there. But just know that SFO can help you get to the Mile High City or anywhere else that an NBA game is going on whenever you need. The Warriors have already visited Denver for their only regular season matchup this year. Nuggets will come to the Bay on Friday night. Obviously, big sports weekend in the Bay. So there's no more Dubs-Nuggets matchup in Colorado this season. Unless they play in the playoffs. And if that happens and you want to plan a trip to the Mile High City, SFO can get you there. And that is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. Yes, it is not only a game to watch tonight, but also another night to scoreboard watch in the NBA.
Right.
This is one of the only periods of time in the NBA schedule that we really get into other games that are going on around the league.
Right.
Been doing it every night. We'll do it again tonight. We'll do it again tomorrow.
And go Denver, he says, with some tentativity.
He says go Denver.
Right. Go Denver.
Go Denver.
I'm a Denver fan. I mean, go Denver. Let's push Minnesota a little further down. But,
yes.
Minnesota without a couple players, but it's a perfectly spaced out spot where the Warriors can beat Memphis 128-125, and then you click over, and that game will just be getting underway.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can bask in a Warrior win, pivot to scoreboard watching, and root for the Denver Nuggets.
It's a huge night, and that's a TNT game. So you can go ahead and check that one out. That'll probably be just starting the second quarter or so when the Warriors and Memphis go final.
Well, if that's the second half of a doubleheader.
Yeah, and you're right. It might be a late start.
That thing might slide to about 7:20 now.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm in for the long haul tonight, man. This is going to be a good night.
No doubt.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Another opportunity also to remind you that the rest of the week is just monstrous Warrior basketball on 95.7 The Game. You got this game tonight. Steve Kerr will join us tomorrow. Then you're in LA to play the Lakers on Thursday. Michael Thompson will be on our show. Get ready for that one. Yep. And then they return home Friday night with Jokic and the Nuggets in town.
I'm going to borrow from our boss, Matt Nahigian, and just say this. Win the big days.
Yeah, or win the big week. But it'd be good if it starts with the Warriors.
Win tonight,
win the big day. This is a big game tonight. All right, you want to do it again tomorrow?
I cannot wait till tomorrow.
After that promo, I think we have to. So we will. Big game, Warriors and Grizzlies coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Enjoy it all. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. And now we send you to the arena next.